The story starts together under the name of Qian Mine. Chen woke up, calling for his mom and dad. But then he realized it was a dream. It has been in this location for 3 years. He didn't even realize when she was going to get out of here. Suddenly, someone struck him with a whip. It was a man who had noticed that this slave had slept for 2 hours, and now he had to go to work quickly. He also wondered if the little guy still thought about the fact that he was still a young gentleman. After which, the man struck him again with the whip. He stated that this guy is now a pathetic lowlife. Somehow he managed to get up and walk on. He was whipped again, for this guy was going slow. The man with brown hair informed the commander that something was going on. He thinks the former master of the E family is up to something. But the former young master won't even be able to do anything. No one has died in these 3 years, and he can't wait any longer. He tied the sack and dragged it to the captain. That was all the work he'd done today. The captain praised him first and clapped his hands, after which he punched the boy in the face. He fell to the ground. He took Chen by the collar, calling him a pathetic lowlife. He then punched him in the stomach, telling him to finally go to his father's house. He inquired of Captain E why he was doing this. The man replied that it would be a lesson to all who would plot anything against the captain. This boy should finally go to the afterlife to greet his parents. After that, the others decided to dump the main character's body to be shined by the Volga. They left thinking he was dead. A wolf approached him. The boy's eyes were clouded, after which she smelled blood. The other wolves gathered as well. No one wants to be abandoned in the wilderness and fall prey to wolves. He found the temple of the gods, where the gods sleep. Chen's blood activated some kind of mechanism. This child has awakened the supposed god. It wasn't easy for the boy, but now all will be well. A huge flash of light could be seen that outshone even the wolves. It was a huge phoenix. This deity took over the guy's body and started healing him. After completing this procedure, he fell to the ground. The man seemed to notice a huge flash of light. He asked the other man if he noticed anything. The guy thought it might have been a man, but this guy was on the verge of death, especially since there were wolves there. His body was thrown into the desert, even though he was alive. The other man thought that he had had too much to drink and had begun to dream. Lo, who is an ancient deity, is very kind. But when the heavens fell to show themselves on this earth, he helped the chosen ones to perpetuate justice. Lo asked you if this boy knows who he is. He also pronounced that this boy must save the world from chaos. He took the form of a kitten. On the guy's forehead was the seal of a golden lion. He's awake. Chen couldn't believe that he was still alive. When he noticed the kitten, he decided to take it with him and called it Crumb. But his real name is Lo. And the main character remembered that yesterday he was badly wounded and didn't realize how all his wounds disappeared. There was blood on the ground near him. He tried a punch. Feeling empowered, he said that God must now watch him avenge his parents. The very people arrived and did not understand how he was alive at all. They attacked him with swords, but he took the kitten and was able to bounce away from where they struck. The kitten seemed to enjoy being in his arms. Those 2 men attacked him again, but Chen disappeared. He found himself behind them. Realizing he was faster than he was, he jumped up and was ready to kick them with his foot. From that impact, they even flew away from him. He looked at the men and couldn't even believe they had been killed so quickly. Yicheng didn't expect that he could avenge his 7 so quickly. The captain reported that Chen was killed without completing his assignment. He was addressing the same kind of slaves the protagonist was. Chen is now gone, and they will do even more work. If anyone dares to disobey, they will lie in the ground like Chen. But also Shakti came out Chan, who asked if he really thought so. What the captain didn't expect was that he wasn't even dead. But the guy won't die until he kills him. He seems to have gotten too bold when he was on the verge of life and death. The captain ordered him captured. He was surrounded. The slaves thought that Chenyu was dead, so this guy should run away. They all thought that the protagonist would be beaten to death. The captain declared that he must die. Even the people who want to destroy the protagonist are too many. But today, he came here to get out. As soon as the captain swings his sword, the guy dies immediately. The kitten decided to jump off his shoulder, and the man immediately approached the kid. Chen swept up that he wasn't so easy to kill. He's gone. After which he found himself behind the captain. The others didn't understand how this even happened. The captain had lost to a pathetic lowlife. This guy is too strong since he was able to defeat the captain in one blow. They also noticed that there was a fire burning around him. He prepared to kill a Bao, but suddenly his yuan found itself sucked dry. Noticing Chen's condition, the captain saw this as a good opportunity. Now he can see his father. After which he struck a blow at the protagonist, and he was thrown right back against the wall. But the guy had no intention of dying right now. He only laughed and was ready to inflict another mortal wound. Chen grabbed his face. This technique can absorb enemy yuan. The technique really is too strong. The captain stated that his sister was still in prison, and she would rot there forever. The protagonist asked which prison she was in. He promised his little sister mentally that he would release her soon. She just had to wait. The captain's subordinate wanted to avenge his death and kill Chen. Looks like the protagonist really can't get out without sacrifice. These people are forcing him into it. If anyone wants to go to Ibao, let them speak. Chen will send them there. Afterward, the others noticed that he had escaped and an order needed to be sent urgently. A decree was issued to execute him. By absorbing Ye Bao's strength, he was able to reach an intermediate level in qi refinement. People who have reached an average level of qi are considered masters in Qinyun City, and only a few born geniuses and family clan elders are able to reach such heights. But the guy didn't understand what to do, since he didn't even know how to raise his qi even more, much less how to save his sister with his current strength level. Plus, he's got the most carefree cat in the world with him. He doesn't even have to be afraid. If there's a fight, he'll run right out in front of everyone. But in reality, the kitten is just lazy to mess with such a small fish. His situation is urgent, so more QE energy needs to be absorbed as well. But the question is where he can find a new source of power. Suddenly he heard something. The girl fled her pursuers, after which she accidentally fell. The red-haired man replied that this princess had been running for a long time, so let her sit down and rest. After the commander, they also wanted to have some fun with this princess. You could really guess from her beauty that she was a real princess. The MA commander replied that the guys should not worry, because they will complete the tasks and have fun to their heart's content. The girl didn't understand if General Ma would dare to defame the princess. It looked like they were just anxious to die. He only called himself an obedient servant. And that's something you'd better ask the great prince. She couldn't believe at all that her brother had put her in this position. Even mentally, the princess had already accepted her death. But suddenly a rock flew into his hand. He immediately turned around to ask who else was here. It was the main character who was sitting in a tree. He wondered how they were not ashamed to attack a defenseless girl in broad daylight. This little guy apparently likes to stick his nose where it doesn't belong. The commander asked if he really wanted to die like a pig. Then he ordered his men to kill him. Looks like there's going to be a fight in this situation. He declared that whoever interfered with the good intentions of the great prince would be put to death. The girl shouted for the young master to be careful. Is this prince so great that he can even pull even a blade of grass in Cheng's hands? This little guy is delusional if you think some small blade of grass can harm the soldiers of the emperor's personal guard. But that blade of grass not only pierced the sword, but also killed the man. He didn't understand at all how an ordinary grass could have so much power. He didn't believe that such a thing really happened. If this kid couldn't reach the stage of knowing qi, the protagonist asked the princess if she was okay. The princess thanked him and replied that she was fine. She asked the boy to leave because she didn't want to get him into trouble. But he didn't even consider it trouble. What could he possibly fear when he had nothing to lose? He helped her up. In fact, he thinks it's better for Mistress to get out of here. But the commander didn't even think of letting them go. He ordered the rest of his men to kill him. It doesn't matter where this guy came from. Anyone who interferes with the great prince will die a dog's death. All of them were determined to kill Chen. The princess asked the young master to leave and not to worry about her. The kid told her to relax, and he's pretty much figured it out here. A man jumped on him, asking if this little guy still thought he could stop them. He felt that this General Ma was strong enough. He managed to dodge that blow somehow. He shouted at the princess to get out of here soon, but the man insisted she'd rather stay with them and have some quiet fun. But Cheng threw a stone at him again. I mean, he already said he's solved the case, so why should he back out halfway through? The protagonist used a Sky Eater orb, after which he began to suck out the man's power. As it turns out, this minnow is still building its power. The commander shouted to Chen, whom he called an animal, already die at last. But Chen was determined to get even with him now. There was a small explosion. The commander was still alive, but his condition was clearly not one of the best. He wondered if this little bastard was also a master of training qi energy at a high level, and the protagonist thought he had him hooked. Kitten was also happy to see this kid's progress. If a man is destined to die here, he will take his opponent with him to the grave. But he landed a punch on his opponent. After that, they landed on the ground, and the man with red hair was ready to attack him once more. Cheng blocked the blow that was struck by the sword with his hand. He didn't even expect that this little guy still had a body stronger than his blade. Chen wondered if it was all the effects of the Heaven Eater sphere. He decided to just try to use the Heaven Eater's sphere once more, and see if he could absorb all of their original energy. The man didn't understand at all what such a devilish trick was. Seeing all this, The princess didn't understand why it didn't work on her. The guy replied that of course he wouldn't suck energy from her. Turns out this guy also dared to harass the royalty. After all, the Heaven Eater sphere was a truly atrocious technique. By sucking out their energy, he would be able to reach an excellent level of qi in no time. Usually you can't find one. And now the power has fallen on him. And so much of it. Looks like he needs to do more good deeds. The princess was attacked by a kitten. She didn't even expect this kitten to want to jump on her chest. He realized that this cat was a male cat. She approached this young gentleman. For her rescue, she is very grateful to him. So she proposed to return to the capital together to make the guy the head of her security. The boy explained that his older sister was waiting in limbo for the moment when he would rescue her. Her offer he appreciates, but he still has a very important case to finish. And it's something he has to finish. But she didn't recognize the polite gentleman's name at that time either. He introduced himself. The other people were already halfway to them. It was bad enough that more stalkers were coming this way. The boy suggested that we enter the city sooner and talk later. The kitten jumped on the guy's shoulder. This cat has no forgetting or troubles. He only knows how to sleep 24 hours a day. But really, if it wasn't for this kitten, the guy would have been killed a long time ago. They arrived at that very spot and decided to comb the area to find her. But this princess has escaped after all. They can turn over every stone, but they must find the princess. They came into town. You could hear vendors selling fresh candied hula and hot dogs. Guy explained that this unexpected acquaintance would have to cut short at this point. The princess replied that if the lord ever came to his senses, he could use this jade pendant to find her in the capital. If fate favored them, they would meet again. She found this guy interesting, so much so that she blossomed. The palace of the E clan, dungeon. Some people were bullying Ye Linger. Ye Xiaojie replied to Sis Linger that she should have obeyed him. Then they would have to introduce her to the whip more closely. Xiaogi shouldn't even dream of touching her with even his little finger. The others were discussing that this Prince Xiaogi was definitely crazy. Liner's wounds had just healed, and he came to whip her again. Every 3 days, he gives her a whipping. But who let that girl be so beautiful? As soon as he looks at her, he's drooling. He advised her to comply, for there was nothing left for her to do. Her parents are dead, and her brother is scourged in the mines. If she continued to resist, he would break that bastard to Chen's arms. One asked Xiaoge if he was going to do something to his brother Chen. He replied that he would spare his brother if she would let him touch his body. She only turned away, screaming for him not to do it. Suddenly he noticed that someone had knocked out the wardens. Xiaoge asked who had done it, and who dared to interfere with the noblewoman's good deeds. She didn't even think there was anyone left in this world who could help her. It was her dear brother. If a single hair falls from his sister, Xiaoge can write a will scroll. That impertinent little bug still dares, threatening a noble prince. It seems he still considers himself a gifted warrior, as he used to be. Xiaojie used a bull punch. It was as if the protagonist felt this unbridled power. There was an explosion. He couldn't even believe that such lame trash still dared to provoke him. But suddenly he saw that Ye Cheng had escaped, and Ye Liner with him. That guy really managed to get away from here. In his mind, the kitten was trying to tell them not to rush like this. After all, as long as the kitten was with them, they could not die. The girl begged to be released on the ground, for the baby Chan would not have time to escape. They were caught up. It was Xiaoge. He wondered if this weak-minded cretin really thought he could single-handedly save the Liner. Still, he recognized that the protagonist had the courage to return to the castle. Xiaoge even respected him for a second. The one stepped on the Chen. She asked to let her brother go. The girl was already even willing to do anything and would do what he said. Ye Chen shouted to her sister that they need to promise nothing. She shouldn't mess with that bastard. Xiaoge shoved the protagonist back against the wall, talking about how the bastard is almost at death's door, but keeps interfering with him. The guy didn't understand why. When he had reached a superior level of Qi, he was still so weak compared to Xiaoge. Xiaoge had claimed that he couldn't even hold back one of his kicks, so was also trying to instruct people. Xiaoge forgot to say that he had taken the Dragon King pill and was now at an extreme level of Qi. Compared to him, Ye Chen is just a sludge. The main character asked where he got the pill that Ye Chen's father had left for him. The Dragon King pill is one of the rarest magic pills in the mortal world. It is valued at 10,000 gold pieces. Only the scions of the richest families were able to take it when they achieved success in strengthening Qi. He turned back to the girl, talking about how she had to be willing to do anything now. But she still asked him not to come near her. Looks like the kitten's intervention will be necessary. This baby must not disappoint him in the future. A kitten scratched the protagonist's back, after which he began to absorb the surrounding energy. No one understood what was happening to Chen, and what kind of monstrous technique it was. Chen shouted at him to get his shitty hands off her. But now I don't care, he wants what kind of frightening technique it is. This guy only has a superior level of qi. He wanted to show you the difference between superior and inferior. He'll feel it on his own skin. Their fists clashed. This technique ripped the hand off of Xiaoge's arm. She realized that brother Chen only had a superior level of qi. Then where did such power come from? His memories from 3 years ago flashed through her mind. Hall of the ancestors of Clan A. Sis hugged her brother, talking about how it was his responsibility to survive. As long as he is alive, there is always hope for the best. She claimed that her parents ruined the villain. Liner will endure any humiliation and insults, but will find a way to take revenge. He flipped his opponent off. Xiaoge will go to hell today. The one asked Chen to spare him and not kill him. Even the lineman cried out that he should not be killed since he is the son of the clan head. Kitten noticed the similarities between himself and this boy. He was as bold and aggressive as he had been in his youth, but sooner or later it could get you into trouble. Xiaoge just died. Her brother is clearly too reckless. She hugged the kitten and didn't know what to do now. They're gonna kill Chen's brother now. Well, the kitten had nothing to do with it. That boy hasn't learned to control his anger. At this rate, the E-clan will spill rivers of blood. You could tell by the look on his face that he clearly wasn't going to stop there. The guy immediately disappeared and started wreaking havoc everywhere. You could only hear shouts not to kill anyone. Some time passed, and only ruins could be seen of the house. 2 elders and the head of the clan arrived. Ye Yuanjun, who was at the middle level of magical transformation, stated that it was Chen. He had learned devil power, and also killed the son of the head of the 4 houses. He also stated that this bastard had killed many of his clanmates. Ye Tianxuan, clan head, superior level of magical transformation. Ye Yuanqian, an entry-level magical transformation, wanted to cut off this upstart's head with his own hands, but what he really wanted to do was absorb that bastard's battle energy. In the Zhuanwu continent, despite its great diversity, the rarest and hardest to attain thing is secret battle techniques. And one of the ways to seize the power of secret techniques is to kill a warrior who possesses a secret technique. This kid killed his own son, so as a father, it's his responsibility to personally handle it. Xiaoge was his most favorite son. No one expected him to die unexpectedly in this way. This guy has such a huge increase in strength in such a short period of time. The way he improves his skill is not trivial. Nevertheless, Tianxuan here must get his secret technique by all means. He stated that since Ye Chen had killed Xiaoge, so today he would either voluntarily give up his fighting strength or die this very place. Which one to choose, he must decide for himself. But he'll kill anyone who gets in his way. Liner asked her brother to stop. After all, he was no equal to the clan head. But he didn't even think of listening to her. Meanwhile, the clan head wanted to engage the Pearl of Rice Placer. Does he really dare to glare before the face of the sun and moon? He hadn't even expected to see such incredible power. Is the power of a superior level of magical transformation so great? Liner immediately ran up to her brother, but suddenly his father appeared before his eyes. He was once asked what his reason was for wanting to study martial arts. The boy wanted to become a strong warrior, after which Ye Qinyun, who was the former clan head, asked what he would do when he became strong. Chen replied that he would seize dominance over everyone, after which he would become the strongest. Qin Yun replied that the boy was wrong in his aspirations. Martial arts were not about stopping the strongest. It was to protect those he cared about. He hit right on the arrow. The boy stated that he wanted to become as tough as his father. He will become a strong hero and protect his family. Qin Yun stroked his head, telling him that he was an obedient son. The clan head was preparing to strike a decisive blow. Liner covered his body with her own. Right in front of his eyes, his sister's blood was spilled. But since this girl is still useful to the clan, if she has to die, it's definitely not her turn. He shouted his sister's name, after which he placed her on the ground. If he doesn't finish off Tan's son with his own hands today, he won't be able to call himself a man. He's a stubborn bastard, but only the grave can fix him. The protagonist jumped to attack the clan head, but the clan head beat him to it, after which he fell straight to the ground. 2 of the elders noticed that this guy's kind of weird. It would be better to just chop him into pieces. The other elder wanted to use the secret chakra eye technique to see what his secret battle technique was. But just killing this guy would mean he got off easy. With this worm, the clan head shared the eggs himself, and they should pick up the liner and take her to the healer. They still need this girl. After which, the clan head flew away. The elders thought that the honorable clan head might want to throw the boy into the den of 10,000 snakes. The ghostly serpents from the cave of the lair of 10,000 serpents in Clan E's territory are called werewolf serpents. For many years, they have been feeding on various poisonous worms supplied to them by the clan members. The snake's venom has become the most incomparable, and it is even capable of killing warriors who have reached the spiritual limit. People who fall in the lair die long and very painful deaths. Therefore, the lair of the 10,000 snakes are the place where death sentences are enacted for people who have committed crimes against the E clan. But the clan leader gave him one last chance. Either he gives up his battle equipment, or he dies. But that old dog of the E clan is dreaming. Let the protagonist die, but he still won't give away the secret to a gang of thugs like them. That little bastard seems to be begging for death with all his heart. If the clan head wants to kill him, then let him do so. Chen only has a few words of clemency, namely, "I'm your uncle, puppy." After which he discounted the guy, talking about how this canine scum doesn't value his life. So after otitis media to feed the snakes, he fell right to the snakes, and the clan leader replied that this kid and his father didn't distinguish between good and bad. After which he flew away with the thought that this kid was going to die soon. He was already starting to be killed little by snake venom. The kitten immediately jumped, for he realized that things were very bad. He reincarnated his true form, even though this guy is not a heavenly messenger. However, Chen is a heaven's chosen virtue with a special destiny. Therefore, he simply can't stay away. The roar of the golden lion drove away the takings that surrounded him. After which, the golden lion activated the Heaven Eater's secret technique. The protagonist began to absorb the energy of all the snakes that surrounded him. The unknown creature asked, "Who dares these biology-believing snakes to commit atrocities?" The golden lion guessed that it was the king of snakes crawling out to them. The serpent king asked, "Who dared to devour his children? And who is brave enough to go to the grave?" It was the white beast Zhu Yui. That little stinky little beast crawled out after all. The Serpent King didn't understand what the ancient mythical beast had forgotten here, but even if it's an ancient mythical beast, he's not afraid of it. The golden lion couldn't believe that some petty snake was daring to show off here. Even his ancestral ancestor called Xiang Liu had once expressed reverence. The serpent was ready to lash out at the golden lion, but it attacked him with its paw. He didn't even know that the ancient beast was so dangerous. The serpent realized that he could not defeat the golden lion, so he decided to turn his attention to Chen. This serpent that has been perfected for some paltry few hundred years dares to touch the golden lion people. After that, he bit the king of snakes. He didn't even understand how he could lose. The golden lion threw the king of snakes away from himself. If the golden lion's gonna help, he's gonna help all the way. So he's gonna help this kid one more time. After which, the protagonist began to absorb the serpentine's energy. Princess Bin was informed that last night an infiltrator saw Chenya being thrown into the snake pit. The princess inquired whether he was alive or dead, but the subordinate didn't know the answer. So the girl ordered to find out more. This guy can't just pick up and die. She didn't see what was wrong with him coming back to her palace with her. He finally woke up and didn't realize what had happened yesterday. Somehow, he had managed to survive again, and seems to have advanced in level again. Concentration level, rebirth and soul unity. Compared to the refinement level, the strength had increased by 5 times. He didn't understand how the kitten ended up here, and even assumed that it was the kitten that saved Chen. Although mentally, he didn't understand how it was possible. He got up and immediately wondered how the sister was doing now, so he decided to go to her rescue right away. The main character flew off the snake pit. The girl woke up in her chambers and Xiao Mei was beside her. When those people grabbed the lady, Xiao Mei thought she would never see her again. The head realized that if Chen hadn't returned, he wouldn't have known that a lineman had struck the Xiaoge behind his back. The man explained that the wound was not fatal, and the head ordered not to talk about the situation with the Xiaoge until they reached the palace of the Emperor's son. He tried to roll over to the residence somehow, but there were too many guards. He can't go in quietly during the day, but he can't use the Skybite spell either. It's better to retreat to the training tower and come back here at night. The girl stopped the young gentleman. The guy asked who she was. She replied that her mistress told her to find this guy. He's been working in the mines for 3 years, so he has no connection to some mistress. The girl explained that she was from the one he had rescued in the forest 2 days ago. Also, the princess told him to hand over something. At first, the boy didn't want to accept it, but the girl insisted on it, and it was the divine dragon pill. It was now clear that she was a high society girl. Her family was clearly richer and higher status than the Ye family. He was quite grateful to her mistress, but he still didn't want to accept the gift. True, that girl had disappeared. Training tower. The guard didn't even notice someone enter the place. This is where he had never been. He noticed the legendary engraved pearl. An engraved pearl is an expensive item that contains great power. Only a few who are notable for their strength can use their soul to infuse the full power of an engraved pearl. That is why it is of special value. It is difficult to obtain. A man appeared in front of him and explained that the stronger his soul, the higher he would be able to climb. Whether he could get to the 4th floor or not depended on his luck. It was a person named Lin, who was the keeper of the Yi family's training tower. This was the person his father had told him about when he was a child. He had indeed renounced the worldly life. Lin also noticed that this boy had come to the method tower for the first time. Chen asked the gentleman how he could get upstairs. The old man asked if it wasn't a ladder for him. When the boy came to climb the books, something else caught the old man's attention. Specifically the kitten that was in front of him. The old man knew what this animal was. Therefore, the golden lion asked not to reveal his true identity, for the time had not yet come. The kid noticed that these books are Earth-level methods, and the higher he goes, the more difficult they must be. Therefore, one must go even higher, but suddenly his body became very heavy. Now he understood why the old man had said it was a long way up. There's a lot of pressure up here. The old man recognized that this glorious young man wasn't as bad as he seemed. He was even able to reach the 3rd floor. In fact, this strength won't break the protagonist. But for now, it's hard to say if he can make it to the 4th floor. Kitten claimed he would go farther than the 4th floor. He can't jump anymore, so he'll have to walk up. The pressure's only getting worse. Suddenly an animal appeared in front of him, after which it pushed the boy. He realized that soon he wouldn't be able to breathe from this pressure. After that, they saw that the protagonist had made it to the 5th floor after all. But he was definitely not chosen. But the old man remembered that. The golden lion asked how old he was. He can't even guess what heaven's will is. Then Chen remembered about the divine dragon pill that he had gotten from the princess's maid. And he wanted to keep this pill to save his sister. But even at this point, it's already too hard for him. He was determined to conquer this peak by all means. There was no point in stalling now. His strength immediately increased. He finally made it to the 7th floor. He assumed that there was a method from the holy level, but the old man explained that there were only leftovers. But even if there were leftovers, you still wanted to see. But the old man told him to take his time. He can't take this method until he passes the blood test. According to the rules, if he fails the blood test, he can kiss this jewel goodbye. And the power it contains. The golden lion thought it was pointless and no use to anyone. But the old man replied that it wasn't about the test here. Doesn't the kitten care about the result? This place is just a remnant of the idea of going to this ordeal. I guess there's nothing to be done. That's why he said he's ready for the challenge. Then, the ordeal begins. In truth, the old man does not know what blood flows in this boy. No matter how strong the soul is, but if the blood is weak, perfection has a ceiling. The golden lion offered to take his awakened blood of the mythical beast. The old man didn't expect this kid to have top-quality blood at all. Contrary to expectations, his blood is of the highest quality. That's what the golden lion said. This old man doesn't believe the words of the divine beast at all. This fellow possesses the strongest soul and top-quality blood. With this kind of blood, it will soon surpass the head of the Yi family. Has the Yi family had any real talent in the last 100 years? It's really sad that they just threw away such talent. The golden lion replied that in this family there are only talents wherever you look. Yecheng asked if he could now take back the method. The old man replied that of course he could, because he had earned it. He also decided to teach the boy how to use this pearl. The protagonist noticed that this old man's expression changed. He touched the pearl. Then with the pearl, the spirit of the elephant and dragon showed itself, and they got inside the main character's head. Qi is the basis of perfection. The perfection of Qi is the perfection of the body. Qi and blood are enveloped by the power of great saints. Qi energy can make up to 108 revolutions in the body. After perfecting the first turn, one can obtain a power that is not inferior to the great saints. If one accomplishes them all, he becomes a saint in a moment. With his power, he will be able to grab the stars with his hands, shake the sky and shake the earth, stomp the rivers of the sea. He becomes omnipotent. But is this method worthy of being called the legendary holy level method? Although it is an incomplete method, but nevertheless, compared to other QI refining techniques, it is incredibly powerful. You can look for the second part of this method in the future. And when he can commit all 108 turnovers, he's going to be incredibly property. He inquired as to why this pearl no longer shone. The old man replied that it no longer contained such a strong spirit that could support the method. Therefore, there is no glow. He is the first and last person who has obtained the hidden method of the saint. The old man said that he immediately realized that there was something about this kid. He had not met such gifted people in the E family for 100 years. A normal person wouldn't be able to master this method. He'd be blown to bits. He will tell what he told the main character's father a long time ago. This guy is a remarkable and outstanding young man, and the old man didn't talk so much before. Well, even the Golden Lion knew it was the old man who didn't immediately realize about all this. Since they had a lot of business ahead of them, the Golden Lion said to stop talking nonsense. So the old man told him that he and Chen's father were once very close. And since the guy had mastered the holy level method, he would give him a small gift. In an instant, he made the main character's clothes change. This garment is lightweight and can withstand a sword strike. Therefore, he could call it valuable and rare. The protagonist thanked the master and was glad that he would no longer run as a boss. A guy builds his own destiny. However, he must remember not to get into trouble and not to let himself be deceived. The death of his parents happened for a reason. The people of the E family only want to take advantage of others. He asked this gentleman to tell her who the murderer of his parents was. In fact, their deaths are connected to the Chen imperial court, and he can't say any more than that. He didn't understand at all, and how the imperial palace was connected here if his father was the head of the small family and his mother was completely powerless. After which he left the tower. This kid is the picture of a perfect son. He wondered how far this boy would go. And if a man's presence is felt after his death, it means he died happy. After which he arrived at the dungeon. He hoped his dear sister was all right. A subordinate reported to Princess Bing that Chen had just headed towards the Ye family's dungeon. He must have been going to rescue his sister. However, people in his family had sheltered his sister elsewhere. Even the maid said Chen is a complete fool. He's a completely useless guy. She can't wait any longer. After all, if the princess doesn't do something, that fool will die right there. There were 2 men guarding the gate. The man asked the supervisor why they were here if Ye Ling had already been taken away. He told him to shut up, because Mr. Xiao is an intelligent man and knows what he is doing. He told him to shut up, because Mr. Xiao is an intelligent man and knows what he is doing. They say Ye Ling has been sent to her quarters. She is there completely unguarded. It is also revealed that Ye Lin and Ye Chen's father was the emperor's guard. No wonder he was assassinated 3 years ago. His son soon took the throne. Yi Xin made a lot of noise after returning that even the head of the Xiao was frightened. He wondered if the 2 of them had a bad relationship with the head of the Xiao. Suddenly, he felt a shock. He immediately turned around and asked who was here, after which the second man received another blow. They thought it was Mr. Xiao. Ye Chen Tian, the new young master of the Ye family, mentioned that if they wanted to talk, let them talk even louder, so that Ye Chen would surely hear. The man apologized, telling the young gentleman that it would not happen again. In that case, he won't tell anyone about it. He noticed that there were a lot of guards there and needed to find a safe entrance. The protagonist picked up the stone while the other man was almost dozing. After that, he was able to slip past these guys. Even the Golden Lion realized that there was such a trap ahead of him. This boy is too stupid and impatient. In the room, he thought he saw his sister's silhouette. Whereupon he ran into the room and shouted his sister's name. But it was actually Ye Chen's cousin and Ye Tianxiong's eldest son. Chen Tian replied that there was a mistake, and he was not sister at all, but brother. And the doors closed behind the kid, and the Golden Lion knew it was a trap. It was a very stupid thing to do. The main character also guessed the coral one. Chen Tian replied that it had been a long time since they had seen each other and asked how he was. Ye Chen said to take out that friendly expression on his face. Chen Tian couldn't kill his brother, and must be disappointed. But he could after all call out a Bao, who would quickly send the protagonist to the other world. That little guy couldn't do that in the battle, and he is really disappointed. The guy didn't understand why on earth he was so cruel. When Ye Chen was a young master, he treated him like a sibling. So why did he want the protagonist to die? Qian Tian replied that he had too selfish a way of thinking. And he clearly didn't believe this guy's words. Chen was born the son of the head of the house. But Qian Tian is the first genius of the Yi family. If Chen's father hadn't died, he would never have gotten such a good chance. Is that really why Tian killed his parents? The cousin replied that one way or another, Chen would still die. So he thought he could tell him about it too. On the surface, the Ye family is an ordinary wealthy sect, but in fact, they have been the guardians of the imperial bloodline since ancient times. The emperor's current chief son has yet to ascend the throne, and they remain the ones with the power. Chen's father was impractical and served the emperor with all his heart, preferring self-immolation to opening the emperor's tomb. He didn't believe his father could have died by self-immolation. In this family, only one person for all generations inherits this special blood. The former head of the family set himself on fire so as not to leave a drop of blood behind. He thought that this trait might have been passed on to him and his sister. But Chen Tian replied that this guy was the truest trash, and his sister was chosen by the heavens. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Now the Golden Lion realized what this was all about. Every time he wakes up, he has to listen to some melodrama. But this time it's quite interesting. He asked you where his sister was and why they were keeping her locked up. But he did not understand why the family kept his sister locked up. But last time, the protagonist clearly saw that she was in the dungeon. Chen Tian replied that the fool Xiaoge dared to quietly whip her several times. There was actually no reason for the lord to keep her locked up like that, which could not be said for Ye Chen. His father was already about to kill him, except no one takes offense for killing him. But Lin turned 16 over 6 months ago. By the age of 18, the lineage will awaken. Chen asked what he meant. Let him guess what the emperor's son would do with the Ling. The Golden Lion realized that it wouldn't be something good. This effeminate man is playing and dirty. Letting the cousin make a move, Yi Chen was prepared for it. The Golden Lion was glad that there was progress, and he didn't need to go out. He asked Chen Tian if he had thought of Yi Chen as the same fool as before. In return, the guy wondered if he really thought that was it. The protagonist couldn't wait to find out what this wolf in sheep's clothing was up to. Chen Tian explained that this secret weapon was called Heavenly Nets, and if the guy could immediately avoid them easily, then it was clearly not Heavenly Nets. He realized he had to duck. A cousin appeared in front of him. He noticed that Ye Chen was still the same fool. It's poisonous gas. First the guy will be paralyzed and then die of suffocation. Even the kitten noticed that it was the effeminate one using such nefarious techniques. However, there's no way this destructive poison will work. Chen attacked him. He didn't understand why the poison hadn't taken effect yet. It was made from 10,000 demonic snakes, so he asked the protagonist why nothing had happened to him yet. He completely forgot to say that God doesn't take Ye Chen's little life and give him a roast of snake meat. Chen Tian knew that the 10,000 snake pit had only corpses. It looks like it's his handiwork. Ye Chen told him not to be shy and show him all his techniques. Chen Tian thought that this kid didn't understand, so he decided to show him everything he could do. He would see the strongest techniques of the Ye family. He used the icy separation. Apparently, the family's strongest receptions are just lies. Therefore, Ye Chen will let him see the reception of the holy class. He called upon his evil spirit of the great saints. He didn't understand at all how the main character was able to master the evil spirit prize of the great saints. After all, he was the first genius of the E family and couldn't even pass the blood test, whereas the E family was able to pass it. The kid's tech punched a hole in the ceiling. He doesn't want to stay here, as he needs to go and take care of the main business, but he won't be allowed to leave so easily. Kitten thought the guy wanted the Golden Lion to come out the light again. He hadn't slept for days already. The guy guessed that Chen Tian had delayed him so that reinforcements would come. As they say, all's fair in war. He underestimated his opponent, and now he's surprised. The head of the family didn't even expect that he was able to get out of the pit of 10,000 snakes. He realized that this boy should have been killed on the spot. Chen Tian informed his father that this guy was in the training tower. He doesn't know what kind of deal Ye Chen made with the old dog, but he got the evil spirit of the great saints. The protagonist stated that obviously he himself not capable enough to pass the blood test. He has no right to be called the first genius of the family. Even before his own death, he's still talking nonsense, even though the kid has learned only a part. But how dare he flaunt his strength in front of the peak power boundary? The head of the family will not let Ye Chenyu leave this house alive. These people had prepared a lay trap again, so there was nothing left but to fight to the death again. The Golden Lion realized that the guy wouldn't be able to keep track of everything, and he had to intervene. The man who suddenly appeared just now told the head of the E family to stop. It was the princess, and the others didn't understand why Her Highness had come here. The head of the family also didn't understand why she was still alive. Qian Tian only remained silent. She explained to the head that young Master Ye Chen had saved her, so she asked the lad to put him at her disposal. Man assumes, and God disposes. The princess was indeed saved by the boy Ye Chen. They did not expect this girl to be a princess at all. No wonder she is so beautiful. And it also explains why she can give another person the divine dragon pill so freely. This foolish human immediately took the divine dragon pill. Chen Tian mentioned that if one didn't kill Ye Chen today, there might not be an opportunity to do so in the future. But the head of the family replied that he need not worry. He replied to the princess that it was the Ye family's business and she shouldn't bother. The unknown person told Tianxun that he is just the head of a petty family, and in such a position he dares to ignore the princess. It was the fourth eunuch mercenary princess. So he asked if this family had outside support. He explained to the Black Elder and Her Highness that Ye Chen had killed his family's people, and naturally they wanted to punish him. Ye Tianzhong turns out to be very willful and proud, but the black eunuch cannot leave what he dares to go against the princess. Though his family is small, he will not tolerate the interference of others. Their affairs. He realized that Ye Chen was talented and had the support of the princess. Therefore, it is impossible to foresee all the negative consequences. The black eunuch reminded him that he should think hard about what the consequences of fighting him might be. Tianxiong realized that this old man was very strong. Ye Chen intervened in their conversations and turned to Ye Chen Tian. Since this person considers himself the strongest genius in the Yi family, how about he fights at the remote site in 3 months? The remote site is located in a remote whimsy at the very top of the mountain. This ground is for fighting to the death. If Chen Tian wins, Chen will take their punishment, and if Chen wins, they will immediately tell where his sister is. Others thought it was suicidal, for Chen Tian is in the middle of development. Ye Chen is too reckless. Even the princess explained that Ye Chen is no match for Ye Chen Tian. The guy replied that it was the only way to get out of here. She was surprised that in critical situations, even this fool was not bad at thinking. Ye Chen said that Qian Tian never gave an answer. Qian Tian realized that the Black Elder could attack, so also the vine had no effect on him. Therefore, there was no way he could refuse the suicidal man. They'll see each other in 3 months on the court. But Chen Tian thought that he would die in 3 months. Meanwhile, the kitten flew toward the princess. But he didn't expect to see the sky dog here at all. It turns out he's awakened too. The heavenly dog is a mythical animal born in the Yinshan Mountains. It looks like a raccoon-like white dog, but is good at fighting evil spirits. How many years have passed, but the golden lion is still that old pervert. The sky dog won't let him do anything to the princess. It looks like the Cyan Lu is about to awaken. He doesn't know what kind of person will be awakening him this time. The current emperor adores his daughter very much. She is very beautiful, like a dream come true or an illusion. Her name is Qin Shi, Princess Qin Shi's residence. That's where he practiced. 3 months later, you have to go to a known remote site. Grandpa Xiling said that the boy is a man with an incredible destiny. That means he has a lot of difficulties ahead of him. After 3 days of bloody work, he finally started training the evil spirit of great saints. He had already awakened 3 small circles of ki reversal, and his strength was at a whole new level. At this time, Qin Shi was watching him. The protagonist noticed her and addressed her as a princess. The girl replied that, "Your Highness is very formal. Are they strangers to each other?" Yi Chen replied that of course not. The girl replied that she was only joking. The black eunuch wondered if such behavior from the princess was proof that she had fallen in love with this boy. Even though he practiced so hard, it would be difficult for him to defeat Qian Tian. He remembers very well that this is not a fight to the death, but a fight to the death. The black eunuch came over and said that this insect was overestimating its strength. Ye Chen will be able to defeat Ye Yantian. If he drinks the emperor's pill, his body will be reconstructed. He needs to break the old to build the new. Yunmeng stated that the Black Elder will ruin Ye Chen in this way. The imperial pill is one of the top 3 pills. The conditions of consumption are very harsh. If this concentration is not absorbed, at best a person will become disabled. At worst, one will die. However, if digested, the strength of qi and meridians will increase greatly. One can even reach the limit of strength. The Emperor's pill can help reach the border, but most people who have taken it have died. It's very dangerous. But this is the guy's only chance. Otherwise, he's bound to lose and die. She wanted to interrupt the Black Elder again, but he told her to be quiet. He has already been in mortal danger more than once, and one more time means nothing. So he wants to try to internalize the Emperor's pill. It was clear that this child was not afraid of death. After taking the Emperor pill, his body is reconstructed and under normal circumstances, he has a 40% chance of winning. He simply has no choice but to take the Emperor pill. There is no need to worry about the princess either. In the blood pond, he has a 50% chance of success in assimilating the pill. The blood pond could help in assimilating the Emperor pill and strengthening the meridian. He declared that he would assimilate this pill tomorrow, after a few months of being endangered at every turn. But eventually things settled down. He'd done everything that would be the same tomorrow. Suddenly, he noticed that there was something wrong with Xiaozhou's tail. When he approached, his tail went back to normal, and he thought it was a hallucination. His eyes are already rippling, which is why it's worth it to go to bed early tonight. The next day, the princess residence, Blood Pond. Yun Meng asked the black-robed elder if Ye Chen would survive. He even suggested that the fellow would be able to internalize the Emperor pill. Ye Chen has already discarded life and death. He is a person who has strong willpower and determination. The princess replied that this boy should survive. The heavenly dog who called the kitten Xiaozhu remembered that he had said that this boy was quite good. Kitten reminded this dog that his name is Lo Yu. He should be able to distinguish names. Ye Chen is a man with an incredible destiny. So let it be as fated. Suddenly he felt hot as soon as he took this pill. He started coughing up blood, and the princess began to worry about him even more. Qi and blood began to vaporize. They really hoped that Ye Chen would survive. You could tell by his condition that a turning point had arrived. The princess asked the Molao if it was dangerous for Ye Chenyu to absorb blood. But the old man couldn't say, as it was the first time he had ever seen such a case. He wondered where the little boy had learned it, and how he could absorb blood from the pond. She's never seen a secret technique before either. This is a first. The heavenly dog didn't understand when Ye Chen had managed to become so cool. He felt both the feeling and realized that this was what it was all about. He had one step left to break through with the Qi cure. 7 days later, he was still cultivating. And now it looks like he's got it all worked out. The practitioner must perfect his heart and perfect himself. Let him follow the path of life. If he leaves the path, he will die. Let him absorb the secret instruction and break through further. He was able to go to the middle level of magical transformation. The princess was glad that the kid had broken through. Mo Lao noticed that this kid's destiny was quite unusual. The boy's body had undergone significant changes. The golden lion wondered if this would allow him to awaken or not. He walked out of the blood pond and thanked Mo Lao for this old man for how much he had done for him. The old man explained that he had achieved everything himself. He sees that the protagonist has made a breakthrough, but it will not be enough to win against Ye Qian. Qian is staying at the princess's brother's house. Besides, he doesn't pay well. The princess will let the protagonist train in the palace. Yi Chen thanked Her Highness. Pang Yunkang, who is the commander of the Southern Palace Guards, thought to himself that if it wasn't for the master's will, he wouldn't have messed around with this weakling. Ye Chen came here to ask this man for training. He asked me to hit with full force and not to leave him a chance. This guy asked for it himself, so Yunkang can nail him even with one hand. He's gone. After which, he found himself behind him. Yun Kang didn't understand why this little guy was so fast. Ye Chen kicked him with his foot. The palace of the Grand Prince. He explained that Qin Ji was putting up strong resistance. One day, Ye Chen risked starting a war with Ye Yuan Qin Ji, and 3 months later, he was buried. The great prince thought it was all nonsense, after which he tipped him the 9th gold pill. This pill will inject energy into the Dian Tian and allows one to break through to the next stage, but its effect is limited to 12 hours. If they lose again in 3 months, let them blame themselves. He threatened to get this guy now. Don't let Ye Chen think he's the same as Pang. Really, even that punch didn't do anything. It turns out, this guy can fight him as an equal. Meanwhile, Ye Chen asked to punch at full strength. He didn't like the fact that this operi wouldn't look at him as if he were stronger. So he decided to humiliate him in public. The man used an iron tiger fist. In response, the protagonist engaged the flying dragon's swift kick. Their fists clashed. Truthfully, Ye Chen's opponent couldn't stand it. He didn't understand how this puppy could become so strong. Ye Chen explained that he was lucky to win and thanked him for his help in training. The princess was glad that this guy had become so strong. The old man didn't understand where they had taken a wrong turn. This medicine may have made this boy with such as mountain, but he must not overdo it. The boy replied that he would try to do so. The Black Elder is going to hit him at 8 different points, so let him not fall. Yen energy suppresses pain, but it is too strong. He was surprised this guy hadn't given up yet. After which he struck again at the points. The girl was worried about her father. This kid is resilient, and he kept demanding to continue this training. The sky dog thought that the little fellow liked to be beaten. The golden lion replied that he who is born to crawl cannot fly. This boy is pretty persistent, so he's definitely going to be a big man. The princess came up to him and asked if he was okay. The boy replied that he was fine and plopped down next to her chest. She ordered a healing bath to be prepared. In his mind, the old man asked Her Highness to wait. Meanwhile, the celestial dog sensed some unseemly sounds from the room. His thoughts went in the wrong direction. He didn't understand what he was doing here. The big cat must not be watching him at all. But then he realized his thoughts weren't like that at all. The guy was actually applying ointment to the girl's leg. He didn't realize what, just what he could think of. The golden lion asked what he was even doing here. She recognized that this healing bath really helps. People who practice martial arts have tough skin. Therefore, the guy didn't understand how the princess could hurt herself. But she decided to turn the topic to the fact that he mainly uses elephant dragon magic to protect his body. She's seen the guy use her, and he only seems to know the half of it. Chen replied that it was damaged from use and asked how Her Highness understood that. When she was little, you saw the records of the dragon elephant mage in the Kunlun library. In the Imperial Hall, on the topmost shelves, hidden secret writings. The protagonist asked if she remembered anything from the recordings. But she replied that unfortunately it was so long ago, and Yun Meng couldn't remember. In response, Chen asked where the other half was. She doesn't know that. However, her older brother is currently looking for her. So she was talking about the Great Emperor. This is a very powerful technique. If he learns the second part, he will be able to defeat Tian. Her Highness knows quite a bit. She let him come to her house for a few days and asked him to stop calling her Highness. Let him just call her Qin Shi. He did not see how he could do it. The whole country and every subject addresses her as a princess. She kicked him, telling him he was a fool. The next day, he came to see Pang Yun. The latter didn't understand how Chen dared to appear here, so let him get out nicely. But then he immediately thought of Chen's victory yesterday and asked for a rematch. Looks like he punched that man too hard yesterday. He agreed, for his tendons and bones had fully recovered from the healing bath. This time, Pang Yun would not be deterred. They went into battle. 7 days later. He didn't realize how Junior was hitting harder and harder. The guy replied that Pang Yun should know him by now. But suddenly he saw the chance open to him and struck. He wasn't bullied at all by that tricky punch, so the fight began again. 15 days later. Chen noticed that the senior's hand was getting worse, so it was time to stop it. Pang Yun said that it was the guy who had just bitten her. The Golden Lion Inn didn't understand why he was beginning to feel that there was some strange connection between them. The Sky Dog replied that it was 4 shots away from Mary Love, E's family home, just over a year to go. Did her father really want her to follow in his footsteps? She remembered her father's silhouette that informed her that Daddy was gone. She also had to remember that no one was allowed to use it. Behind her was Tian. He inquired if Ling was remembering his younger brother. In response, the girl asked what he needed. He came here to convey that Tian and Chen would meet 3 months after the battle with Qin Yun Tai. And if she doesn't want her dear brother to die, then she should do what he says. She grabbed his fan, then he whispered something to her. He only walked away laughing, talking about making sure she didn't forget what he had just told her. Did Tian really think that she would stand by when this happened? In her hand was a poisonous spike. Ling would let him die under the cover of his own darkness. Imperial Palace. Pang Yun asked Molao to teach him a couple of friend, because the younger Chen had become too strong. This guy has a lot of potential, and he's lucky to have this body. Pang Yun shouldn't take offense, but the truth is he's going to lose to this guy. They're all the same, after all. But this old man gave him the dragon pill, and now he's constantly eating expensive medicine. This has gone too far. In the future, Pang Yun should be closer to Chen, for his path is not known even to a god. Today was a great day to increase his strength. But suddenly, his yuan began to dissipate. He didn't understand why it wasn't working out for him. It didn't seem like such a great day today. The Sky Dog didn't understand why it was at times like this that something wouldn't work. The Golden Lion replied that in the past, people could easily learn this technique. They had the same grip as this guy. Qin Shi brought water for him, for she thought he was tired. He was thanked by Her Highness Qin Shi for this gesture. A blush appeared on her cheeks. It seems that God himself has noticed him. Even the heavenly dog doesn't know what God sees in him. The Sky Dog probably thinks this guy is more suited to be a lover. Suddenly, the Golden Lion inquired about this dog's awakening, but the Celestial Dog replied that it was only because he was trying to hide his feelings. A huge, ferocious celestial entity. The fire god who guards the heart foretold the birth of an inexplicable power. To humans, it was just meowing and barking. It's amazing that it's an irreconcilable cat and dog communicating. The celestial dog explained that he had been awakened by Molao to protect the owner of the key. And the golden lion was awakened by Chen. Many years ago, the Zhuan Emperor sealed the ancient demon essence. They will sense when the seal is loosened. When the demon reappears, the world will slam into chaos. And so the spirits of the dragon and elephants showed themselves again. This kid's lucky. The Ye family house. Chen said that he had made an agreement with Yeling, and the younger Ye Chen would not dare to touch him. He remembered the very day he had fought with this guy. Ye Chen's skills are quite extraordinary. Chen took out a spiritual pill of multi-value action, and said that he should know what it was. 12 hours will be enough time to kill this guy. But Chen must remember that Chen now has the support of the Imperial Palace. That means he should be more careful. It's hard to defend yourself when he's on a horse. Although he is making great strides in learning martial arts, he still lacks experience in combat. Therefore, from today onwards, he starts killing demons. There was a demon trapped there that was born on the west side of the Chenliu mountain. He's very fast. This southern demon has extremely high speed as well as thick skin. It could even be compared to steel. Pang Yun would definitely not be able to defeat him with that strength of speed and steel skin. Therefore, he will look at Ye Chen's actions. The princess believed in this guy. Then he told the demon to attack. He immediately destroyed the cage and headed towards the protagonist. That demon's jaws were right in front of the guy's face. Ye Chen smacked his muzzle with her foot, but he quickly stopped and immediately attacked the kid. The protagonist dodged and also recognized the speed of this demon, after which he immediately moved towards Ye Chen. Finally, that little bastard, I'm gonna feel that pain. But who would have thought that with this blow, he would defeat the demon? The dragon elephant technique purifies flesh, sinews, and bones. The little guy was able to awaken it in 3 days. Pang Yun didn't understand the 1,000-fold power of the strike. Ye Chen recognized that it was dangerous. The girl reported to Her Highness that General Mo Yi was having a feast in 3 days to celebrate Chen's birthday. She was sent here to invite her to the reception. General Mo has watched over the princess since she was born. As a princess, she should pay homage to him. But the truth of the matter is that the general was well-mannered and noble. But his son was not. He didn't expect General Mo Yi to have a son at all. Could it really be the self-proclaimed king of Silver City, Prince Tian Yi? 3 days later at the princess palace. She still can't stop thinking about him since he's been like this. But this guy just dressed up so nicely and changed his hair. He asked how Her Highness walked like that all the time, especially with feeling like she had something on her face. She told him to try not to think about it, but they won't let him in there with a gun. True. His dragon elephant technique is 1,000 times better than any weapon. Molan said the boyfriend and Pang Yun will accompany the princess. The sky dog didn't like that cheeky kitty taking his place. The princess herself is in town, and it's worth looking at that guard. He's the prettiest, just a little silly. They arrived at the general's house. The man lent to the young general that the lady had arrived. The young general Van Tian Yi, who is the son of General Van Men, is single. Tian asked the man how everything was going. The man replied that there was no need to worry because Tian had arranged everything. This girl is definitely going to be his today. They heard someone's laughter. He ran up to Sister Qinshi saying that she must have missed him. But his hand was stopped. It was Ye Chen. He didn't understand who this person was, or how an ordinary guardian could have such power. Good dog, don't stand in the road. Like this lowlife doesn't even know it. Let him kneel down and beg for mercy. The princess explained that he was the one who should be kneeling, not her guard. And how dare he even call her by her name? He asked Her Highness, how dare the wretched mortals behave like a wild dog? And when they finally saw the general himself, they should hit the floor with their foreheads. This kind of expression Ye Chenyu clearly didn't like. Tianan asked, how dare he even look at him like that? It was a mongrel that needed to be trained properly. The guards drew their weapons and also attacked him, but his sword was broken against the main character's body. The guard wondered who this guy even was, that even the rest of his sword didn't damage him. Now pulling and recognized that this mortal was very strong. This little guy has really come a long way. The princess asked how dare Wang Tian and ordered her guard to be killed. He noticed the girl was getting angry. The man explained that the young gentleman had been straightforward since childhood, so he asked to be forgiven for this sin. You'd better Wan Tan and behave yourself. This is the general's house, not a place where he can do as he pleases. It's his father's birthday today, and he behaved terribly. The feast would start soon, so he asked Her Highness to pass. At the same time, he exchanged a glance with his assistant. He asked these gentlemen to go to the living room and wait for the celebration to begin. Chen wanted to be next to the princess. Pang Yun explained that men and women sit separately. The women go to the backyard, and they go to the main hall. Meanwhile, the girl was playing with her heavenly dog, whose name is Xiaopai. The golden lion asked if he could definitely protect the princess. The celestial dog replied that who could be more dangerous than the golden lion, given its age of 10,000 years. He would deal with the snarling mongrel later. In the meantime, the two men did not even suspect anything. After all, what could happen to them in the general's house? Living room. Ye Chenyu wondered what was on Ye Tiantian's mind. The girl guessed it wasn't the backyard. Suddenly, she was pushed inside and closed. She didn't realize what this place was and saw that Xiaopai wasn't with her. After which, the girl noticed Wang Tianyi, who wanted to do something. Tian Wai explained that he only wanted to talk about his feelings with his sister Qin Shi. The girl declared that if he crossed the border, she would tell his father to carve Tianyi's scalp. But in fact, after that, the emperor would only marry them faster. Qin Shi shouted for someone to help her. Suddenly a strong wind blew from somewhere. He shouted to keep the bad old man from doing good things. It was a celestial dog of its true form. The man didn't understand what the hell this was all about at all. Qin Shi wondered if he was here to save her. The sky dog told the princess to climb on his back. At the shouts of the pull, and other people came running. They clearly didn't expect to see such a creature here. The sky dog informed the nameless bugs that an ancient mythical beast had appeared. After which he struck that bastard animal, even though he was a human being. He covered his eye with his hand and ordered them to be captured. He spotted the princess and informed his brother Pang that she was in trouble. There were guards around the heavenly dog. The protagonist was ready to strike when he was suddenly stopped by the princess and told to climb up. Tian, and also climb to the roof of the building. Pang Yun was on the tail of the sky dog. He asked to slow down a bit, otherwise he was about to fall. Every step the celestial dog took was accompanied by destruction. If pulling and not repaying these humiliations, then he will not be worthy to be called a man. Princess House. Mo Lao asked what had happened to them. After which, the celestial dog took its cute animal form. Meanwhile, the protagonist asked for a healer to come here. Inside the palace, the old man was informed that Wang Tian had dared to harm Her Highness the Princess. It was now known that someone had a grudge against the princess, and that someone was ruling from the shadows. And it definitely has to do with Qian pulling. Ye Chen asked the doctor if the princess was all right. He explained that it was just a minor scare, but that Her Highness was in no danger. Meanwhile, the princess woke up and he asked about her well-being. Qin Shi replied that she was fine, and immediately asked where her Xiaopai was. The sky dog ran up to the princess and she guessed that he was the giant beast. Mo Lao explained that Xiaopai was a Tengu beast, and he would be its guardian for the rest of his life. He thought that there was something inexplicable about this Xiaopai after all. He is a mythical animal. Then it is possible that this cat is a similarly mythical animal. The kitten tried with all her might to shimmy over to the cute animal. In fact, only the heavenly dog knows how old the golden lion is here. He didn't understand if everything that had happened up to this point was somehow connected. The old man replied that Ye Chen was too young to worry about such things. When the time comes, he will understand everything himself. This scoundrel, whose name is Tianyi, was flirting with the princess. So she wondered if he wasn't afraid of retribution at all. To this day, the emperor held the direction in his hands. Wang Tian, and decided to team up with the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. And the old general Wang Meng was the right hand of the emperor and had 200,000 soldiers under his command. True, he is now seriously ill and can't even say a word out of impotence. In order to retain power, the emperor will be forced to marry Her Highness the Princess to Wang Tianyi. Ye Chen couldn't believe that the emperor really agreed with this. After all, this foolish boy doesn't realize that in the emperor's house, one almost never marries for love. They're in a difficult position now, so they'd better not cross paths. In that case, they'd better go somewhere private. They think Purple Sword Mountain will do for a while. The first kendo school of the mountains and seas is located there. This time they're operating covertly, so the only guards here are these two. And in the mountains of multi-series predators, so Pang Yun must be on guard. But the man thought it was the other way around. Well introduced, will finally be able to try his new trick. Suddenly, they all felt that a huge demon with monstrous strength was approaching. But even the mythical creatures knew he wasn't that strong. It was a demonic boar. All of these are evil beasts. Then they must have entered the demonic boar territory with the strength of a raccoon. Pang Yun didn't understand what the raccoon power had to do with it at all. He thought it was just a wild pig with long claws, which meant they didn't even have anything to be afraid of. It was noticeable that this man had never been in the mountains, where there are 2 wolves and 3 tigers per boar. A boar with raccoon claws is not easy to defeat. Added to that is a thick hide, high speed, and good strength. All those who crossed the border of its possession never said it was easy. The golden lion and the celestial dog thought it would be too easy to defeat him. And this boar is a walking kebab. Suddenly they could smell that horrible odor from that monster. Afterward, it was seen that he really does have the abilities of a raccoon. The boar raccoon is a beast that holds the entire mountain in awe. Its 4 paws have claws and its jaws have saw-like teeth. Suddenly, this bridge launch moved towards them to attack. It was now clear that his speed was too fast. The main character's attack did nothing, so Mololo came into play, as well as Pang Yun. Pang Yun saw that his skin was even thicker than Ye Chen's body, but he was determined to find this monster's weak spot. Whereupon the boar became enraged. The others also noticed it. He began to run at them to launch another attack. Ye Chen immediately turned to the princess, telling her to be careful. After which, he said, "Mo Lao and Pang to protect her highness," while the guy would distract that monster on himself. He leaped at the creature, engaging the dragon-elephant technique. But this boar just flipped him off. That boar is crazy. Even the dragon-elephant technique didn't do anything to him. The mythical creatures didn't understand why the guy was taking so long with him. Pang Yun asked Xiao Pai if he could release his aura for a few seconds. The aura could throw this pig 18,000 miles away. The sky wolf could scare him to death if it showed up. But then the golden lion intervened, telling the boy to train. Ye Chen wanted to use his other technique, but that boar threw him off again. He needs to come up with something right away. The princess explained that the guy was using the power rashly. He should try to purify the yuan power and then use strategy. With its power, it will be able to absorb the yuan. After which, he began to get closer to the boar. Qin Shi shouted for him to be careful with his use of strength skills, and the main character wanted to go all out. He started throwing a lot of punches with his fists. Yuan's strength was already at its limit. After which, the guy decided to use the absorbing sky skill. Yi Chen thinks it was definitely worth the time spent. Pang Yun joked that it was his little brother on the spit. He also mentioned that the princess never ceases to amaze, and wondered how she had found a breach in his defenses so quickly. She explained that the law of heaven and earth would never change. She had read about it in the Kunlun's book room. It wasn't an easy battle, but he feels like he's been reborn. The old man also recognized that this battle had definitely helped the kid. But next time he should be more focused and think with his head. Pang Yun thought about how this little bastard was just lucky. The golden lion remarked that for some reason lately he had this premonition, as if the low world might open up again. The sky dog asked why he thought that. The lion explained that he had tried several times in this 1,000 years, and all he had encountered up to this point were small battles, but this was the first time. In fact, the heavenly dog first woke up when Emperor Yu was killed by Xianglu. Suddenly they saw the blood moon. This was already the 3rd blood moon this year. The golden lion has seen more blood moons this year than in the last 100 years. Heaven and earth are changing. Maybe this time luck will smile on them and they can stop the stealing of lives. The next day, he asked the princess what the Purple Sword Mountain was. He was surprised this guy didn't even know about it. Pang Yun agreed to tell in the event that Ichen would beg him. Ye Chen humbled himself and said that he was begging him. Pang Yun counted it as 3 points in his favor. Purple Sword Mountain is the first kendo school. Nobles of famous families come here. The current owner of the mountain is a person who is Uncle Wu's vassal, namely the purple sword god Xiao Chan Qin. She hadn't seen her uncle in a long time. Liver inquired about the purple sword god, and he said that this person could create hundreds of swords, and the rest was difficult to explain in words. Suddenly something started flying at him. He jumped up and grabbed what was flying at him. Then he landed on the ground. Ye Chen inquired as to the identity of the person who was attacking them. It was a person who knew the princess, for he had said hello to her, namely a cousin. His name is Xiao Yu Cheng, who is the 2nd master of the Purple Sword Mountain. She has no concentration. Ye Chen noticed that there was only a flower in his hand. Yu Chen assumed that something must have happened since she had come here. Pang Yun was busy observing the main character's behavior. He noticed that this guard wasn't from the imperial palace since he didn't understand the value of gifts. How dare you even touch the flower he sent to his sister? The girl explained that A Chen was her guardian. He didn't know who Yu Chen was, so she asked him not to blame him for it. The poor boy doesn't even have an opinion, because the princess speaks for him. He even asked his sister if this guy was deaf and dumb. Qin Shi started hitting him and didn't understand what he was saying. The celestial dog thought that an enemy had appeared on the love horizon. But the golden lion replied that it was rather an oil lamp, that is, a seed of discord. He suggested we go upstairs. Afterward, he remembered that he had brought a few more beads with him. A mirror bead is a spiritual artifact of high rank. The artifact is used to protect and transport a person. Chen asked the younger one if he knew what it was. Chen replied that he did not. He explained that it was a teleportation bead, a very precious thing, and he doesn't think this guy will ever be able to afford one in his life. And it seems like she can't teleport everyone. Qin stated that the cousin did it on purpose. She asked not to be angry with him, and also informed him that they would be waiting for the kid on the mountain. Chen wanted to show his sister when they got to the mountain, the village of Purple Sword Mountain. Without mirror beads, they'll have to step up on their own. Chen inquired why they couldn't go up with a single bead. He explained that this artifact had a certain limit, and if they were exceeded, it would become useless. Therefore, Pong Yun suggested to go up at once before it got dark. They left together because it would be more fun that way. Lastly, Chen asked the younger one if he knew the difference between the two. A man born to crawl cannot fly. If she hears that again, that guy's going to get a bad rap from the princess. Even Mo Lao realized that there was a big difference between the two. Chen didn't like the princess going there either. But they should go. After all, this fatty would need a whole day to climb the mountain. Pang Yun didn't understand why this always happened to him. The heavenly dog asked the golden lion whether Chen had a blessing or a curse. But the kitten replied to let him think for himself. If the golden lion were not stronger, the sky dog would send him far away. But in fact, the golden lion himself doesn't know. However, even he is pissed off by this Xiao Yu Chen. Heavenly Dog admitted that he was still a pain in the ass. After this conversation, Chen sneered. Imperial Army Hill. He remembered that sister wanted to see this beautiful landscape someday. The girl thought she was like being in a dream. He even felt a little sorry that Chen wouldn't be able to see him, considering it would take forever for him to climb up here. The princess and the old man thought about the moves that had passed. He was still just as annoying. But suddenly they saw how the two were able to quickly climb up with the help of the sky dog. From here, they could see the whole scenery perfectly. Pang Yun didn't think Xiao Pai was so fast. Chen didn't understand what kind of giant dog this was. The girl wanted to also go up to them, as she was already bored of walking around with this guy. Chen replied to his sister that it was dangerous. Qin Shi remarked that it was fine, because Chen was able to protect her. He couldn't even resist when he touched her hand. The old man thought only of the fact that children grow up very quickly. Her Highness should stick to him. Pang Yun turned away to avoid looking at them. Xiao Pai also told them to hold on tight. Pang Yun was clearly not used to riding a sky dog at such a high altitude. Chen thought that this beast was evil. Mo Lao said not to take it to heart. The guy asked the old man if he was just going to stand there and watch. Chen doesn't even know what he's doing. He replied that this boy had great potential. In time, Chen would realize everything himself. He then remembered that there seemed to be another guard there, and wondered what he could do with him. East family home. The head of the family asked if Chen Tian had been able to get the legendary worms, since there was still a month and a half left before the duel. He replied that his father could care less. It was quite rare, but thanks to the prince, it didn't cost much. He saw the bamboo mold on his son's chest, and realized that the boy had already found him. Chen Tian only said to look carefully. That heartworm was there. There's a female and a male heartworm. If you put them side by side, they become one. Sun did a good job today after all. With their help, they'll be able to control her. Yeling's room. She kept remembering her father's words that no one should use it. She knew that Chen Tian wanted to control her with heartworms, and she simply couldn't let that happen. If she remembered correctly, the poison shouldn't harm her. So she decided to take a chance. Heaven's dog is tired like a dog. The golden lion reminded them that God had given them a restriction, and now the celestial dog must understand why the kitten is in great shape. Still, this teleportation is much more boring than flying with Xiao Pai. The old man said Opang Yunkang to watch his tongue. The man replied that he was just saying what he was thinking. Chen clearly didn't like this pathetic mortal's conversation. It seemed a little colder to him. He asked his sister to follow him, but the girl pulled away from his touch and said she would go with a Cheng. Purple Sword Mountain Village is a sacred place, so they should seize the opportunity. The guy called the girl Her Highness Qin Shi and asked her to relax. Chen also noticed that this guy had just called her by her first name. He's not done with this Chan yet, so told them to stop and explained that there was a rule on this mountain. Everyone who climbed it must receive martial arts counseling. He didn't even mind fighting a Chen and offered to start the duel. The old man knew that this boy had loved the princess since he was a child. She asked her cousin when this rule was introduced on the mountain. She asked her cousin when the mountain had made such a rule. Chen replied that he just wanted to help him learn martial arts. If his martial arts were not perfect, how would he be able to protect the princess and himself? This guy's been hooked on him ever since he saw him. He can't hide forever. Chen asked again if he accepted the challenge. The boy was ready to show what it meant to wield a sword. He asked Her Highness the princess not to worry, for he would be able to handle everything. He asked to be trained. She thought she was going to pay for everything now. Pang Yun wondered what the asshole was trying to accomplish. But it's hard to say now. A person who trained in the art of sword is usually stronger than someone who trained in fist fighting. And for Chen, it was tantamount to fighting God. He reckoned that that person's higher Chenya was already 3 steps higher. The first to decide to attack was Chen. The protagonist prepared to block this sword, after which his sword was destroyed. He didn't understand at all how flesh could withstand the impact of sharpened steel. Even though he was a swordsman, he really thought that he was so simple. But he had another sword with which he attacked the protagonist. The princess shouted out his name out of concern. Chen kept advancing. Since he continues his offensive, then let him not blame. And then the protagonist if he gets maimed. Suddenly, someone knocked the weapon out of his hands. This was Xiao Yushan, who was the young lord of the Purple Sword Mountain village, Xiao Yuchen's brother. Guests came to visit them, and Chen met them with a fight. This is not in accordance with etiquette. Chen explained that he had just had a conversation with him. In response, Chen asked how the ball art could be used for martial arts counseling. He asked him if he was all right. The princess was also worried about him. His wound was beginning to heal. The protagonist replied that everything is fine, and this wound is shallow. It will heal before the wedding. Still, the dragon elephant's strength is a very good help. This guy was able to withstand such a blow with only a small scratch. He's young, but he's strong. The sky dog remarked that Chen was thick-skinned even in such a way. The golden lion replied that there wasn't even 10% of the dragon elephant technique here. Molao and Pang Yun greeted him. Chen hadn't seen them for a long time either. Afterward, the kid asked the princess who the young man was. Chen introduced himself as a guard of Her Highness the Princess. Then Chen guessed that he was the son of Qin Yun. Molao replied his hunch returned. The young master if eyes, unlike some. Chen thought that the Ye family of Qin Yun was no different from the others. Yushan had observed that the Ye family, just like the Xiao family, had thousands of years of martial arts practice under their belt. The Yi family is in decline, but this kid has a lot of potential. When he was 10 years old, his father was able to break through to the realm of God. These words made the protagonist think about his father. House E. There the father and sister watched the boy practice. Chenyu was 7 years old at the time. Yeling was also 7 years old at the time. She thought her daddy was strange. After all, he wouldn't let her practice martial arts just because she was a girl. Qin Yun replied that daddy was afraid that she would be more careless than this guy. The girl did not seem to understand the meaning of his words. So the man replied that she would understand everything when she grew up. Chen asked his older brother why she had interceded for Togo the mortal. If Yushan didn't do that, then Chen could cripple him. But if it wasn't for his older brother, he would have been able to teach Togo an asshole a lesson. Chen doesn't even know what happened in the Yi family house. If the sources are to be believed, they are the best of this village. The older brother, just like their father. Yushan replied to have the imperial soldier Chen create a new sword for himself on the hill tomorrow. The next day, Chen turned the main character's attention to this stone sword. Chen didn't know what he should expect from this guy anymore. Yin then offered to look at the artifact. But the protagonist didn't understand what the artifact was. The princess explained that the mountain of imperial soldiers was a weapon used by the ancient emperor Xian Daiyu. They must not miss the chance to see it. After all, the princess senses that something unusual is there. Pang Yun also wanted to look at this artifact. Chen wanted to see his sword-wielding skills. At the foot of the mountain, Chen asked if this was the artifact. According to legend, during the reign of Emperor Yusan, the imperial soldiers turned into the Great Sword of the South. The Purple Sword Mountain village was the first of all the villages built around the sword. Suddenly he heard some incomprehensible sound. Chen pushed Chen and recognized that Sis knew quite a bit. Sword parts are scattered all over the mountain, and energy emanates from the ancient sword. The ancestors of the Xiao family created the art of sword-wielding here. Thousands of years had passed since the founding of the Purple Sword Village. The Ye family is nothing compared to that. She noticed that the cousin was at it again. So she threatened that if he started again, she would not talk to him. After all, He just let the protagonist see the foot of the purple sword mountain. Yun wouldn't behave so low, and this guy was definitely not his descendant. He showed that if you put enough energy into a sword, you can create a new one. Let him watch carefully. He began to pour his energy into it. Mo Lao didn't think that after so many years, he would be able to see how a sword was created. After which he drew his sword from its sheath. This sword is good, so he decided to test it out. The purpose of a sword is to make its owner a kendo master. Heavenly Dog noticed that this skill wasn't bad. That was just how he with his karma would be able to become a teacher. After that, he would ask Crum Lo if he was listening to him. He mentioned that it was the same sword that Emperor Yu had carved Xian Liu, nor did he understand what had happened to the boy. He didn't understand why his whole head felt like it was splitting. Here, he showed them a way to create a sword that matches the spiritual image of the wielders. He didn't see any reaction from him and just started to get angry that he had only stood there for a while and didn't even look in his direction. So the sword contains the essence of the creator. He decided to try it too, but nothing happened. He couldn't believe this was it. It had been so many years, and this brother hadn't changed a bit. Chen laughed. Pang Yun asked what he meant. The man replied that it meant that a man wouldn't be able to afford such a pleasure as a sword master. After that, the old man decided to take the man with him. Chen noticed that Mo Lao was disappointed, but the princess replied that it was all right, for he was a kind man. The man inquired why the old man had brought him here. He began to say that the Pang family was one of the few that had survived the Great War, a massacre that lasted over a year and no family escaped it. When blood pours in rivers, the pain goes away. It was impossible to see such a clear blue sky back then. Mo Lao asked the man what he expected to accomplish. The man asked if he was seriously asking this now. The old man insisted he answer. Pang Yun wished to become the head of the family and see its former greatness once again. He must remember that he has a heavy burden to carry, namely to revive the Pang family and not let history forget it. They must do it this time. When will he be able to receive ancestral recognition, and when will his dream of reviving his family be fulfilled? The dagger is the family weapon of the Pang clan. Those with ancestral blood can become the strongest if they wish. Chen suggested that the protagonist should try it too, but their attention was focused on the Pang brother. The closer he got to the sword, the more his chest rumbled. This giant sword started to get more expensive, but then stopped after a while. The kid didn't understand what was going on either and why he suddenly started shaking and then stopped. Chen didn't even expect this guy to be a rich man. Really, with such brute strength, he would crush the sword in his hands, and he would never become a sword master after all. Even Yu Shan noticed the sword and trembled. Zhao Chanqin, who was the owner of the Purple Sword Mountain, did not understand what those sounds were. The giant sword began to move again. Yu Shan decided to fly over to the sword to check the situation. The sword just stood there for thousands of years, and today it decided to wake up. What happened? After which, he flew to the others. His attention was immediately drawn to this strange kitten. He asked Mo Lao if he might know the reason for the recent incidents, but he only shook his head. Chen replied that it was obviously because of him. Yu Shan obviously didn't believe him. Afterward, he asked his brother when the first time he had touched that sword was. This happened when Yu was 3 years old. He asked his older brother what he meant. Doesn't it embarrass him at all that nothing has happened in the last 10 years? In all that time, no reaction. After all, his little brother thinks too highly of himself. Chen assumed that it wasn't because of him, but he couldn't even imagine that it could be because of a trash who didn't even have a sword. Chen only remained silent. Yu Shan replied that if there was one more prank on his part, Xiao Chen would go under house arrest, and so the sword started to get expensive again. Suddenly, an inscription appeared on the sword. The Emperor is gone from this world, and chaos will consume everything here. After which, that sword lifted off the ground and began to float. The huge rock turned into a small sword, and that sword started flying towards them. Chen felt that only he was worthy of wielding this sword. But the sword just flew past him, and he stopped in front of Chen. Yu Shan thought, is it really the youngest of the Ye family who awakened the sword? It seemed to the protagonist that this sword was calling to him. Chen also witnessed as the sword began to float and flew into the young youth's hands. Chen couldn't believe it at all. After so many years, the sword Yui seems to have recognized the protagonist as its master. Even though it's close by, you want to hold it in your hands. Chen wanted to take the great sword of Yu for himself, but something pushed him away. Yu Shan immediately approached Chen and asked how he was. From behind them came their father, who called Chen a non-entity. The brothers didn't understand why their father had returned so early. He got close to the ball, but still stopped before picking it up. The sword has just chosen a master, so it can't be touched for now. He asked the young man if he was feeling well. Chen replied as the strange feeling disappeared. He asked this junior to show the spirit of the emperor, if he could do so. Yushan inquired of his father as to what was going on. But the protagonist didn't understand how to do it at all, so she handed the sword to Chen. But that sword didn't react in any way. The man said, "Now try him now." The sword energy enveloped him. But Chen thought it was strange that for some reason nothing was happening. Therefore, he asked Yushan and Mo Lao if anything strange happened when the sword appeared. The old man remained silent, and the boy replied that there were only 8 hieroglyphics written on the sword. The emperor is gone from this world. Chaos is preparing to consume everything. Now he too was realizing that the predictions were coming true. The mythical creatures only glanced amongst themselves. He invited this junior to follow him. The door slammed shut, and he didn't understand why they were here alone. Yushan explained to the others that it was better for them to be outside right now. The princess asked her cousin what her uncle wanted to do with a Chen. He didn't know himself, and asked his father if something so grandiose had happened. Mo Lao advised the princess to wait outside, and he also assured that Chen would be fine. They were sitting at a table in the courtyard, and meanwhile, Chen didn't understand why sister cared so much for him. The Golden Lion asked Xiao Pai what he thought about Xiao Yuqing. The Sky Wolf replied that he thought this guy didn't get punched in the face enough. He knew that this junior's name was Chen, and his family Ye from Qinyun City. Therefore, the protagonist wondered if he knew about his family. The Ye family and the Purple Sword Mountain have quite strong ties since ancient times. He also asked if the father of this boy was a man named Ye Qin Yun. Chen asked if the master knew his father. As it turns out, this man and the protagonist's father practiced the same martial art. Ye Chen's father was a man with a great sense of justice. He wanted the boy to climb the Purple Ball Mountain. Now that the man thinks about it, he begins to understand. He offered the protagonist to become part of the Purple Sword Mountain. He didn't even know that was possible. After which they walked out. Qin informed Yushan that from now on, Chen is his disciple. Therefore, Yushan should help him to settle in. But Chen doesn't have any talent for swordsmanship. It's just a waste of time. He reminded the little bastard that he was his cousin. A new expression was soldering on the Sky Dog's muzzle. This boy's really lucky. He just got here and he's already a student. Mo Lao said that from tomorrow, Pang Yun would be working with him, so he should stop being lazy. The practitioner's retreat. It is here and now that Chen's training begins. Kendo practice consists of controlling the heartbeat. He must feel the movement of his sword with his heart, creating a connection through his fingers. Kendo is not just about beautiful moves. Wielding a sword is an art. The sword is not in his hand, but in his heart. Even with all the kid's talent, the old man can still beat him. With a single move, Qin threw the sword out of Chen's hands. Every artifact has the ability to memorize its owner. If Chen really is its owner, then why not summon the sword here? He didn't even think it was possible, because it's very high up here. If you want it bad enough, you can do a lot of things. The old man decided to ask someone to bring them food. The Sky Dog noticed that the little boy was not going to come down from the cliff. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion did not want to talk to the stupid dog. Even half an hour later, he didn't understand why the sword wasn't being answered. How it should be summoned, after all. He told the great sword Yui to appear before him, but there was no response. Even the mythical creatures didn't know when this guy would finally advance. Meanwhile, a man was coming up with a basket containing food. He noticed a third brother who had been forbidden to come here. Chen said to give the food away, and he would pretend he didn't see this guy. The other one should do the same. But the man was not even in a hurry to give the food back, and asked the third brother not to get angry. But he was clearly not satisfied with that answer. He still handed over the basket, saying that the master wouldn't let him fight with second brother. He also didn't see Chen here, after which he kicked the man. He could finally feel the energy of the sword. The protagonist even noticed the hilt. He almost drew his sword. Well, someone called out to him, causing the sword to go down again. It was that annoying person. Chen asked what he was doing here. The basket of food fell from his hands. He wanted to see with his own eyes what his father found in Chen, and recognized that he was worthy of training under Qin. He struck him with his sword, but he successfully dodged. But the protagonist had no intention of fighting him. Chen wondered if he couldn't even look at him. In response, Chen asked what he had against him. The man didn't like that sister, Mo Lao, and now also his father were looking at him. He hated the protagonist. So he challenged the kid to a one-on-one fight tonight. Let him pull out his big sword, Yui. But he and third brother can't really fight right now. He doesn't even know that Chen needs more time to draw his sword. but he assumed that the protagonist had not yet learned how to wield a sword. It was Ye Chen's fault for treating him so superficially. He said and attacked stealthily. He asked Zhao Yu Chen not to force him to do this. If he wasn't afraid of injuring Qin Shi's heart, Ye Chen would turn it into a bloody mess. But he doesn't listen to him at all. Yu Chen thinks that this loser shouldn't even dare to say any words. Yu Chen struck him again. He mentally told the sword to go back immediately. The boy hoped it would answer that call. Yu Chen declared that he was no longer the master of the Yu sword, after which the protagonist ducked. He stated that it was taking too long and he would not play around with Xiao Yu Cheng. If it continues like this, he is not a survivor. But one must summon the sword Yu sooner rather than later. Therefore, he decided to use the dragon elephant technique, but Yu Chen was behind him, after which he interpreted the protagonist with words about being too slow. Because of this attack, Ye Chen started to fall straight down, but Yu Chen didn't want that either. It was a mistake not to calculate his strength. He immediately recalled the image of his sister. His family home. From Yeling's condition, one could tell that she wasn't feeling well either. Scales began to appear on her arms, whereupon she opened her eyes. He can't die like this, for the sister is still waiting for him. After that, it was as if he woke up and started summoning his sword again. Family home. Eileen's room. Ye Qiantian burst into her room. The girl inquired what he wanted. He thought he heard some sounds. He thought he heard something. He mentioned that it would be better for the girl to do without pampering, and then he would let Ye Chenyu die and be buried, but she declared that it wouldn't happen. The girl thought about the fact that the only one who would die here was Qiantian. Practitioner's Utes, Yu Chen shouted the name of Chen, but there was silence in response. No one has ever gone below the clouds, but Ye Chen never backed down. He immediately envisioned a picture of the main character hitting a rock and dying. If father finds out that Yu Chen killed this guy, he's definitely finished. He'll be killed too. After all, he had been told by Xiao Yu Chen not to mess with A Chen. And from his gaze, one could tell that the implications were of their finest. He clapped his hands, indicating that no one had seen him, except the man carrying the basket of food. But suddenly he heard Ye Chen's voice calling out to Yu Chen. Still, the guy was able to summon his sword. After that, he climbed his ass up the mountain. He clearly didn't expect to see the guy alive. In response, Ye Chen asked if he was disappointed that the main character didn't die. In that case, he should just kill him again. Yu Chen bared his sword and ducked down to launch an attack. Yu Chen attacks first, so Ye Chen's usual wreath. He used his strength with a punch estimated to be 1,000 kilograms. The protagonist was able to defend himself, but Yu Chen's sword was broken again. He threw out the rest of his ball. After which, Yu Chen admitted that this guy is the first person who made him use this technique. He summoned his sword here. Xiao Pak is a bloodthirsty sword. He wondered whose sword was better. Even if A Chen's skin is as thick as steel, Yu Chen was still thinking of cutting him into pieces. The protagonist wondered how much Xiao Yu Chen hated him to want to kill him in such a way. Ever since he climbed the mountain, everyone has been looking at him alone. That bastard disgusts him. Yu Chen didn't understand at all why this guy deserved special treatment for himself. Ye Chen began to defend himself against a multitude of punches. Yu Chen declared that if this guy dies, the sissy will only belong to him. Ye Chen started to explain that this guy never understood, and he doesn't even seem to know any other techniques besides this one. But the protagonist decided to just forget and act. Ye Chen's sword was pointed straight at Yu Chen, after which Yu Chen called him an idiot. This time he decided to use a different technique. The kid didn't understand at all how he got so many swords. Yu Chen, the one who is the second son, can create more than 10 swords. After which he called his opponent nothing more than a brat. One of the swords had wounded Ye Chen after all. He even seemed to brag that his sword had gotten a Chenya. But he dropped his sword, thinking to himself that he had had enough of this. He was able to draw that sword out of himself. Afterwards, he declared that Yu Chen was the first to cross the line. The protagonist used the Heaven Eater, thinking about the fact that sister is still waiting for him and there's no way he should die now. He grabbed Yu Chen by the throat, starting to absorb his energy. Yu Chen also felt that his strength was starting to gradually leave his body. Suddenly, the protagonist heard Qin Shi's voice behind his back. Others didn't understand what was going on. Yi Chen thought it was still not enough. But suddenly a golden lion struck him on the head. This caused the protagonist to let go of Yui Cheng, who fell down without strength. The princess took his hand, not realizing what was even wrong with him. The sky dog asked what was happening to A Chen. The golden lion explained that in any martial arts, those who chase fast development turn into demons. He thought again about how he needed just a little more energy, but suddenly he felt that this energy belonged to Qin Shi. Therefore, he stopped. The girl noticed that it was demon fire. She took his hand again and asked him to cleanse her heart, and also to wake up. He was even approached by Pang Yun as well as Molao. The girl began urging him to wake up, but it didn't help. And at that moment Pang Yun grabbed his arm. The man asked where the little guy he knew was. Is there a heart as pure as the ocean, as pure as the air heaven and earth worship it? He felt some kind of hellish pain, after which he was gradually able to regain his senses and saw Qin Shi. Now the celestial dog also understood why he had been awakened to protect this girl. The golden lion told him not to talk nonsense. He glanced towards Yu Chen and thought about the fact that this guy was just pretending. Chan Qin's attention was caught by these strange creatures. The girl inquired about his well-being. If not for her interference, the guy would have completely and dry Xiao Yu Cheng. Now he didn't even know how to make eye contact with his father now. Qin Shi told him not to worry, for she would take care of everything. Molao also looked at this guy. He wanted to report something to the Lord, but the Lord replied that it was all right. Pang Nan mentioned that the kid has a seductive problem, after all. He almost killed Yu Chen. Chan Qin sat down beside his son. He believed that it would benefit Xiao Yu Chen. The man had other plans for his son. He didn't need to hurt him at all. The protagonist wanted to explain himself, but the man said there was no need to say anything. Yu Chen finally realized that there were people behind the mountain who were walking in the sky. In this world, there will always be someone stronger than yourself. Tears appeared in Yu Cheng's eyes. The second mountain, which is on the edge of the continent. Yi Qiantian felt that there should be some result this time, because of which he ended up on the second mountain again. Some sort of black hand showed from the den. It was the hand that drew the man to it. Obviously, he was in for a bad fate, just like the others. This time, Qiantian had given away 100 people. Therefore, he wondered what he could get in return. That hand began to pull the guy to her. A hand touched his forehead, but he didn't understand at all what he wanted to do. After which this unknown being let him go, saying that the deal was done. The creature reported that it needed 1,000 souls every day. It's not even a small price to pay. This creature will give the boy gold for his souls. And when he's free, he'll do whatever he wants. Practitioner's utes. Meanwhile, the main character was diligently swinging his sword. And so he came to the point where he was failing again. He can't seem to use the power of the sword Yui. It was natural, for he had not fully awakened. Heavenly Dog asked in what way he meant that he had not fully awakened. This stupid dog doesn't even understand such a thing. The Sky Dog replied that he too is a beast, or is the Golden Lion blind. There's a scheduled bout in 3 months. He doesn't know anything about Kendo yet. Even the strength he had gotten from Xiao Yu Cheng had yet to transform. All he has to do is to utilize what he was able to learn from Qin Xin. Normalize your heartbeat, slow your breathing and close your lips. Direct the QI into the tribute Tian. The elephant dragon magic will be resisted, but one must endure it. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. To break through, he needs to strike the diagram with the power of qi and blood. The energy from only 3 key points will rush into the Dantian. Meanwhile, 2 people were already watching him. The princess didn't understand why this guy was so fit. The old man replied that the elephant dragon had awakened again and was intensifying week after week. With the strength he has, victory over Ye Qian pulling is no longer in question. Except Qin Shi doesn't know what he's going to do. Xiao Yu Chen. Yu Shan asked his father what was the matter. The man explained that the qi and blood were almost completely dried up. His yuan had suffered great damage. Yu Shan wondered if his brother would be able to use the sword in the future. But he hadn't even recovered yet, so how could they even talk about using the sword? He is, after all, the second who can use his sword so skillfully. If that happens, the guy will definitely not accept it. Father already told me not to mess with Yu Chen. It's a pity Yu Chen can't act like Yu Shan. Chan Qin also asked me to give the kid this when he wakes up. The Basis of the Body Hairpin. This book was not opened by Chan Qin. The Xiao family keeps it just in case. When there is too little qi, it becomes harder to practice. The man didn't even realize that he would use it today. House of Yi. Yiling read the mysteries of the continent of mountains and seas. Aoyagi, the 9 serpent bodies that devour the yuan. She didn't understand how that was possible at all. Qiantian approached her, whereupon the girl closed the book. She wondered what he needed from her again. The guy replied that he just came here to check on his sister, even though Yiling is trapped here. But she is becoming more and more handsome. She's really disgusted by that smile. She turned around to get out of here. He mentioned that this meeting is in 3 months. Also added that this girl is just being used, but he must also know himself that Qian pulling is being used, right? Purple Sword Mountain Village. The elephant dragon's magic is about to awaken. From 1 week to the next. The meeting will be in 3 months, so he thinks he has enough strength. If Tian is the person she is thinking of, this guy will not let Sen and his sister do whatever they want. She took his hand, telling the guy not to worry. Sis is on his side. Pang Yun burst in on them, informing them that there was trouble. Mo Lao wondered why he was shouting so much. He reported that General Lao Wan was dead, and 100,000 soldiers were at the mercy of the Holy Court. Now Wang Tian and commands the army. It would be good if the Sacred Court didn't start a war with other states. Chen inquired if the general didn't have at least some influence over the Holy Court. The general was so loyal to the emperor as his father, and his son had long been on good terms with the emperor's son. Namely, with the princess's brother. Wang Tian is also a coward. Therefore, it is unclear whether he will have the courage to lead the people to war. The old man also thinks that the Pull and the man with a small heart, who doesn't know how high the sky is and how dense the earth is. Only if he is ordered by the emperor will he go into battle. He realized that this person had a good relationship with the emperor. He can't let Qin Shi fall into his hands. The Sky Dog understood that this was war. If Zhu Yang comes out now, he will be very aggressive. Zhu Yan is a spiritual beast that was born on Mount Xiaoqi. It looks like a monkey and leaves behind barefoot footprints. It is comparable to an army of soldiers. Zhu Yang seems to be a subordinate of Aoyagi. The Golden Lion will recognize this one. If this guy shows up too, then chaos will sweep the mountains and seas. The border of the Holy Court. An army of 100,000 soldiers is in front of the Beirong. Vant tugged and asked His Highness to remember to fulfill his promises. The great prince ordered him to take the Beirong, and then the beautiful Qin Shi would be his. He went on the offensive. The main character was practicing his technique as usual. Yushan came to him. Chen asked his older brother what he was doing here. Chen hoped that this person didn't come here because of Xiao Yu Chen. After all, it was his own fault for what happened to him. He is already at the peak of the mystic realm, while the protagonist is only in the middle of it. Before his father left, he said to persuade the lad to practice wielding the sword. If Chen would not take up the sword, then what should Yushan say to his father? The one replied to his elder brother that he would go to Qinyun tomorrow. Yushan replied that if this guy was in such a hurry to succeed, then he should take the time to practice. Such grumbling made the protagonist wonder if this guy had ever met his father. But he kept telling him the importance of practicing. Qin Shi came to them and saw that the elder brother was lecturing again. They greeted the princess. The girl asked her older brother to remember to fulfill her request. Yushan said he would do it, right? A lot of things came up in the mountains, so he would be busy in the near future. Qinsei asked the couple if he was still worried about the upcoming fight. But he is not afraid of the rebound. The thing is, Qiantian can use his sneaky tricks, and his sister is still in Qiantian's hands. And the princess asked if he was only thinking about his sister. Does she mean absolutely nothing to him? Chen stopped and said that he was her guardian who would protect her until the end of time. Still, she agreed with what he said and asked him not to forget what he had just said. After which she ran away. The guy was determined not to lose this time. Family house, eh? She noticed that Chen Tian had come to her again. The girl had delayed this moment for so long, and it was time to respond. She called him a bastard. 3 months ago, he said that if a girl doesn't want to die, then she should do what he says. She saw 2 worms, and if you put them side by side, they become one. Yiling inquired that if she ate it, wouldn't Chen Tian touch Chen? He is his cousin, so he can kill him. So they both ate the worms. She mentioned to the one not to forget his words. Chen Tian told her not to worry. The guy thought she was stupid, and the girl thought he was an idiot. The day of his death is coming soon. The protagonist has indicated that he is ready for the fight. Yiling wished for the death of Chen Tian. Qin Yun. Yitan's son, who is the father of Qian. Tian asked if everything is ready. The boy replied to his father that there was no need to worry, as he would do everything in the best way. Ye Yuanjun, the second elder of the Ye family, asked if he was sure that Ye Linger was completely obeying him. He said he would keep her brother alive, and this girl believed it. Chen has been soft from early childhood, so the man doesn't think he can do anything about it. The third elder of the Ye family, Ye Yuan Tsan, replied that even though they were on the horse, he hoped that Qian Tian had advanced to the next level. The guy replied that there was no hurry. Ye Chen will look at him with his eyes wide open. Let the mortal know what despair is. They all laughed merrily. Another group of people were also watching them. Pang Yun wondered what they had prepared for them. The old man thought that this guy should be prepared. Any Chenu shouldn't be relaxed. Looks like those damn thieves are still holding on to their lucky ticket. All a guy has to do is fight, sparing no effort, and princess and sister will back him up. He wanted to answer her something and called her Highness Qin Shi. But the girl interrupted him and said that when he won, she didn't want to hear that Your Highness anymore. The man then announced with punches that it was time for the fight to begin. Qian noticed that quite some time had passed and the cousin had become stronger. Chen told him to stop talking nonsense and tell him where his sister was. But you guys don't have to worry, because she's right over there. There were two people there. One of them was his sister. She wanted to move closer, but the man stopped her. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushan was sitting in ambush and saw that very same Chen's sister. They were both at the middle level of magical transformation. This guy was able to bridge the difference between the two in just 3 months. It was good that Mo Lao gave the elephant dragon magic. Without it, the guy wouldn't have been able to get off his knees. Now they're on the same level and it's time to end this pointless conversation. But Chen Tian asked him to wait for a while. After which he took out the 9th golden pill. Chen should know what it is. He doesn't think the princess has the same pill. And he doesn't have to take it either. He ate it and began to increase his strength. After which, his strength increased to a superior magic transformation. In an instant, he was able to reach the boundary. The old man recognized the instant transformation pill. It seems to be the emperor's item. Even she doesn't have such valuable items at home. If it's about the Yi family, does the prince really wish for it? Chen Tian was at the peak of magical transformation. The head of the family noticed that his son had climbed 2 stages in a row, so he hoped he would be okay. This is what high society is all about. Chen Tian has a very good relationship with the prince. They thought it was like meat on a cutting board. So let the kids have their fun. Chen Tian was now much taller than Chen. He thought that this could intimidate his opponent. He felt uncomfortable that his cousin had jumped 2 steps. But this guy wasn't surprised at all. Chen still has time to lose, so it's better for him to surrender now. And then Chen Tian will allow the protagonist to talk to his beloved sister before he dies. But here it's not yet clear who's going to die. After all, he had practiced Dragon Elephant for 5 weeks, so he was determined to finish off Chen Tian. Pang Yun asked what Chen would do now that this idiot had gone up 2 borders. The Sky Dog thought that it was somehow weak. The Golden Lion lost all interest. He was already mentally thinking of her as a corpse. And now he's decided to show his true strength. They'll still see if he wants to do something about his peak magical transformation. And he used a technique called Ice Death. To defend himself, the protagonist used the Elephant Dragon Barrier. Chen Tian's ice technique had been destroyed. This time, the guy didn't even have to dodge to survive his icy death. The protagonist replied that Chen Tian wouldn't do anything about it and would have to use another technique. This time he decided to use the ice needle, after which he pointed that icy needle straight at him. The protagonist believed that nothing more offensive had changed from his past technique. Using his fist, he began to shatter the ice needle. Chen asked Chen Tian if he was seriously calling it an ice needle. He should have been able to see its size, or if he had problems with his eyesight. But the show is just getting started. Ice turns to rain. He was surrounded by needles that would cause him to not even have time to hide. All those needles staggered him. He felt the needles digging into his veins. Chen Tian asked how it felt to lose one's strength. The number of his ice needles is equal to 1,000. There's no escaping them. After hitting the target, they seal its meridians. This seems to be the moment when his body can't even move. Ice Needle is the highest level of mastery of the frost arts. Therefore, it's unclear how Chen is still breathing. He's still too young. By sealing the power of the wand, everything is simplified to a minimum. Pang Yun asked the old man if Yuan Cheng was sealed. But the old man replied that he had only frostbite and not to worry. The ice just needs to be melted. But there would be too much water, which the Golden Lion didn't like. He began to melt the ice. Yeshian must know something. The guy asked, and what is there that he should know such a thing? What he should know is that he thinks too much of himself. Qian didn't understand at all how this guy could use Yuan power when his meridians were sealed. Concentrating Qi was hard, so he even told him, thank you for that. He used ice for a layer. Now it was the protagonist's turn to attack. Elephant Dragon Magic. He didn't understand at all how it was possible for this trash to break the ice barrier in just one hit. This strike was so strong that it threw Chen Tian out of the arena. The elders also didn't understand how this lowlife could defeat someone who was 2 whole stages higher. It looked like he had prepared very well, that since he had even studied dragon elephant magic. So much harm from one lowlife. The head of the family will have to rethink his views. Chen Tian didn't understand how he was able to reach this level in just 3 months. Pang Yun shouted for the protagonist to finish off his opponent. Those months were not wasted. Now Ye Tian is not even close to Ye Chen. The guy decided to finally kill Chen Tian. But the man asked to stop and asked if he really wanted his sister to die. This question caused Ye Chen's fist to stop right in front of his face. Yi Cheng inquired about what he had just said. Xian Tian told him to pay attention to his sister. Yushan didn't understand why she started coughing up blood either. After all, no one was doing anything about it. He took Qian Tian by the collar, saying that this bastard dared to hurt his sister. But the cousin replied that it was not his fault, but Ye Chen's. He must have heard about the heartworm, right? The protagonist let go of his clothes. Qian Tian now, and it is bound together. Ye Chen hurt his feelings, because he even dared to hit him. So now Ye Chen will not live. The protagonist asked what the bastard had done to his sister. Ye Chen should thank Qian Tian for getting in this guy's way. His sister is now dying in agony because of him. Let them keep beating him. The protagonist didn't understand how he dared to act so meanly, covering himself with his relatives. Qian Tian was determined not to get anyone back to him, and so he inquired if the guy wanted to move on to the second round. All that could be heard from him was a single laugh. Qin Shi didn't understand what was going on in this damn family, that they were raising such bastards. Pang Yun noticed that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Mo Lao apologized to the guy for not being able to help in any way. Now the princess also realized that Ye Qian Tian would beat him to death. She did not foresee this outcome. She also asked her older cousin what he was doing now. That's an inhumane way to kill someone, and used on a fragile and weak girl. It's impossible to justify it. He brings too much suffering. Qian Tian realized that he wouldn't be able to do that now. Therefore, it was time to end it. He engaged the spinning ice blade, after which he jumped off the ground to attack Chenya as well. Ye Chen erected a hurricane elephant dragon shield around him. Chen Tian's spinning ice blade was shattered once again. But he had a new ice blade in his hand, and the guy wanted to see how long that shield would last. He began to attack with a multitude of spinning ice blades. They were successfully destroyed. But if it continues like this, its yuan will quickly run out. Qian Tian's situation was no better, for his yuan had almost run out. He couldn't even touch it because of the turtle shell. His father threw down his sword, saying that the battle would go faster with this weapon. He immediately recognized the ice sword he had caught. The Yi family's ice sword was forged from a stone that fell from the heavens. Qian Tian couldn't believe that the Yi Chen shield wouldn't be shattered by such a powerful weapon. It was time for destruction. He attacked the shield with his sword, after which the technique of Yi Chenya was destroyed. The girl realized that there was no way she could let her brother die, and so must use it. But then the eyes become very different, and she didn't know how to explain it to her after everything that would happen. The protagonist doesn't have enough yuan to stop this attack. The princess and Pang Yun shouted to Chen Yu to take the sword Yui, after which the guy summoned the great sword Yui. The sword flew up and ended up in his hand. He was able to block the sword strike of Chen Tian, causing the ice sword to split. The family head and elders didn't understand how it could break. After all, it was an ancestral ice sword. After that, they remembered that one had summoned the great sword Yui. Is it really the great sword used by the emperor himself? An imperial sword that could strike heaven and earth. How could such a thing even end up in Ye Chen's hands? The sister was glad it was all over. It was worth it. It's a good thing Pang Yun was allowed to take it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a wet spot left of the boy. Heavenly Dog mentioned that Tiny Luo was right about the Ye family after all. They are all so blind and managed to lose a talent like Ye Chen. The Golden Lion only yawned, mentioning that he wanted to sleep. Chen Tian mentioned the great sword Yu that was in his hands. Ye Chen replied that it was the same sword they had all heard about, but he couldn't even believe it. How did this lowlife even manage to gain the recognition of the Emperor's spirit? The guy replied that it was up to him whether to believe what he said or not. And now that he had the great sword Yu in his hands, Chen Tian wouldn't be able to even lay a finger on him. And it won't be like fighting anymore. So let him release Ye Ling from his sorcery. Chen Tian didn't understand why this happened. He was 100 times better than this guy, but he was the one who got the sword. If Chen Tian releases his sister, then perhaps Chen will give him 3 strikes. But it's time to stop. They can't make their own terms with the Yi Chenu anymore. He felt that his opponent's strength had greatly increased, and now Chen Tian would not even be able to touch him. Looks like he has only one path left. The protagonist wondered if he was up to something again. He began to hover, talking about how Chen himself had made him do it. There would be a huge price to pay for using magic. If things had happened differently, Qian Tian wouldn't have done it. He used a soul-destroying technique and channeled it directly into Yi Chen. He didn't understand what this kind of black magic was, but his consciousness began to fade, and it was as if he began to fall somewhere. Heavenly Dog noticed that Chen Tian appeared to be able to float, and there was a familiar scent emanating from him. The Golden Lion wondered if this was what he was thinking about right now. Even Chen Tian's own father didn't understand when his son had learned this kind of magic. He had never heard anything about it. The elder noticed that Ye Chen Tian was too unruly, used this magic once he inflicted thousands of internal injuries on himself. This boy is only thinking about how to defeat Ye Chen. But the elder replied that Ye Chen really needs to be killed. The Yi family is known for its holiness, but in reality, it practices black magic. This Ye Chen is really willing to do anything to win. The man didn't even realize what was happening to his younger brother. His whole body trembled. The princess assumed that he was afraid of something since his body was trembling so much. Even the man didn't realize that this tiger cub with huge fangs could be afraid of anything. Chen Tian asked the guy how fear tasted to him. Soul annihilation shows a man the deepest fears he has locked far away in his heart. He wished the lad sweet dreams and hoped that Chen would forever remain in his realm of nightmares. Suddenly he shouted the word mom. Yiling remained silent, and the princess thought about the fact that this guy had never mentioned his mother in front of her after all. He just laughed. The boy had forgotten they were twins. Her life was just like that of a nameless savage. Ye Chen's father, Ye Chen, still stood out because of his talent and was able to become the head of the Yi family. A genius from a prominent family married a savage girl he picked up off the street. Chen and Yilin were a mistake. They should not have been born. He couldn't even answer anything to that. That bastard made her do everything. Now this guy can finally see his loving parents. He swung around to kill the protagonist. Qian even said goodbye to Ye Chen, pointing his sword at his neck. But suddenly there was blood coming from his mouth, and he wasn't quite sure what had just happened. Now that should be a stimulant. She simply has no other way. They noticed the snake eyes. And also the scales. Yushan noticed that these two siblings had a rather sad fate. Qian asked where this girl got the snake venom from. She was the one to blame for his ailment. Ye Ling inquired about the feeling of being poisoned by his own weapon. Her eyes returned to normal. If Qian dies, so does she. The girl wondered if it looked like she was really dying. Qian is just a bastard with an inflated sense of self-esteem. Does he really think Ye Liner is lying? The father began to worry about his son. He shouted that these two were scum that had been born from a savage. Death was even better. Ye Ling asked if he was sure about it. He is still as lighthearted as before. He will pay with his life because of this. He began to say that everything was going so smoothly that he wasn't even prepared for anyone to go against his plan. After which, he fell down. The clan head shouted his name. He asked Chen Tian to hold on. Dad will take him to the healer. Qin Shi ran to Ye Chen. Chen Tian asked his father to avenge him. Tears came to the man's eyes. He had not expected to see his other son in such a state. The girl asked the guy to wake up. Chen Tian's eyes dimmed. The clan head would definitely not be able to bounce back quickly from such a loss. He shouted that he wished Eliner would pay for his son's death. A huge sword appeared above him. The elders tried to stop the clan head. They sagged to keep him calm. After all, Yelena can't die. If they killed this girl, they would lose the opportunity to talk to the prince. But he didn't listen to them at all, and wished that demon dead. Looks like her time has come. Yushan intervened in time, using a technique whose name was Leaf, floating through the rain. This guy's silhouette was so similar to her father's. She asked Daddy to take the liner with him. Yushan didn't understand at all why she called him Daddy. Whereupon she fainted, but the guy managed to pick her up. The princess kept asking Ye Chen to wake up. All he said was that it was so painful. She asked the guy to remember what he said to her then. Thanks to these words of hers, he gradually came to his senses. He also recognized Her Highness Qin Shi. She immediately hugged him, talking about how this guy scared the hell out of her. The clan head as well as the elder clearly didn't expect to see someone from the Purple Sword Mountain here. He was surprised that the Yi family bullied the infirm girls, while not being afraid of being laughed at by people. He stated that it was a family problem. He also asked when they had sought help from the Mountain of the Purple Sword. He decided to explain since these old people are completely blind. Ye Chen is his brother. The head of the clan explained that this girl is the demon who killed his son, and for that she must pay with her life. He also mentioned that the clan head's son used dirty tricks during the duel. Therefore, her death would be unfair. He told that guy to cut the crap. If he didn't let that girl go, he'd die with her. He told Yuan Qian and Yuan Jun to act with him. Let them leave the same way they came. Mo Lao asked Ye Tiansun if he had forgotten to ask the old man's opinion. He told Xiao Yushan to take Ye Linger and go ahead. He would handle the rest on his own. He took the old man's advice and flew away. He also informed Pang Yun and Yi Chen that this battle would be hard, but they realized it themselves. It's a 3-on-3 battle. The Sky Dog noticed that all three of them were in the same realm, so he couldn't stand idly by either. The Golden Lion then asked why he was still here. The kitten also asked if he needed a special invitation, whereupon he kicked the Celestial Dog toward them. He reincarnated into his larger form and asked the head of the Ye family how he felt about this turn. The forest near the village of Purple Sword. He only stared at the sword in silence. The events are rescheduled before the duel on Qin. As it turns out, the princess has asked Yushan to protect Linger in case of trouble, so he has to follow. And if he sees anything strange on the girl's body, he should kill her. But Yushan didn't understand why he had to do that at all. When it comes to the fate of the entire continent, can they show pity for one woman? My father ordered me to get rid of the liner, but he saved her life instead. His sword hesitated, for there was no way he could kill her. But the boy did not understand what he should say to his father. At the same time, Linaire came to her senses. She asked apprehensively who he was. Xiao Yushan introduced herself. She recognized the young master of the Purple Sword Village. She realized he was here to kill her. 3 years ago, she asked her daddy why he wanted the liner to die. There were tears in his eyes and he threw his sword, saying that they were bad people. After which, he informed the girl that daddy would go first. She must remember not to let anyone take advantage of her. Linaire called herself a bad person. She should not live, for even her own father had tried to kill her. I'd rather my ears die at the hands of this guy than be used by someone else. Purple Sword Mountain Village. Qin Shi didn't like that the evil of family had offended her, Xiaopai. The old man explained that Her Highness need not worry. He is a spirit beast after all, and he will be as good as new in a few days. The boy was thinking about how he was going to see his brother and sister. They were supposed to be back by now. They beat the 3 heads of the Yi family. During that time, those 2 should have definitely come back. Pang Yun also mentioned that this Yetian's son was quite a low man. In fact, as soon as he saw that his 2 brothers had been killed, he immediately ran away. The old man seemed to be thinking about something. Afterwards, shouted to the guy that his sister was in danger. The princess asked why she was in danger. She had asked Yushan to save Linaire, hadn't she? The lord of the Purple Sword Village was unwilling to let Linger live. A Xiao Yushan wouldn't dare to disobey his father's will. The forest near the village of Purple Sword, he considered it a sin. After which, he clapped the girl on the back. She spit out the worm and it dissolved. Linaire inquired all he had done. Yushan replied that this worm was in her body and was a bad influence on her. She asked why the guy didn't kill her. Yushan's father talked about the girl being a demon, but he knew that you can't kill innocence. After saying that, she only moved closer to him. After all her tears, he decided to comfort her. Qingxi asked why uncle wants to kill a Chen's sister. Could it be revenge for Chen hurting Xiao Yu Chen? Then why didn't he just go to the guy in particular? Mo Lao asked if the guy wanted to know something about his family's lineage. Ye Chen had only recently learned how Ye Tian had used dark magic. The emperor's tomb is just a cover. It's not really where the ancestors of the imperial family are buried. There's an Aoyagi demon in the tomb. It turns out that the Yi family is related to events that took place in ancient times. So strong the Ye family had lived in such a small Qian city for so many years. Probably the guy never thought about why this was the case. Ye Chen assumed that the Ye family was causing harm. That's in the capital. After all, those who had gone through the stage of magical transformation could be counted on a handful of fingers. But there were 3 of them in Qinyun. On the Purple Sword Mountain, there were 2 people each who had crossed over to this realm. But what does that have to do with the Aoyagi? The old man replied that it was because of the blood that the followers of Gonggong. Gungun is the middle name of the Ayaogi, who has the face of a man and the body of a snake. Yu killed the Gungun in a water flood, and now he is in the northern mountain range. The imperial tomb is located in the northern mountain range. Does it come out that his sister is now dead? The main character doesn't give a damn about this Gungun. His sister is the only thing he has left of his family at all. The old man mentioned that he had gotten his hands on the great sword Yui. Now this burden is the will of the Celestials. His parents were killed, and his sister was imprisoned. He spent 3 years in a bloody mine where he was nearly beaten to death. He wondered if it would have even crossed the minds of these Celestials to do anything when his kin were dying in agony. If his sister is dead, then every one of the Celestials deserves to die. Afterward, he stepped out and noticed his older brother on his hands with a lineman. Yushan asked the kid to calm down. The girl was just weakened, and she would be fine in 2 days. He thanked his older brother for that, but he himself apparently didn't understand why he did it. Chen appeared. Pang Yun and the princess greeted him. After that, the old man told everyone to follow him to the book hall. Yushan let him down, but the truth of the matter is that a guy can't do that. This was about the fate of the entire continent. Therefore, he didn't understand how Yushan could also be so soft-spoken. He began to beg his father to let the innocent one go. Yushan had never disobeyed his father, and now this demoness had appeared. Yu Chen has always been like this. Wouldn't Yushan also be able to save his father's heart? He explained to his father that Ye Linger was just a Gungan's wake-up call. She is not a demon. Also, Chen had a good relationship with her father. That's what made her father die. Even though he was a father, he still blamed everything on his daughter. He asked Yui Shan if he had any idea how many people wanted to use it. He started begging his father again to let Yelinger go. Eventually, he agreed to his son's request that the girl live. He thanked his father for that. Chungkin mentioned that the Feng family's little sister, to whom Yushan is engaged, is already not young. That's why the guy's not supposed to bring people home anymore. The marriage must take place before the end of the month. Whereupon the father left, and the lad agreed with his opinion. The Golden Lion asked Xiao Pai if he had lost his grip. He was a beast that had never lost to anyone before. The Sky Dog asked the Golden Lion if he had time to laugh at him. Then why didn't he think about what they should do with the Gun now? The kitten only remained silent. Suddenly, the Celestial Dog remembered something. Phoenix has already awakened, but they will be hard to beat. With the last battle, Phoenix disappeared. And there was no word from the Heavenly Dog either. Brother and sister were glad to see each other. The princess found the moment touching. When the Golden Lion noticed the condition of the Celestial Dog, he advised him to see to it that the dam did not break. Qinsheng wondered why Chen suddenly shouted Mama when Chen Tian attacked with soul annihilation. At that moment, the boy didn't realize where he was, and even assumed he was dead. But if he is dead, why he doesn't see his father and mother? Just then, his mom appeared in front of him and called him baby. He immediately hugged her and started crying, saying how much he missed her. The woman replied that she had never left him. He didn't understand what she meant, after which the woman added that his dad was waiting for him at home. Chen asked what mom was talking about. He couldn't understand a word. She replied that he would understand later. But dad's dead. Afterward, the woman told him to look over there. The boy saw himself, and also the princess who sat beside him. She tearfully asked Chen to wake up. She also asked him if he remembered what he had said to her then. The protagonist must not disappoint those who love him. After which she dispelled the technique and the guy woke up. Leaner thought of her mom's words about not disappointing those who love you. That is her good little brother. He just laughed. The Sky Dog guessed that someone was watching over this boy. The Golden Lion replied that his mother was so strange. The princess also inquired why Chen Tian had spoken so highly of their mother. Liner explained that he was the kind of person who never had a mother. The whole family, thanks to Chen Tian, only talking about how wild and evil their mother was, but mom had never been like that. The girl remembered that she always had a smile on her face, and she thought her mom was an extraordinary person. And there's something else strange. She didn't have any last names, just the name Qi Healing. The Golden Lion immediately recognized the name. The Celestial Dog replied that it was the closest in power to the Celestial. A Panagyun burst in on them, informing them that there was trouble. A new facial system arrived with a report that the Emperor was on the verge of life and death. She hadn't expected to hear this news at all. This trip will take at least 2 months, so she won't be able to make it to her older brother's wedding at the end of the month. He asked his sister not to talk about the wedding, because he didn't want to celebrate it himself. The princess remembered that Sis Feng had been unsparing since she was a little girl. He envied the fact that at least she could choose her partner, and not think about the fact that everything had already been decided. But the princess doesn't even know who she's going to choose. The sister and brother had just been reunited, and Chen was about to leave. Yelinger replied that it would be a long journey, so he should take care of the princess. The older guy advised her to go to her older brother if she was being harassed by anyone. She glanced at Yushan, after which she looked away, embarrassed. You could see from the guy that he was embarrassed too. The princess also asked to take care of Xiaopai. Liner told Her Highness not to worry. The Celestial Dog also told the tiny Lo to take care of the princess. The Golden Lion replied that if anything happened to her, he would cut off his tail and give it to the Sky Dog as a toy. This cat was starting to annoy him. The path to the palace is not a long one and full of dangers. Even Pang Yun has returned so many times and faced many dangers. He started lecturing that it shouldn't be taken so lightly. The girl mentioned that he forgot to tell her about what might happen at night. That's why she thinks it's necessary to start over. If they want to embroider, we need to get out of here soon. Second mountain. What a great bunch of vegetables. Wang Tianan was more patient than that man. This is natural, for he is a general in the imperial court. He also gave a gift of 50,000 prisoners, the unknown being asked what he desired. Wang Tianan asked for help in the war. He only laughed, talking about how he loved war more than anything else, after which he dealt with the prisoners. These captives were enough for the unknown creature to finally free itself from this mountain. It was a monkey-like creature that told the old lion to just wait. Ye Chen as well as Pang Yun accompanied the princess's carriage. The guy notices that the rings are coming one after the other, and it's weird. He had never seen such a fire until now. This trail has been traveled many times before, and nothing like this has ever happened until now. The old man asked the princess what she thought had happened here. The girl remembered that such traces had been mentioned in books. Suddenly he noticed another fire, so they decided to go to the scene of the fire to check things out. This place had just been burning, so it's unclear what put it out. Even today it's not raining. The old man suggested that it was Hutu, which is a martial disaster. She thinks it was a wild beast in the guise of a dog. It consumes fire as food, and its name is Huotu. These demons gather beyond the southern sea in the mountains where fire burns everywhere. But this is clearly the first time they're hearing about it. Qinshi didn't understand how a demon that dwells outside the South Sea could be here. Molao believed that all this disorder was a sign of the chaos that was soon to come. Also, the Golden Lion realized that he didn't have much time left. Suddenly another flame erupted, which they noticed. The old man shouted that there was now a Hutu in front of Pang Yun and Chen. Let them take matters into their own hands. There will be many demons in the future that they will have to fight. Meanwhile, Feng Pkiao was looking for Xiao Yu Shan. This girl is the only daughter and heiress of the volcano village. She is a member of the junior elders, and she is in the middle of a magical transformation. She noticed the man and grabbed him by the collar, asking about where Xiao Yu Shan is. The one replied that Xiao Yu Shan on practicing martial arts, after which she let him go. She advised that in the future she would no longer make anyone ask twice. She arrived at the place where Xiao Yu Shan was supposed to be, after which she noticed Yu Shan and Yi linger there, who were chatting merrily about something. Feng Pizhao wondered where the fox had come from. Yu Shao asked Sister Feng what she was doing here. The girl replied that it was time to see her fiancé and see something interesting here. Yeliner tried to explain everything, for the girl misunderstood everything, but Feng Xiao doesn't care who she is. She ascended the Purple Sword Mountain rowdy Xiao Yushan and in such savage attire. He mentioned that Eliner is his guest, and Fen Pisayao came here uninvited. She had begun to insist that without the weapon that the village of the volcano had forged for them, the Mountain of Purple Sword was nothing. And now she was being reprimanded for talking to another woman. This girl had gone to hell, so the lineman decided to leave. Yushan tried to stop the liner. Even with Feng Piao, he doesn't treat it like this. Looks like she'll have to stay here until the wedding and keep an eye on his antics. Pang Yun remarked that this beast would be bigger than an ordinary dog. But Ye Chen replied that it was several times smaller than a raccoon. His whole body was on fire. The protagonist offered to deal with this monster in 2 strikes. The man also decided to end things quickly. There will be another roast tonight. Ye Chen will be beaten on the left and Brother Pang on the right. They will kill this creature in 1 move, after which they started the fight. The creature began spewing out a giant fire breath to increase the distance between itself and the 2 men, after which she began to chase them. They were screaming because this thing is still really fast. It even seems to have its ass on fire. Where did they even miscalculate? Suddenly he stopped. Pang Yun shouted at him not to stop, for he would die. He decided to take a risk. After that, the protagonist summoned the great sword Yui. The sword flew into his hand. Ye Cheng decided to block the fire, and Pang Yun should hurry up and attack. Pang Yun didn't even think that it was possible to use the sword Yui in this way. This plan was flawless, and he had just about given up all hope. So let him bite out his iron tiger fist. Suddenly, the creature began to consume its fire. They also noticed that she had begun to consume her fire for something. After which, she started shooting fireballs at them. These 2 clearly didn't expect the battle to continue like this. At first, they thought they could deal with this beast in 2 strikes. The fireball hit Pang Yun directly. The girl wondered where the Emperor's sword had gone. The man was surprised that Sister Feng didn't even know that. Feng Pixiao said to answer what they did with that sword. After hearing this, she ordered a background check on the Ye family of Qin Yun. In particular, she wanted to find out more about the twins. Meanwhile, they were watching this fight. More precisely then, as the men ran from the beast. The Golden Lion was beginning to feel ashamed, as these assholes can't even deal with 1 pup. The boy asked Her Highness and Molao to save them. But here, the fireball flew at him again. Qinshi shouted to Ye Chenyu that Hutu was afraid of water. Afterward, the guy asked where he needed to find that water. The girl replied that there was a creek to the west, 200 kilometers straight ahead, and then turn to the west. And then he would have to act according to the situation. In this way, he reached the creek and jumped over it. But this dog also decided to jump to follow the guy. After that, the protagonist used elephant magic. Thanks to this, a great deal of water got into the dog. Now he had indeed confirmed the words that the creature was afraid of water. So the guy decided to use dragon breath. He pointed his water balloon straight at the dog. The water balloon hit right on target, but seeing how the creature wanted to run, Chen decided to run after her. The princess yelled that there was no need to chase her. The golden lion thought that the brat was only causing trouble. He shouted to this dog to stand still and not jump as he ran after her. The girl shouted for him to come back anyway, for Huatu could do something. But the boy interrupted her with the words that there would be a roast for dinner tonight. Molao told him to go up and get a Chen from there faster. The protagonist decided to spray to finally catch her. After that, and the old man started yelling for the guy to stop. It was understandable, for as soon as the guy reached for the creature's tail, she started spewing fire. Molao used the imperial wheat rod. Vines came out of the ground. Thanks to this technique, the blackbird protected Echenya, and the vines were able to capture the creature. Chen was glad he was able to survive. Even though he was saved, it was close. The protagonist didn't expect at all that she could use such a trick. He saw Molao walk up to him. He wanted to thank the old man, but the man interrupted him, talking about Chen going with him. Now the protagonist, too, realized that he was definitely dead. Pang Yun was glad that after talking to Molao himself, this guy would be finished. Purple Sword Mountain Village. Mrs. Feng asked if he had figured anything out. The man replied that things were pretty rosy. She asked him not to procrastinate and to tell everything he had learned. The man began to mention the Ye family, Gong Gong, and also Qin Yun. Feng Pi Xiao Piao thought that it was time for Ye Linger to die. Unexpectedly, Molao now decided to reprimand together and Pang Yun. Ye Chen thought about how this old man was a scary person, and Pang Yun didn't understand how he even ended up here. Molao mentioned that one great sword Yu was made for a swordmaster, and one rising star Ye was unable to match it. It was too reckless. So the question was who they should rely on when the world was in chaos. He has admitted his wrongdoing, but he also cannot afford to carry the burden. The old man mentioned that fate had decided everything for him. And did he really think he could run away from that? In response, Chen asked if fate had ever been favorable to his family. Pang Yun advised him that he'd better stop. This guy is the one who got his hands on the great sword Yui. Now he carries the will of the heavens behind him. But the protagonist did not understand what these heavens had done for him. He just wanted to live a peaceful life with his dear sister. Now he decided to mention his sister. This guy probably doesn't realize how much he's hurt his own sister. After all, she revealed her identity to the world during the battle on the Qin Yun platform. This guy has no idea how many people want to use or get rid of her. And what's worse, he doesn't envision her future life where she will live in constant fear. Meanwhile, on the Purple Sword Mountain, Mrs. Feng called out to Elinyar. The girl turned around and asked what she needed from her. Fiao heard that she had saved her brother on the battleground in Qin Yun. That's why she wanted to talk to Linyar. With a weapon, of course. Yeling replied that this girl would be disappointed since she had not studied martial arts. Fiao told her to talk less and not to pretend anymore. After which she inflicted a wound on Alin. She didn't consider Mrs. Feng as her enemy, so why would she do this to Aling? This girl still doesn't seem to remember. She mentioned again that she didn't really know any martial arts. But Xiao was curious to see how long she could pretend further. She struck Ailing again, which threw her back. Fortunately, Yushan managed to catch her in time. After he lowered the girl in his arms to the ground, he asked if Feng Fiao had gone mad. They were almost married after all, and now Yushan is hugging a girl in front of her. She said that Yushan had just never seen Yeling in her real form. Suddenly, the celestial dog appeared behind her, saying that he was already in his present form. Therefore, inquired if the mistress would like to talk to him. The girl didn't understand where this giant wolf had come from. While Feng Piao asked to let her go, Yushan told Xiaopai not to let her go until it was dark. As soon as she saw him about to leave, she asked them to leave her alone. Meanwhile, the princess was worried that Mo Lao must have scared Cheng too much, so she thought of something and hoped it would work. The girl walked over to him, and he called her Highness Qin Shi again. She didn't like him calling her that again. Qin Shi asked if he remembered their first meeting. Ye Chen replied that he did. And it is quite similar to where they are standing now. When Her Highness was being pursued, the guy showed up at the last moment. He also wondered why he didn't have guards with her at the time. The girl replied that circumstances then made it necessary to dispense with them, just as they had done at the general's house. It's happened more than 3 or 2 times. Looks like the man who's trying to kill her is a big shot. Mo Lao suspects the emperor's brother, but she has no idea what it has to do with her. The protagonist promised that as long as he was around, no one would dare touch Qin Shi. In response, the princess inquired when they would be married then. But this girl is a princess, and he's practically a nobody. The old man mentioned that it had been 3 years since Pang Yun had stopped developing. He replied that he did. He couldn't break through during that time, so he thought of going back to the village to see the elder. Mo Lao explained that these were just obstacles on his way to the peak. Didn't a village elder get stuck at the peak of magical transformation for a decade? Pang Yun talked about the same thing, but this time, the family heirloom is still waiting for a man. The family weapon of the Pang family can only be used by someone with the blood of the family. It is also required to be at the stage of magical transformation to use it. Yushan told her not to move, for he would patch her up now. Yeling replied that it was only a scratch. But Feng Piao Piao didn't just slap her. The girl replied that she was fine. Meanwhile, Yushan noticed that her family's blood was rather unusual. He advised the girl to wait it out here for a couple of days, and Feng Piao Piao would definitely not be able to find her. Yushan promised to provide her with clothes and food. In addition, he took from his family's archive this book, which is suitable for practicing for weak people. He transcribed one by hand. That way, in case of danger, it will help her defend herself. These were the basics of body hairpins. The Emperor's City. Mo Lao noticed that they had been followed since they returned. Chen wondered if the Emperor's son would want more, if he was really up to all this. Pang Jun noticed that they were finally in the capital, and it was so peaceful. Afterward, he noticed that the main character became like this because of his conversation with Mo Lao. The Golden Lion noticed the magic haze. He immediately flew over there thinking if it was the monkey that had already gotten loose. Chen wondered where the Crumb Lo flew to. Pang Yun asked, what did he care? Spring has arrived. Meanwhile, Yeling was throwing stones into the water. Yushan noticed that she was in a good mood and needed to get some water. The girl mentioned that the Zhao family's technique was quite strong. The guy, on the other hand, replied that he hadn't seen her at the gym and thought she had been practicing all night. And since he doesn't believe her, let him look at it then. She was able to jump up a tree, whereupon she plucked a petal. After she returned to the Yushan, she threw the petals at the tree. Petals began to crumble from the tree. He was delighted that she was able to accomplish such a thing in one night. Yeling asked, isn't it beautiful? As he looked at the girl, a blush appeared on his face. She noticed his stare and thought she had something on her face. But the guy replied that everything was fine. But the truth was that Yushan never thought about how beautiful this technique was. Meanwhile, Feng Piao Piao thought it was strange that she hadn't seen this wench for several days, and also Xiao Yushan. She wondered if these two might be plotting something behind her back. Tomorrow would be her wedding day, so everything had to be perfect. The man asked the girl what she would order to be done. She ordered him to go down behind the mountains and find that damn Eliner, and the protagonist picked up a rock, hoping nothing would happen. The princess told them to wait here while she went to see her father. Yishan asked Her Highness Qin Shi if he could go with her. The girl explained that no one was allowed to enter the emperor's palace, not even the guards. Pang Yun touched him, asking what might happen in the imperial palace. The same thing he had heard when they were in the general's house. But this time, it's the house of the emperor himself. Pang Yun hoped that Chen didn't think that Wang Tian and appear out of nowhere. She reassured him, and also told him that she would be back soon. The girl thought that nothing would happen. He made a promise after all, so he can't let anything happen. Suddenly, a golden lion appeared in front of the girl. She picked it up in her arms and was happy to see the kitten. After which, Qinxi went to her father's house, Wang Tian, and informed His Highness that he had captured the city. All those who were defending had retreated. He also asked the prince if he remembered his promise. The Grand Prince held out the luminary to him, indicating that he had gotten what they had agreed upon. He thanked the man for it. The girl entered, talking about coming here to see her father. Suddenly she heard someone's voice saying that it had been quite some time since they had last seen each other. And it was Wang Tianyi. She didn't understand how he'd gotten here at all. While the others waited in the guest room, Echenya had a bad feeling. Pang Yun asked the guy to stop for a moment, for he was already feeling dizzy. Afterward, the protagonist informed the others that he thought something had happened. He asked Mo Lao to talk sense into him. This guy has doubts about Her Highness. Well, even the old man confirmed that his concern was not unfounded. They've been under surveillance since they entered the city. His anxiety only began to grow after those words. Pang Yun immediately stood up and asked what they should do now. The princess is inside now, after all. If they were being stalked, he should go check it out. But if he wants to sneak in, he must not forget that it is not his own home. He asked Pang Yun to come over to him, after which he told his plan. The girl asked how Van Pull and ended up in the bedroom in her father. The boy explained that he had arranged with the prince for their marriage, so why couldn't he come to her? But the girl believed that her father would never allow this to happen. After that, Wang Tian and showed the order that the emperor handed to him personally in his hands. All she screamed was that it couldn't be, and the guy decided to read it out loud. With the authority given to him as emperor, he reported that at the moment Wang Tian had done something unforgivable. But it was at the one he committed that the guy interrupted. He should be executed as punishment for plotting, as well as for the crime committed and for creating disorder. He cannot be pardoned. She didn't understand why this guy had stopped. Suddenly she noticed something that shocked her. The great prince pierced the Wang Tian, and now Wang Tian guessed that the bastard had tricked him. After which the great prince drew his sword. Lying on the floor, Tian asked why he did it. The great prince replied that he was unworthy of Qin Si. After which he announced that it was the turn of the dear sister. The girl backed away. She leaned against the wall of incomprehension as to why her older brother should kill her. Their family, after all. She didn't understand why her brother hated her so much or what she had done to him. But the good sister is only a small stone in his path. Meanwhile, the man watched as her hangers-on were about to head back to the village. And they would see each other tomorrow. As soon as he flew away, the man decided to show off, shouting the girl's name. She inquired immediately, asking who he was. But the man replied that it didn't matter. He only wanted to get rid of a small stone that could be tripped over. There were servants near the far rooms, but they were knocked out. Then the door opened. They were dragged inside, and then the door was slammed shut. A few seconds later, the disguised Pang Yun and Chen came out of there. They are now located near the entrance to the inner palace. After that, they suddenly heard some sounds that came from the direction of the palace. The roof of the building was punctured by a monkey. They didn't understand what it was at all. A golden lion followed right behind him. They clearly weren't expecting another creature this big. Chen asked what he was waiting for. After all, they needed to urgently check if Her Highness Qin Shi was all right. When he entered the room, he was still thinking about what kind of monster this was. After which, he immediately ran up to Qin Shi. Up came the great prince, who guessed that it was the same Chen. In turn, the protagonist noticed that it was the same son of the emperor. This is clearly not a place to stay for long. He took Qin Ji, after which he told Brother Pang that they should leave this place. Pang Yun noticed that it was the emperor, but it wasn't he who didn't understand the great prince's motives. These people are trying to save Qin Shi, so he won't let them leave so quickly. The prince called out to the guards for help. Meanwhile, in a mountain cave, Ye Ling explained that she was not in a serious relationship with the young master. Therefore, she did not understand why the Feng family decided to intervene. But he doesn't care about this relationship. Until this girl dies, she will pose a serious threat to her sister. He threatened to kill this demonic girl here and now, and it would be for the good of the world. Hearing the words about demonic, she started to get angry. She began to hover, talking about how she had never done anything wrong, and he was the one who should die now. The monkey was thrown right back against the rock. There were also claw scratches on his body. Even after another 10,000 years, this monkey can't beat him. But he seems to have lost his mind, so he decided to go up against the golden lion. No sooner had the monkeys come out of their confinement than I immediately met this cat. We'll have to finish with him next time. But the golden lion mentioned that this was the end. It's time for Zhu Yang to go back to where he came from. Afterward, the monkey asked if he really didn't care about that cute little girl. The golden lion realized that he had left her there all alone. The monkey decided to take that chance. And the lion jumped after him. He used a magical barrier. The lion only got angry and asked where he had run to. After which, he activated the divine tail of supremacy. Zhu Yan announced that he would be back soon. He didn't like that bastard getting away. But this time he decided to end the chase because the princess was in danger. After which he decided to return. Meanwhile, in the palace, the guards ran Molao, Pang Yun, and Chen with the princess in their arms. He mentally tried to reassure the princess that everything would be okay. There was a gate ahead that would allow them to get out. But something began to glow brightly. It was the much familiar technique of the head of the E genus. He appeared with the rest of the people and asked Ye Cheng where he was in such a hurry. Mo Lao noticed that all of the capital's magic transformation masters had gathered here. Since he hasn't seen their darling white dog today, that means it's time to avenge his son. Suddenly, they all heard a voice calling out to Ye Chen. It was a golden lion. He recognized it as a baby lion. The golden lion struck with its tail. The man didn't understand what kind of monster this was at all. And just before he knew it, Golden Lion took the others and they flew away. Ye Chen didn't understand who had done this to the princess. She shouldn't make him worry, but she only remained silent. He mentally turned to his mother, saying that once again there was nothing he could do. The Golden Lion replied that it was his fault, for he had failed to keep his word to Xiao Pai. He explained that it used a soul-destroying technique on it. Could this be the same technique that Ye Chen Tian used? The Golden Lion replied that this was the very technique, and also the Zhu Yang went to him. Chen guessed that Tiny Lo meant by Zhu Yan the very white monkey. The Golden Lion didn't like this treatment, causing him to slap the kid on the forehead. He also mentioned that he was an ancient lion Lo Wu, but these two didn't even know what Lo Wu meant. The old man explained that it was written in the Book of the Mountains and Seas. These guys should read more books in the future. Zhu Yan is also an ancient spiritual beast. Once it is released, there will be until the days of eternal chaos. Zhu Yan is already out, so Chen should be ready. Sounds like he'll be hearing the same story again with the savior of the world and such. He miraculously saved his sister and her highness, so who else can he help? The Golden Lion started to get angry, telling him to repeat his words. Chen replied that he should have just said that the saviors of the world could be any simpleton. They would disperse. He looked at the girl, realizing that Chen Yu had to choose between Tu Shan's daughter or the whole world. She had to be taken away by that rapist. Therefore, her death will occur now to avoid future consequences. Chen was able to save Qin Shi. He looked at the Golden Lion, questioning what it all meant. Mo Lao noticed that the boy's nature to help everyone invariably. Pang Yun had already been scared 100 times. The girl used to scold him for having only room in his heart for his sister. But now there's one for Qin Shi instead. Again they saw the blood moon. But after all, today is the very day that Xiao Yushan should have been celebrating his wedding day. And today is his sister's 17th birthday. He wondered how she was doing. Pang Yun tried to reassure him. After all, she is on the Dashing Sword Mountain. Everything will definitely be fine. But the truth is that Linger's bloody clothes tell a different story. They didn't expect to see Ling here at all. The others didn't understand who she was, or why her clothes were covered in blood. But it was clear that they had better not stay here for long. Fina Pixiao didn't understand why she was here, and how come she hadn't been killed. Meanwhile, Yushan also thought, what is she doing here, so also covered in blood? Feng Fiao's father, who is the master of the volcano village, Feng Tusong, asked who the girl was. Mrs. Feng's wedding is today, so Lin wanted to personally congratulate her. Right beside Fiao's feet was that man's head. Feng Tusong didn't like the fact that this girl was being too insolent and also decided to disrupt his daughter's wedding. But Chan Qin suggested that he should watch first. She stated that Mrs. Feng had sent an assassin after her, so let her take it back. It was now clear whose blood was on Lin's clothes. She also dropped the family's weapon of a hairdryer. Others have also noticed that only the Feng family forges willow-shaped knives. Feng Pixiao replied that this did not mean that her word was true. She inquired what she wanted. Yiling replied that it was her birthday, and that's why she came to get a present. Others began to discuss that this woman was so brave that she dared to come to someone else's wedding to do such a thing. Is this demon really that hard to kill? Xian inquired and what gift she had come for. Yiling replied that she came here for the first person she fell in love with. It's clear now that she came here to steal the groom. That girl has completely lost her mind. Yushan didn't understand what to do now. Fiao asked Xiao Yushan what he was bagging. She raised her dagger, asking not to be blamed for Lin provoking her herself. She immediately moved to kill the Linear. Yushan shouted for her to stop. Yiling even stretched out her hands herself, unwilling to do anything. Fiao plunged a dagger into her. Everyone was screaming that a murder had been committed. Yeling grabbed her dagger. Even Feng Tiusong had told his daughter that it was wrong. Yushan immediately began to worry about Ling Er. She shouted for him to stay back. Fen Xiao didn't think Linear would stop hiding and living in fear. Why should she be afraid when people call her a demon? It's a life worse than death. Yushan asked if she had only suffered all this time. Watching your dream every day and every night, that's a living hell. Madame Feng shouted that she would deal with it. After which, she took out her blade. If this girl is so willing to die, then she will fulfill that wish. Mentally, she even said goodbye to Yushan. But Xiao Yushen didn't let Xiao finish off Yiling. That blow was so hard that she flew right back against the pillar, after which she fell. The father immediately rushed to his daughter. He asked Xiao Yushan if he wished for war to break out between Purple Sword Mountain and Volcano Village. He summoned his sword. Now, as long as he's around, no one will dare harm this girl. He will help her heal. Yushan was approached by Chan Qin. The old man replied that it should be clear by now, so he should get out and not come back here again. The guy yelled out that he couldn't watch her die with his eyes open. Afterward, Chankin watched his son fly away with Linier. The memories of an event from 17 years ago flashed through his mind. Chan Qin asked Qin Yun if Junior's sister would soon give birth. Qin Yun replied that it would be next month. He hoped it would be a girl and that she would come to his village. He has 2 sons. Qin Yun didn't want to look ahead and only laughed. Qin mentally asked Qin Yun, "Is this really the will of the heavens?" Near the gate, Chen asked the teacher what was wrong with him. The man said not to call him teacher. This guy killed Yu Cheng and his sister took Yu Shan. All the more reason for his niece to be unconscious under their guard. The guy wanted to explain himself somehow, but Qin told him to leave. Purple Sword Mountain Manor cannot tolerate Chen as a calamity. He asked the teacher to stop, but the teacher slammed the gate in front of him. The kid kept knocking and begging the teacher to open up and let him explain everything. But in the end, he just sat in front of the gate, unsure of what he should do next. The Sky Dog asked what had happened to the princess, and the Golden Lion asked why Sister Echenya had left. They got into a fight. Pang Yun tried to justify Chen somehow, saying that it wasn't his fault. It was the great prince who started all this. Mo Lao told him to stop, for the master is doing this for the sake of the guy himself. The people of the volcano village have always fought fiercely. They won't let Chen go. So the master forced him to leave to avoid trouble. But after all, the guy knew that Elin had been seriously injured. Chin replied that she would not die. Pang Yun wondered why the master was so sure. Because he almost made a big mistake then too. 20 years ago, Chin didn't understand why Qin Yun didn't dodge. But Qin Yun didn't understand what was so terrible about death. Treating your best friend like a monster is worse than death. Chin asked Qin Yun to hold on. After all, he can't die. After this incident, he was cured in 3 days and not even a scratch was left. Chen's body was protected by the elephant dragon magic, and the one who inherited the special bloodline of the Yi family was Yi Lin. Therefore, it was no wonder that Chen was so strong. Her family's chosen bloodline is so powerful. Chankin is already guilty before Qin Yun and Yi Lin. He cannot be guilty before Cheng as well. He drew his sword, telling Mo Lao that he knew this old man had a way to find Yi Shan and Yi Lin. Therefore, he asked to hand over the ancestral sword of the Xiao family's ancestor Yu Shan. But the practitioner's cliff guy was reflecting on the fact that the world is very big, but there is no room for him at all. Sister and big brother should be happy together. He remembered his parents' words that when he realized this, he could use this token to find someone of his parents in the capital. The only thing he can't let go of in this world is Qinshi. As he walked down the mountain, he thought about how he hadn't been alone in a long time. He had had a wonderful time with everyone. But suddenly, he heard a familiar voice saying that Chen was too slow. Bang Yun, Mo Lao, and Xiaozhu were waiting for him there. He immediately hugged the Pang brother, saying that he knew they wouldn't leave him behind. He asked the brat to let him go. He took Xiaozhu in his arms, saying that he missed him. The Golden Lion replied that his name was Lo Wu. But then he decided to change the subject, and talked about how it felt so good. Also, the guy was curious about the teacher. The old man decided to tell him about the teacher on the way. A little later, he learned that the master still cared for him. Horses, food, and rations had all been prepared for them by their master. Mo Lao inquired where he was going. The protagonist explained that he was going to go to Kunlun and ask for medicine from the Queen Mother of the West. He can't let Her Highness Qin Shi stay in such a state. It's not bad that he can read. Pang Yun needs to learn from Chen. The protagonist asked if they could go with him. The man told him to stop talking nonsense. Did he think he was the only one guarding the princess? The 3 of them met, and this will of the heavens. Mo Lao was afraid that this guy wouldn't want to see them for the rest of his life. The 2 didn't understand what the old man was talking about. The Mind family is descended from the ancient Hu Qi. The Pang family descended from Zi Qi. He was originally the right hand of the Yu Emperor. Chen was chosen by the great sword Yue. The 3 of them came together because of the princess, as fate would have it. In the end, he didn't understand why fate had chosen him, whether it could really be him. The old man noticed that it was really a bit heavy for a young man to carry all this. The man asked what he was afraid of. They have big Pengyun fists. He also mentioned that without a pickaxe, hiking up Kunlun Mountain would be a waste of time. The man inquired as to why that was. But Mo Lao replied that he wouldn't understand. In any case, they must first go to the village of the Pang family. It was evident that he snickered. So the protagonist wondered what was wrong with him. When it comes to brushes, he starts to feel sad. This man is fine. He's just a little afraid of not living up to his village's expectations. But he still had no idea what kind of hope he was talking about. So the old man replied that he would find out everything when they arrived at the village of the Pang family. Pang family village. The kids were happy to see him, and this guy is the hope of the whole village. The uncle remarked that the shameless little fellow had been away for a long time, and had not sent in a letter to the village. Pang Yun replied that he was just busy. He noticed that Brother Pang was so close to the villagers. The old man said that Pang Yun was orphaned after he was born. Therefore, these villagers are his family. They only thought that there was hope for the brushers now. He did not even know that the always cheerful Pang brother had such a difficult childhood. But the old man replied that his childhood was not difficult. The village of the Pang family is full of simple people, and they are very kind to him. If Yi's family was as simple as that, she and her sister wouldn't be going through this. Yun Kung was advised to go and pay his respects to the clan's tool, but he wanted to go to his grandfather, the village chief, first. The village has been blessed by the clan's instrument for generations, so the first thing he should do is go and pay his respects. He didn't even expect the whip to be so huge. Afterward, the guy asked the old man how the Pang ancestors got here. He told me that Emperor Yu's battle companion, called Ji Chi Chi, had fallen here after the Battle of Xiangli. The dagger had also fallen here with him, and to this day had not moved half a step. Ziki was tall, but after his death, the Punk family members somehow became more and more stunted. Before Yun Kung was born, everyone thought that he had inherited the bloodline of his ancestors. That's why they say this guy is the village's only hope. Ye Chen said that Brother Pang should train hard. Mo Lao would be calm if he had the presence of mind. He offered to see his grandfather, the village chief. He missed him very much. He informed his grandfather, the village chief, that he was back. But suddenly something started flying at him as soon as he opened the doors of the house. As soon as he turned around, the village headman attacked him again. Still, the old Lingji has really aged, for this kicking kick is no longer the same as before. But suddenly he disappeared, after which he found himself behind Pang Yun. Lingzi uttered that he would now find out if he was old or not, after which he kicked the Pang Yun. He started yelling about giving up. Pang Lao replied that he had been gone for 3 years and the growth in ability was not even visible. However, begging for mercy, he became much faster. The man replied that Pang Lao had obviously gotten stronger. That brat knows how to flatter. He then noticed Mo Lao and they greeted each other. He said that they had failed in their duty to protect the princess. Pang Lao replied that Mo Lao should not blame himself too much, but he wondered what a trip to Kunlun for medicine had to do with the qian. Mo Lao inquired if he knew the other name of the pickaxe. This is the key to the Kunlun, village of Mo family. She hopes that Xiao Chen and the others will find a way to wake up the princess. Yu Shan tried to calm her down. Ye Chen and the others are probably already in the Kunlun mountains. An Inyan appeared behind them and asked how it could be so fast. Mo Yinyan was the great-granddaughter of Mo Lao. These people don't know where they are going at all, and they lack the key. Pang Lao also repeated about the key. Suddenly another villager started knocking on the headman's house. I really hoped nothing happened. Pang Yun replied that the Pang family had lived here for so many years that it could have happened at all. Yi Chen and also Lo Vu shouted that it was over. They just spotted a fire rat in the mountains. Pang Yun thought that this was the right time to show off his skills. Therefore, he suggested Ye Chen Yu to go with them and catch the fire rat. Ye Chen inquired about the fire rat, but the golden lion didn't want to explain to him about such trash, so they found the fire rat. Ye Chen in no way thought that the fire rat would be white. As it turns out, the fire rat is only red when it's on fire. He doesn't know, but that's a problem. But the main character didn't believe it at all. It's a fire rat, seems silly. After which the man spoke of the fire rat's fur, which could be exchanged dearly. If you wear a fire rat fur, which is made from the skin of a rat, you can have no fear of fire. He asked why Pang Yun didn't have this fur, and the latter replied that a single fire rat can be used to make a piece of cloth the size of the palm of your hand, and less than 1 or 2 a year. The kid was lucky to meet the fire rat his first visit. When he heard this from Pang Yun, he suddenly had a bad feeling. The man wondered what could possibly happen. Ye Chen immediately covered his mouth, telling him to just shut up. Nothing good happens after these words. Suddenly they noticed the fire rat running away, so they chased after her. They surround her and decide to try to catch her alive first. And if they couldn't do that, they would use the Pang Yunem method. The fire rat punched him in the face. That was hot. After that, the fire chair decided to attack a Chen, but he jumped away from that spot just in time. Did that rat really mean to injure him with such a pathetic trick? Yun Kung was telling him not to just dodge, but not to let her get away. After which, the protagonist poured water on this rat. She changed her coloring and Pang Yun started crying. The meat of a fire mouse splashed to death with water will not taste good. Suddenly they felt the ground begin to shake. They saw something start to come out of the crater of the volcano. They didn't realize what it was at first. As it turned out, it was a pack of fire rats. They need to get back to the village for help soon. They almost made it to the entrance of the village, but the protagonist realized it was too late. So he had to stop and turn around to face the pack of fire rats. Ye Chen summoned the great sword Yui. Pang Yun told him not to stand but to run faster. Chen told him to go to find Mo Lao and the others, and he would hold off this pack. A man should hurry up and help him. The Golden Lion remembered that the guy talked about how he didn't care, but his body was still fair. Pang Yun shouted that Chen should hold out. He burst into the headman's house, saying that there was trouble. The protagonist used the elephant dragon's hurricane shield. But he didn't understand why there was no end to these fire mice. Aren't these fire rats afraid to die? He asked Xiaoju to help him. The Golden Lion responded that the youth needed more practice, not just yelling for no reason. He won't be able to stop them. Pang Yun came to his aid, also Pang Lao and Mo Lao, who praised the fact that he was able to last. The protagonist was glad that they had finally come here. Pang Yun asked if he thought they wouldn't come here, but he offered to compete now to see who would kill the most. He was glad there were so many fire rats. Mo Lao as well as Pang Lao dealt with some rats, but it looks like it's not over yet. A large fire rat crawled out of the crater of the volcano. The villagers clearly did not expect to see such a huge fire roof. There was a legend that there was a king of fire rats inside the volcano. Pang Lao didn't even think it was true. He was very happy to finally have a worthy opponent. He shouted to the others that he would take care of this giant. The guy was just about to try out a newly learned technique. Pang Yun asked if Chen was just eager to die. He waited until the fire rat was right in front of him, after which he used the palms of the dragon elephant whirlwind. It was a hard blow that even caused the roof to change its coloring. They were all watching this guy in amazement. Pang Yun asked when he had time to learn such a technique, and the protagonist replied that he had just realized it. The old man noticed that the dragon and elephant's power was concentrated in one point, and the power was really not bad. However, this power is not enough to completely kill the Rat King. Pang Yun shouted to Chenyu that there was something behind him. He turned around to look at it, and there was indeed a king of the fire rats alive, who seemed to be enraged, after which that giant struck him. The man admitted that he was cool for 3 whole seconds, and the protagonist didn't even believe that he couldn't get rid of this king. Then he told his brother Pang to bring a flask of water here. He'd even forgotten there was more to it, after which he threw a flask of water, saying that this king was now doomed. But the Fire Rat King didn't think of giving up so easily this time. He used his flames to sizzle the flask. They only remained silent. The Golden Lion was ashamed of these guys. The king of the Fire Rat is no ordinary fire rat. Water won't do anything to him. Obviously, he's strong enough. Don't you have to use your brain to defeat this king? So the Golden Lion decided to help a little in their battle. Guy stopped that he would be worthy of his cat, for he is very fierce. The Golden Lion asked who his cat was here in the first place. At least that's how long he raised this kitten. But if the Golden Lion hadn't followed this guy, he would have died 10,000 times already. He reminded them that the Fire Rat King was still here, in case they had forgotten. This rat's body is on fire, so he can't use the Heaven Eater. This battle is really difficult. The Golden Lion mentioned that he was holding an imperial weapon. This is a true treasure. Therefore, he summoned the Great Sword Yui. If that stinky cat had said earlier that the Great Sword Yui could injure this Rat King, he wouldn't have been so ashamed. He called people stupid and cruel, after which the guy rushed into the attack. The Fire Rat King also struck him as soon as the guy got close. Yet Chen was able to block this strike with his sword. He realized that this fire rat was too strong. It was clear that the usual and techniques wouldn't work on him. Then he decided to use his speed to win. And in an instant, he disappeared from the rat's sight. After which he found himself behind the king. But as it turned out, this Fire Rat King was equal to him in speed. Thanks to his sword, he was able to block this blow as well. He then landed on the ground. Previously, the palm of the elephant dragon whirlwind was enough to knock him down, and the Great Sword Yui could wound this king rat. So he decided to take a chance. This time, he used the elephant dragon technique, Whirlwind Blade. Meanwhile, the villagers fought off a pack of fire rats with water. In thousands of years, the Pang family village has never been attacked by a fire rat of such strength. Therefore, he doubts that it can be easy this time. The Golden Lion marveled that this boy was not too stupid and was grasping on the fly. Now it's all over, but they no longer knew what they should expect this time. Once the Fire Rat King died, then the volcano's suppressor disappeared. He reincarnated into his form, telling the little Mo to go with him to stop the magma. The boys laughed with Togo that the old man was called Little Mo. The Golden Lion told the old man to go to the foot of the mountain, and he would block the magma. Mo Lao will help him get a foothold and intercept what the Golden Lion couldn't stop. After the instructions given by the Golden Lion, he immediately came to the foot of the mountain. The Golden Lion used his tail. Mo Lao used the staff of the King of Tzu. Thanks to this, the village was saved. They exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, he knew that when Mo Lao and Xiaozhu were here, what could even happen? Chen immediately closed his mouth, asking if he could talk less. and now he's given them trouble again. Seeing that his tail was starting to burn, he brought it back, yelling about how hot it was, after which he had to reincarnate his small form. They didn't even know that such a secret beast had a weakness. The golden lion asked what they were looking at. He was unable to demonstrate his power today. Therefore, he advised them to quickly return to the village and start evacuating. Mo Lao advised Pang Lao to organize an escape for the villagers. But Pang Lao told Yun Kang to take everyone and leave, and the old man is not going anywhere. Is there really no way to stop the destruction of the village? He can't accept it, because this village is where he grew up. So it can't just disappear. After which he started walking somewhere. The golden lion mentioned that only the keystone could save this village. He asked his brother to wait for him. The man realized that it was up to himself at this point, but he didn't even know if he could move the brushes this time. But after that, she dismissed all thoughts, saying that this time it would work out. But in the end, it didn't work out. The village is about to disappear, and he can't even do anything about it. 3 years ago, the village elder had praised the guy for being able to reach peak concentration so quickly. Ever since he was a child, he was a refining genius, and ever since he started practicing, overcoming boundaries was as simple as it is. Although he hadn't reached the realm of magical power yet, but everyone believed that he would be able to lift a dagger. The children were asking to try and do it, and he agreed. But in the end, he failed. He was told not to lose heart, because sooner or later he would be able to pick up the dagger. And he kind of believed it too. But since that day, his improvement has not improved at all. He is not at all the hope of the whole village. Pang Yun began to think that it might be better for them all to just run away. But even the protagonist realized that Pang Yun must take the dagger away today, or else he would feel guilty for the strength of the rest of his life. Chen stated that Pang Yunkang is a piece of garbage. His spirit is already crushed, and he's decided to pour salt on the wound, apparently, near the entrance to the village. The villagers tried to persuade the headman to go from here with them, for the village was already lost. But the headman had already made his decision, and told them to leave. Mo Lao understood his feelings, because if his family was in trouble, he would probably make the same choice. They wanted to persuade the headman again, but the man told them to just protect, for he would die in this village. Mo Lao thought that Yunkang must be trying really hard right now. Chen took him by the scruff of the neck, talking about running away, but let him remember to come back later to retrieve the corpse of the village chief's grandfather. Those words about his grandfather changed him somehow, so he decided to try again. The protagonist said that if this man who is a wimp can't do anything, he will pick up the dagger himself. Pang Yun told him to get away. Who is he anyway to touch his dagger? Well, if he can't pick it up today, that man is as much trash as a Chen. He was determined to get that dagger up. Suddenly he noticed that his great sword Yui began to react. Mo Lao noticed that he was able to do so. Brush lands backwards to the ground, but the two didn't realize what kind of sensation they had just felt. The man had a hunch that it would work out this time, so he decided to try again. And it really worked out for him. The residents kept asking the headman to go with them. If the village is gone, they can rebuild it. But if there is no headman, then what will they do? Pang Lao replied that they would just choose another headman. Suddenly, they all heard Pang Yun's voice saying that Grandpa had a few more decades to live, and in his hands was a dagger. He reported his grandfather for taking the clan's weapons. It has grown because of all the residents. Everyone thought that Pang Yun was the hope of the whole village, but he was never able to get ahead. But today is different. That's why he's here, and no one has to leave. Pang Lao was glad that Yunkang had finally grown up. Even the golden lion recognized that it wasn't bad. He unwound his dagger and threw it upward, after which he ordered it to increase. The villagers noticed that the keystone was even bigger than before, and just like that, he was able to put out the fire. It was amazing to see how he was able to shield the magma and protect the village. The old man replied that of course it was, for a dagger could shatter a star. They began to rejoice that the magma was moving away and the village was saved thanks to Yunkang. But others didn't understand where the hero himself had disappeared to. Then they saw him on the ground, for the man had lost consciousness. Everyone's been asking for Brother Pang to wake up. He didn't understand what had happened to him. Yunkang also felt as if his whole body was devastated. Mo Lao explained that there was no need to worry because it was just a temporary energy depletion. After resting, he would be fine. In the evening, everyone gathered around the campfire. The headman announced that these two were heroes and of the village. It should be, after all. He is the hope of the entire village. I was a little confused by the hero's nickname. Or rather, he couldn't imagine himself in that role at all. He told the old man that he had just scolded him once and the dagger had shown its power. Mo Lao replied that this guy still lacked brains. He also asked how he felt. Only then did it dawn on him that he had finally broken through. He was able to break through into the realm of magical power, and suddenly he realized something. Since he broke through at the realm with magic power, he asked if the marriage contract between the two families was still in force. Mo Lao wondered if the guy could beat her. The two families of Pang and Mo have deep roots. Since ancient times, there was an agreement that the descendants of the magic power realm could marry. He began to realize that his strength would not be enough for victory. The boy didn't understand why he was sad again. The old man explained that the Inyan had broken through to the realm of magical power last year. He hadn't been an opponent of the Inyan since childhood, so strong that Bang Yunkang can't even defeat her. Yinyan sneered and didn't even know who was talking about her. The Mo family's village. The crow had a message on its paw. Yushan thought that the prophecy was coming true. After all, even his father had passed the ancestral sword to him. The girl wondered what prophecy he was talking about. His father had told him that the Purple Sword Mountain Manor would be destroyed during his tenure. Because of this, the master handed over the ancestral sword to the boy. From generation to generation, only the master of the Purple Sword Mountain Manor could carry this sword. So his father passed the title of master to him. Yinian asked what he was worried about. Who in the world would even be able to beat his father? Yushan bounced off her, talking about how she always walks silently and scares the hell out of him. Yinian mentioned that he only met her today. Elinor inquired of the girl what had brought her today. She said that her great-grandfather sent a letter asking her to find them, so she wants to ask Yushan's brother to look after the Mo family's village for a while. Yushan replied that she could go to Mo Lao if she needed to, and he had wanted to talk to her for a long time. He told about his plan with the east, west, south, and north side of the village. Afterward, he asked the Yinyan what she thought of his plan, but she's already gone. 1 month later, the surroundings of Huaijiang Mountain. Chen recognized that the fire rat fur garment was quite comfortable and really worthwhile. Afterward, he inquired why Pang Yun didn't wear the fire rat fur garment. The guy explained that he wasn't as show-offy as Chen and pouted under his clothes. He also wanted to show him something interesting, namely the result of a month of practice. Now he won't pass out so easily. Chen doesn't even know when he will be able to master the great sword Yui perfectly. The old man explained that after he broke through to the realm of magical power and gained the recognition of the great sword, he would be able to use it freely. Breaking into the realm of magical power is easy, but gaining recognition will be difficult. Chen easily defeated the peak concentration realm. So why is he still in the middle of the concentration realm? It's because he cultivated her elephant dragon magic skills, and that requires a lot of energy, because of which the process of raising the boundaries would naturally be lower. Since it just needs to consume energy, then it's easy. He has a bride eater to absorb energy. Therefore, he would soon be able to break through to the realm of magical power. The Golden Lion advised that fewer Sky Eaters should be used in the future. Others marveled at his words. Chen wondered if the kitten hadn't given him the Heaven Eater. So why can't he use it now? At that time, the guy was dying. So the Golden Lion had to give the Heaven Eater to prolong his life. Had he still not noticed yet that the Heaven Eater was a type of demonic power? He is a benevolent beast, after all, since he can use demonic power. This power was not originally his. Demonic power, of course, comes from demons. It was the power that belonged to that monkey, he thought. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the Grand Prince recognized that there was nothing special about the legendary Zhu Yang. He explained that he had just been unlucky last time. Before he could regain his strength, he met a Lo Wu. The Great Prince thinks that the white monkey can't defeat that cat, even if he absorbs all the people in the palace. He stood menacingly over the Great Prince. Then he said that there were enough men here to heal his wounds. And if they fight Lo Wu like nothing. Those words about battle, easy to say. The last time they fought the Beijun country. Then Wang Tian, and almost lost half of the Holy Court troops. His soul-destroying technique is so strong that he will be able to subdue the enemy without fighting. Then next month they will fight the Nandi nation. And the Great Prince will see what the god of war, Zhu Yan, can do. At the foot of the Kunlun mountain, Pang Yun asked the Golden Lion what it meant that the Heaven Eater was descended from demons. He explained that Zhu Yan had cultivated 2 divine powers. The soul annihilation technique was what Ye Qian used on the Qinyun platform. No wonder they call him the god of war. After all, this is the way to defeat elite troops. Zhu Yan's usual trick is to use the soul-destroying technique to make people fall into fear, and then use the Heaven Eater to absorb people's energy. The protagonist had no idea at all what the purpose of the Heaven Eater was. The Golden Lion confirmed that the guy had gotten a Heaven Eater from Zhu Yan. Memories are transported to an ancient battlefield. Lo Wu told that monkey to go back where he came from, after which he struck him with his claws. The monkey's body vaporized and the pearl appeared there, namely the Eater of Heaven. The golden lion still doesn't understand why this demonic technique didn't leave with him back then. Chen didn't understand why the cat hadn't talked about it before, since he had already lost his mind so many times. Luo Wu replied that the guy was the stupidest. He didn't train properly to improve his cultivation, but wants to use the Heaven Eater to take a shortcut. This was the golden lion's mistake, for he saw that the life of the Chen was at stake. After that, unless absolutely necessary, he should not use the Heaven Eater. Now that the princess is taken down, no, they won't be able to stop the protagonist if he goes crazy again. Pang Yun replied that Mo is here, so what should they be afraid of? The old man replied that he had already passed the peak of his prime, and was about to really become an old man. He was the best master in the Celestial Empire, so Yun Kang didn't understand what could have gone wrong. Suddenly, someone sent a weapon at him. He started sobbing because every time they meet like this, it's too much for him. Ye Cheng summoned the great sword Yui and pointed it toward the man, telling him to come out. Someone had really helped in this black crow getting ahead, so she decided to check it out. He was able to repel this unknown man's weapon, but suddenly this unknown person appeared behind him. This man may be fast, but he's met his match. The protagonist engaged the elephant dragon's hurricane shield. Now it was his turn to attack, but suddenly the dagger was in his way. The guy didn't understand what Bang Yunkang was doing right now, but he was just starting to get angry. He asked does this guy really want to die, and how dare he even attack Yunkang's fiancé? Suddenly the yin-yang took off his outfit, talking about who even here his fiancé still is. After that, he started running away from her. She tried to catch up with him. These two have been bickering like this for years, and they're not even tired. Chen guessed that this girl is a lover from childhood. Yinyan replied that this person was indifferent to her. If she didn't come, her great-grandfather would be killed sooner or later because of this stupid pig. He wanted to ask again what could happen if Mo Lao was so strong, but no sooner had he finished speaking than Chen closed his mouth. He really wanted to kill Mo Lao in this way. However, the protagonist thought he had seen her somewhere before. It had only been a few months, and he wouldn't even recognize her anymore. Let him think about how he was able to get the divine dragon pill. At that time, his realm was low, and he didn't even get a glimpse. He didn't realize that the master of the magic power realm was in front of his eyes, and before he could ask, she disappeared. No wonder he's so close to Karkusha Pang. This guy isn't very smart either. Another realm of magical powers, too heavy for the kid. Since they know each other, there is no need to introduce them. The old man inquired if she had helped Yushan Yilin settle, and now he realized that his sister had gone to the Mo family's village and asked how she was doing. The girl replied that they were both fine, but the Yinian herself was not. Every day with these two annoyed her. And the most annoying one is Xiao Yushan, Mo family's village. Yushan told me the best way to plow this land, and after they finish, they can fix the water wheel. He believed that this year's crop would definitely triple, and that without a doubt. Linner smacked him on the head, saying that if he was so capable, then let him arrange their wedding. Let Yushan do what he wants. The villagers of the Mo family have nothing to do anyway. Suddenly, the old man started coughing. She immediately ran up to her great-grandfather, asking what was wrong with him. He replied that his great-grandfather's bones were already old. He also didn't understand what was wrong with Mo Lao. He had been fine before, but the man told him to be quiet. Lately, using the staff of the King of Z, he is not as strong as he would like to be. Yinian should be able to see that. She asked who would even want such an ugly stick. Fortunately, Yunkang had recently broken through to the realm with magic power, and in the future, the Mo family treasure would pass to the great-granddaughter after marriage. And the guy had long wanted to be the groom of the old man's great-granddaughter. Well, who said she was going to marry him in the first place? She wanted to see if she could beat him up. Yunkang hid behind his friend, talking about how even fairies become ugly, and when angry. Chen told him not to be a coward. He is already in the realm of magical power, and he has a divine weapon in his hands. If he wins, he can marry her. He recognized that it made sense. His dagger has no eyes, and if he hurts an Inyan today, he will keep it up for the rest of his life. She wondered if he wanted to hurt her. He used his dagger to attack. The girl involved 3 shaku of silk fabric. Who would ever think a girl would carry a gun around her neck? She definitely caught him off guard. Chen noticed that the old man's great-granddaughter is awesome. It looks like Brother Pang won't be able to marry until he's old. Mo Lao replied that he had gone to great lengths to kidnap her. He didn't expect this old man to kidnap a child at all. Mo Lao replied that this girl was indeed his own great-granddaughter. If it's his own great-granddaughter, why kidnap her? He decided to tell a story. A baby was born that day. The man rejoiced that he had finally become a father. The old man noticed that King Z's staff was beginning to react. At that moment, he realized that the baby girl who had just been born was the heir to the staff of King Z. That same night, the man told his grandfather that he was over 50. He must find someone else to save the world. And on the second day, the kid was gone. She inquired if he is giving up now. Jun Kana replied that he was giving up and asked to be gentler. At the same time, he didn't understand why he couldn't beat her yet. After all, he even really believed Cheng's words. The old man passed on his skills to her, and it loves learning those tricks. The boy wondered if her little tricks were too strong. Yinian explained that other than summoning birds, there was no point to them. His stick has little tricks. Could she be referring to that big crow? But the girl replied that she wasn't, and decided to demonstrate. She actually called for real birds, and the guy asked how she did it. This call the girl came up with on her own. Even he doesn't know how to do it. The golden lion smelled the scent of flowers. They also started to be surrounded by fog. But where did all the flowers come from in the first place? He'd never smelled them before. The golden lion told the little Mo that this was a bad omen. It's the fog getting thick. And it smells a little bit like blood, too. She also asked why King Tsu's staff was buzzing. He realized that some kind of foul thing had gotten out of the Yingzhou garden. He snatched the staff from her, telling everyone to get ready. This could be dangerous. The golden lion told him to hurry up and dispel the fog. After which he used the whirlwind blade. He noticed that this guy really likes to stand out. His techniques are getting bigger and bigger. The fog was dispelled. No more signs, but the staff still hums. Yun Kung inquired what kind of garden Yingzhou was. Yinian told him to read the book himself, for she didn't have time to explain all this now. Chen explained that Yingzhou is a mythical beast that guards the garden of the Heavenly Emperor, and he is similar to Xiao Zhu. The golden lion asked how it was that an effeminate man could be beautiful. In all seriousness, this monster has something to do with the Mo family. Suddenly, they heard the words about the staff of the King of Tsu. Mo Lao thought it was a debtor from a past life. A beast of blood appeared from somewhere. Mo Lao thought it was a Tulu. Yun Kung asked who it was. The guy replied that it was a ferocious beast from the Yingzhou garden. Now he thought it was all over. After all, this time they had met a 1,000-year-old monster. What a small world. He noticed the descendants of Hutsu, Tsuki, and Dayui, and this beast knows their essence. After all these years, he still holds a grudge. If old man Haozi's ancestor hadn't poked his nose into other people's business, he wouldn't have been taken back to that cursed garden. Yun Kung told her not to worry, because every enemy of hers is considered his enemy too. She told him to go away, or else she would tear his mouth open. The old man declared that he himself was guilty of violating the heavenly rules, and arbitrarily, he ran away from the garden to eat people everywhere. Haozi had only helped his master Yingzhou teach that monster a lesson, so he should be grateful that Haozi didn't kill him. He wanted to attack because of those words. The golden lion told him to stop, for he must notice who he was. That monster recognized the Lo Wu. They all thought it was an old acquaintance. The golden lion asked as he slipped out of the garden, then greeted his master Yingzhou. Tulo stated that he wanted him to be in charge. He didn't understand why they should be put in a garden and leave this world to the wimps who live for a few decades. He hasn't changed a bit. Looks like thousands of years in prison wasted. Tulu was surprised at how powerful the Lo Wu from the Sacred Beast generation was. How dare he even turn his back and help that year Dayui kill his own kind? Tulo doesn't realize. They all don't realize the power of humans at all. But he only laughed with the word mighty. Could it be that the golden lion is talking about these three in the realm of magical power? Or about this one, who hadn't even reached the realm of concentration? Chen didn't like that he was so arrogant. This monster may or may not believe it, but these people will kill it again. This lazy cat knows how to take advantage of people. The golden lion asked if he really wanted the divine beast to take care of this little thing. Let him kill it better quickly. This little guy totally doesn't see Mo Lao and makes the guy do it all. Tulo thought that Lo Wu had sent the weakest, and that was proof that he was out of his mind after all. The golden lion replied that whether this guy was weak or not, he would immediately understand. He recognized the eloquence of this stinking cat. If this guy is in such a hurry to die, he's willing to grant that wish. The protagonist dodged that punch. He also noticed that the rampage is not much stronger than that of a raccoon boar. They all felt the energy of the ball. How dare he even compare him to a lowlife like a boar raccoon? Yun Kung thought that he was not as strong as the raccoon boar. So Chen, you should hurry up so that they roast a whole ram today. He's in the realm of concentration, so he's not a wimp either. After that, the guy used the whirlwind blade. He had the feeling that he had pierced it so easily, as if he hadn't even hit it. He turned around and wondered if he was really dead. Yunkang thought he had a multi-temporal role, and this monster died from just one blow. That year, Haozi used divine weapons to subdue this beast. Therefore, it is unclear how he can be so easily eliminated. But suddenly they all heard laughter. His body began to crumble. Afterward, he penetrated underground, and I ask, did they really think this was the end? Yunkang didn't like the fact that there were so many beetles here. Yinyan remarked that he was a grown man, but he was afraid of beetles. After which, they began to put themselves back together again. This monster not only didn't suffer any damage after reunification, but even became bigger. He advised the guy not to think that he could defeat it with an imperial weapon in his hand. The Golden Lion replied that this type has been perfected in the garden for many years. Not only does it not disintegrate, but it also passes through the ground, so the guy should be careful. Chen didn't understand why this cat didn't say that before the fight, but if even the Golden Lion said, the guy wouldn't even get the idea. There have been very few books about it over the years. Now they know everything, and what they can even do with it. This monster only knows how to run away and thinks he's invincible. He thinks that's more than enough to take care of them. But that's just a bunch of beetles. Maybe he can replicate those big brother skills again. Mo's family's village. A multitude of swords appeared around him. After which, he told the sword to return to its scabbard. She was impressed by how well he handled the flying leaf rain of swords. It looks like dozens of flying swords, but really only the main sword is needed. And all the other swords are illusions made of sword energy. Previously, he had already passed on the secret of the Ichenyu technique. So the girl asked if he had been able to learn it, but negatively shook his head. At that time, the guy had encountered Chen Tian and was completely focused on perfecting the magic power of the dragon sword technique. He hadn't even practiced sword wielding. She asked Yushan to teach her how to do this. After all, she had just broken through to the early stage of the realm of concentration. If Yushan continued teaching, he wouldn't dare to marry her. She obviously didn't like his words, and this is what the heavenly dog looks at every day. He didn't even expect that this guy, who on a small realm of concentration would be able to develop sword energy. The main character now confirmed what his older brother had said about sword energy. Tulu realized that he didn't even know how to use sword energy. Still, he practiced sword energy, but he can't remember what his older brother taught him. He wanted to see the energy of the great sword Yui. Mo Lao told Yinyan and Yunkang to replace Chen, for in this way he might die. She used thunderballs. He thought it was some kind of strong hold, and she just decided to tickle him. The girl replied that she wouldn't scratch him to death. Then those balloons exploded. He wondered what married life would be like now. She asked why the Kurkuma stood up. Let him join the fight. After which, Yunkang struck him with his dagger. He scattered to the beetles again. Tulo admitted he underestimated these guys, but he'll definitely be back. He didn't like the bugs gathering again. What was the point of it in the first place? Still, he was able to remember his older brother's technique and recreate it. They were surprised that this boy had still learned flying leaf rain from swords and the young master. Seeing a potential threat, he decided to hide. After which, the protagonist engaged a flying sheet rain of swords. Still, it was the attack that struck the Tulu. This technique really deserves to be a great rain. The guy was able to turn the sword into rain, and a very strong one at that. Suddenly, one of the swords even hit him, and it really did hurt. The girl replied that he deserved it. The great sword Yui is a spiritualized treasure, and this guy dared to play a joke on it. That sword energy really sucked almost all the strength out of him. In the end, it's not even that bad. If Chen was a magic power realm, he would be able to continue attacking with his sword, and they would probably be able to kill him before he escaped. Suddenly, the guy heard a voice saying that this was pretty good. Tulo really almost died at the hands of that boy. Well, he's too lowly of a kingdom. Yunkang couldn't believe that he was still alive. But the Golden Lion explained that he has temporarily retreated, but he will be back soon. And he fears that this time, it will be much harder. Still gonna have to old Mo Lao bones on this one. Yunkang asked, "It's been a long time, you see, so maybe the ram who was maimed by Chen won't come." Mo Lao explained that he would recover after a little rest, and would definitely come. It was so dark, he doesn't even know where this monster might come out of. She suggested that he stop spinning his head around. This Kurkusha Pang is mature, but such a coward. Suddenly, the old man entrusted the care of the Inyan and Yunkang to the protagonist. They clearly didn't expect such words from the old man. Suddenly, they felt an earthquake, signaling the arrival of this behemoth. He came out of the ground talking about how they have no future. The boys noticed that the monster had gotten even bigger. Then he threw stones in their direction. Chen erected a shield, not realizing where so much power came from in one blow. The Golden Lion informed the old man that they were now not herding with the Tulu. They're still lacking in experience. Lo Wu suggested that he should handle it himself instead of the old man. Yunkang told Mulao and Xiaoju to come here and help. But if they reach out, the day of this world's destruction is not far off. He didn't like that these guys couldn't even handle a low-ranked Tulu. They weren't worthy of being children of destiny. Yinian replied that there was no end to these bugs, and she was already running out of thunderballs. The beast only laughed with Togo that they wouldn't even be able to last long against him. The protagonist told him not to be so cocky, after which Mulao spoke and told them to stand back. The Golden Lion advised him to be careful, for after all these years, he had become a stronger base. Finally, a descendant of the Hotsu is no longer a coward. Since the Z King's staff is in his hands, it is natural that he should take care of this beast. He only started laughing uncontrollably at the fact that the old man wanted to kill him. He overestimates his strength. If Huzi had that staff, he would have turned around and run away. The pedigree of a Huzi is truly worthless. A treasure such as this staff ended up falling into the hands of a minor realm of magical power. He mentioned the realm of magical power. Yinian asked Great-Grandpa not to do that, but the monster is not wrong. The realm of magical power was indeed a bit lacking to see. He felt that this old man had crossed over into the realm of nascence. Chen didn't expect Mulao to move into the realm of nascent realm at all. Yunkang wondered if he would be able to defeat the first master of the sacred court with his current strength. These idiots don't realize at all that such power takes the life of a great-grandfather. It's because she's useless. Yin Yan made great-grandfather suffer. Now he understood the meaning of those words of Mo Lao. The Golden Lion told him to give Tulu a killing blow when he saw an opportune moment. It's been years since he's used all his powers, and as a result, he's a little unaccustomed to it. If it had been back in the day, this Tulu would have been purged long ago. He addressed the staff as an old friend, saying that this might be the last time they would fight side by side. He will be able to use this life of perfection to rid the world of evil. It is a kind of blessing. Even if this old man jumped to the nascent realm, the monster still isn't afraid of him. But he shouldn't even think about letting this monster stall. After which he used the prison of 10,000 vines. This prison ended up looking like a tangle of vines. Still, the staff of the King of Tsu is indeed the nemesis of Tulu. In that year, in order to conquer, Tulu Inzao broke off a branch from the sacred tree of the giant and gave it to Haozi. Such was the origin of the staff of King Haozi. Yunkang inquired about the giant tree. The Golden Lion said to stop talking and let him watch a little entertainingly. Tulu is unable to endure it. His true identity is about to emerge. He held his sword at the ready. Still, he's gotten old. They can't wait any longer, for the baby Mo won't be able to last much longer. This is the perfect moment to attack. Do they really intend to end it here? But he wasn't going to give up at all. The prison was empty, and even heaven seems to be helping him. No sooner had the protagonist struck him than the monster disappeared. He didn't realize what was happening. After that, he guessed that something was wrong with Mo Lao. Yinian also ran to her great-grandfather's house. He regrets that he couldn't hold out. Old age has caught up with him after all. The monster wanted to take the old man with him to hell. It's a pity he won't be able to see which Yin Kang will inherit the staff of the King of Z. Yun Kang must also be flawed in his training. And he left the rest to Chen. He only saw the girl decide to use the staff of the King of Tsu. As long as she's here, that monster won't touch her great-grandfather. It involved the prison of 10,000 vines. The vines began to hold him back again. Fortunately, Mo Lao is still alive, but now his cultivation is worse than that of a Chen. His cultivation has fallen to the early stage of the realm of concentration. Suddenly, they heard the laughter of the Tulu. He tore at the vines, talking about how it was a petty wench, much worse than his old man. After which, Yun Kang activated his dagger. He asked the Golden Lion to take care of Mo Lao and the guy would figure something out. All because of his low realm, as he doesn't have enough energy for another rain of swords. It's just a bunch of insects on a handle so hard to deal with. And suddenly an idea popped into his head. The Golden Lion thought about how he still lacked strength. He seemed to be the only one here right now who could make a move. Are they not worthy to be children of destiny? And so he heard a Chen's voices talking about having an idea. Even Tulo wondered to this kid what they could even do against him. Of course they are going to use the staff of the King of Tsu on him. Since the old man is in the realm of nascent powers, it looks like he's pinning his hope on this girl. Believe it or not, that's up to him. But that girl's gonna beat him. Yinian asked who he was calling a girl. How dare he underestimate the heiress of the staff of King Z? She whispered whether he was sure of his idea. No need to say something stupid, for she was about to be beaten. Chen urged to believe him and Yinian will be able to do so. Yun-kung didn't like this trade guy making eyes at his fiancé. He really wants to die right now. He advised using a trick that great-grandpa wouldn't even know about. The Golden Lion was happy to watch the progress of this boy who was getting smarter and smarter. The girl wondered why she hadn't thought of that right away. The protagonist wondered if she could do what he said. Yinian honestly replied that she couldn't do it, but she should try her best. Meanwhile, Yun-kung didn't even realize what trick they were talking about. There was no time to explain. Chen just wants to do it together and get rid of this monster. He would even like to see what trick they could come up with. Tonight, he's going to beat the bad stuff out of him and squeeze this monster real tight. Whereupon he launched the dagger straight at the Tulu, and the dagger hit right on target. That kid still doesn't get it. Even if he smashes the Tulu 1,000 times, it's useless. As long as there are insects in the ground beneath his feet, he can heal indefinitely. Chen cut off his hand. Speaking of this monster's lack of understanding, they will chop him into small pieces. After which, Chen as well as Yun-kung launched a joint attack. Mo Yin-yan, who is the heir to the staff of the King of Tsu. She will not allow anyone to dishonor the name of the ancestor of Huzi. The old man was glad she had finally grown up. It was noticeable that his real body was about to appear. This was the perfect moment for the Yinian to attack. At first, she wanted to use the vine prison, but then she replaced it with birds. Tulu clearly wasn't expecting this move. Let that nasty monster know that next year today will be his day of sacrifice. And then his body appeared. Whereupon she told the birds to come down. This multitude of birds started eating insects. He couldn't believe at all that it was really true, and he was losing. Birds eat bugs. And if Tulu does not know such a simple fact, he has lived 1,000 years in vain. No wonder Chen figured out how to deal with him. He spoke angrily about coming back, so let them wait for him. But the Yinian wasn't going to let him go. It involved the prison of 10,000 vines. Vines manages to get a takedown. She was glad it was finally over. Yun-kung supported his bride. The Golden Lion had said that these guys would kill him again, and he didn't even listen. Tulu replied that they could kill him if they wanted. He still wouldn't beg for mercy. The protagonist decided to fulfill this request so he wouldn't go out and hurt people again. But suddenly Mo Lao asked to stop. Chen didn't understand why it was necessary to leave him behind if this monster was an ogre. He explained that this beast in the Yingzhao garden was loosening the ground for the giant's tree. If it wasn't for his recent repeated misguided intention to defend, he would not have been able to escape. Yingzhao and the tree giant need this monster, so they can't afford to kill it. The old man hopes that in the future, the Tulu will fulfill its duties and become a useful beast. He immediately remembered the very words that had been said to him once before. The old man had to bother the Golden Lion once more with a request that he return the Tulu to Mr. Yingzhao. Luo Wu was going to use him for a favor, otherwise they wouldn't be able to pass through the Kunlun gate. Chen inquired as to why. He explained that the guy would find out in a few days, and he went. After which he wondered if the monster was still thinking about revenge. He recognized that these people have some skills. In response, the Golden Lion asked if he thought this garden was built to protect people. A little while later they were all sitting around the campfire. The old man told his great-granddaughter to keep her fire rat fur, for it would come in handy on Mount Yushan. And after he leaves, they will be led by Chen. They must do whatever he says. He clearly didn't expect to be made leader. Yun-kung also wanted to become a leader, after all. He is in the realm of magical power. And yet, he is the future fiancé of Mo Lao's great-granddaughter. So he asked us to compete with him. Whoever wins will be the leader. Yun-kung realized that this guy was so superior right now, and it was impossible to fight him. It wouldn't be a disgrace. At the same time, the protagonist thought about whether he should let his friend make 2 moves. Yinian thought that great-grandpa was right. Chen has good technique and moreover he is smart enough. If it wasn't for his idea earlier, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Tulu. Unlike some fools with big mouths. He didn't understand how a girl could insult him so directly. It was really very hard for him. The old man thought to return to the village to the Mo family and check on the princess's condition as well as a Lin year. After that, he would go to look for other children of destiny. In that year, the emperor told him 3 prophecies. One of them mentioned that only by gathering 7 children of destiny could they overcome the calamities of the future. Counting these 3, he also found 4. He asked who the other children of destiny were. The old man replied that they knew each other. Meanwhile, in the village, the families of Mo. The princess's condition was not good, and it was unknown when Xiao Chen and the others would return. Yushan tried to reassure her. These guys should see Queen Mother of the West soon. She wondered why the Yushan mountain, where the Queen Mother of the West lived, had the same name as Xiao Yushan itself. Yushan revealed that it originated from his mother's dream. When his mother was pregnant with Yushan, she dreamed that a large snake was coiling around Yushan Mountain. Looks like he caught the new melodrama. The girl only laughed, not realizing what kind of snake could grow so big. The boy replied that it was just one ordinary big snake. He thought that there was nothing special about it. The sky dog thought about it being a 9-headed serpent. The young master had been a dragon and a phoenix among humans since childhood. Wherever he went, the boy did everything by himself. Still, the three of them need to work harder. Except for the chatter, you can't pick on him. This trek up the mountain will not be easy. Tulu is only a low-ranked mythical beast, and there are many powerful monsters. The guy needs more experience to raise the realms. When it comes to reviewing books and guiding the path, he can safely entrust those things to Inyan. She will take care of it and can show what it means to be a jack of all trades. In addition, the search for a cure is also worth mentioning. The Queen Mother of the West is a goddess who is in charge of punishment. She has a strange temper and likes to tease people. Therefore, she will not give them their medicine for nothing. By all means, he would require an antidote to bring Qin to his senses. The next day, Mo Lao asked Ye Chen to take care of Yin Yan and Yun Kang. Did he agree to do it? Yun Kang started teasing that he and the bride were wearing paired underwear. The girl told the idiot to shut his mouth. Ye Chen added that the two would inevitably die with such behavior. She told me that if the protagonist uses the flying sword Leaf Rain, he will be able to kill the Shen Yu. This waterfowl feeds on fish on the Yushan Mountain. The Kurkusha Pang must use a pickaxe to destroy the entrance, and if they came up here, they could take a shortcut. They didn't even realize how she had gotten the rope in her hands. In the past few days, Yi Chen's realm seems to have risen another level. He is one step away from the realm of magical power. This mountain is a really good place. There are a lot of monsters here, and the level rises quickly. He was even able to go up that fast. Also, the food here is also good too. No wonder Yun Kang's great-grandfather didn't prepare a dry ration. They started arguing about who else his great-grandfather was here. Yun Kang started apologizing to the bride. It's only 7 or even 8 days to the top of the mountain. Suddenly they felt a strong wind in such clear weather. It was as if a hurricane had formed in front of them. He figured it would probably be an old monster, so they should be careful. But there was a man there who said this ignorant child was talking nonsense. He stopped the wind. The mere appearance scared these kids to death. It was the dream of Shi Zhenzhen, who was the Taoist priest of the Heavenly Temple. Ye Chen asked Yin Yan to quickly check which monster on the Yushan Mountain looked like a groundhog. The girl replied that she didn't know, because she had never even seen one that ugly. Zhenzhen called them impertinent. Song Shi introduced himself and also mentioned that he was from the Yang Chen Heavenly Temple. They also heard his name and thought it meant to go to death. Then he started explaining that he was a Sun Zi. The 3 guys started laughing with that. Still, it's damn hard to talk to these little brats. He explained that Yang Chen was the place where Emperor Yu built his capital, and the Heavenly Temple was built on the place where the dragon ascended to heaven. Taoism is orthodox and has deep roots. How is it even possible that these lowlifes were able to reach the same level? Once again, the protagonist hears the mention of Emperor Yu coming. Yun Kang wondered why this old man was looking for them. Today he is here to eliminate the demon and protect the old ways. He also asked him if he knew his guilt. Ye Chen wondered what he had done wrong. After the battle on the Qinyun platform, the whole world learned that the Ye family were descendants of the Sin god Gonggong. His sister is a demon girl, and he stole the great sword, you Emperor Warrior, and now he says it's not his fault at all. However, heaven is merciful to all the living. If he gives up the great sword and then destroys his meridians, the old man will allow him life. Song Shi had gotten a good Taoist name after all. How dare he even slander his sister and also ask for a great sword? Ye Chen will help this old man go to his death today after all. He told those 2 to back off. It would be bad if he couldn't beat this old man with his own hands. Yun Kang advised him to hurry up. They didn't have food for the evening yet, and under no circumstances should they eat people. But he wasn't thinking of letting any of them go at all. He used talismans to surround them, after which these talismans were ignited. Song Shi doesn't even know how many masters fell from his fireshaft talismans. These guys died justly. They didn't even listen to him and made him kill them in vain. Suddenly, Yi Chen shouted to him to take his time to leave. Doesn't he need the great sword, Yui? You can't even cook meat on this fire. He couldn't believe how this was possible. After all, even a realm of magical power would instantly be burned to the ground by the fire rampart talismans. He's so grown up, but he doesn't even know something so simple. The rats in the Pang family's village were all soaked in volcanic lava, and this garment is made from the hide of a fire rat. It's fireproof and retains heat. This old man hasn't even seen the world at all. He had no idea there was such treasure in the world. So he decided to kill these guys and take the treasure for himself. With 2 fingers, Chen was able to stop the sword flying towards them. Does he still want to hurt people with a wooden sword? He explained that the swords made from the peach wood of the heavenly temple were 100 times harder than iron. Yunkang wondered if it was true. Yinyan noticed the runes that were engraved on this sword. They are contentedly famous. He started to tell me that the Taoists use peach tree balls and rely completely on their spell. Songshi himself uses the base on the talisman of split brambles and the 1,000-year-old peach tree for the body. Because of all the chatter, they even began to think that he read the sutras better than Xiao Yushan. Yunkang started to get angry and asked if he had finally finished all of this. If he wanted to fight, then let him start already. Songshi said. Let him not think that since he took away the sword, he couldn't detonate the spell. But suddenly the sword broke. He clearly hadn't expected this. Yinian told him to just shut up and let him blow up what he wanted. After which the protagonist threw away his sword, talking about him talking too much. Let him show the rest of his tricks or they'll be late for dinner. Luckily, he was careful not to get close. This boy is practicing some strange technique, for he has very great strength. However, he is 2 realms above them. Therefore, he can still subdue the boy who is only in the concentration realm. He suggested comparing sword arts, so that the guy would realize that he didn't deserve a great sword Yui. The idea was too delusional for him. The old man thought that he was just scared, after all. In the realm of magic power, they should know how to wield a sword. Yunkang said to hurry up because it was going to rain soon. The 2 also decided to step back so that they wouldn't accidentally hurt themselves. Yinian noticed that the Taoist name matched the person. He boasted that he could use up to 10 swords. It didn't matter how strong the guy was after all, it was just a realm of concentration. He had told this guy so much, but he still wouldn't be able to understand it. So Sleep Sea decided to kindly expand his horizons. But what he saw in front of him completely knocked him off his pole. He didn't think it was possible at all. Yunkang noticed that he was like a hornet's nest. They should not rejoice before their time. He lit the talisman of summoning, and soon his brother would avenge Sea's dream. The protagonist stated that if brother Songshi dared to come, he would just send him to that old man. This guy and his sister had already become the target of the righteous Taoists. Therefore, they would definitely not be able to survive, after which he died. Even the virtuous of the righteous famous schools do not distinguish between good and bad. They have demonic beasts in front of them and pursuers behind them. It looks like their onward journey will become even more difficult. They can't handle that many. So we must hurry up the mountain to get the medicine. Heavenly Temple. He noticed that Sleep Sea had died, and he was the head of the middle realm of magical power. A man came to him saying that someone had wandered into and out of the village by mistake to the Mo family. He couldn't believe that someone had entered that legendary Mo family village under a magical barrier. The man replied that he had. Moreover, it was said that he had seen a similar woman there to a linear. So the man ordered him to bring him. The slope at the top of Yushan Mountain. They'll get there soon. Suddenly they heard a shout for these vile brats to stop. Still, these monks had gotten there quickly. It was the dream of Shin who wanted to kill a Chen to pay with his life for his brother. First, the one going to his death left, and now the one arranging the send-off came. This is the first time Yunkang sees such a large group, where there were 10 people in the realm of magical power. One Taoist temple has so many of those in the realm of magical power. Even in the entire capital, there are less than 10. Something is clearly wrong. A little while later, he didn't even expect those 3 guys to be so strong. They'd lost 7. They clearly can't beat the crowd, and need to be sorted out quickly and in a hurry, up the mountain. Suddenly, Sleep Min arrived, who didn't even expect that Sleep Shin couldn't even deal with the 3 kids. Apparently, he's getting worse and worse. Song Shin stated that Sun Min always comes last. First going to his death, then giving a send-off, and now giving his life. What does this Taoist temple even know about names? The girl told him to be careful and think about how he should get out of this. This is not good, for a much larger realm of magical power has arrived. If they continue, he is afraid that more people will arrive. They must hurry to the top of the mountain. So they started running. Sungmin didn't even think of letting them go, and the talismans appeared in his hand. He decided to show off his unique spring tree mascots. A vine appeared. It's a vine wrapped around the feet of the Inyan. These men live up to their names. These 2 are here to give their lives and then see them off. He claimed that no man had yet been born who, able to escape his spring tree talismans. It had been a long time since Song Xin had seen Song Min's unique technique. Sung Min stated that this old man wasn't even in a hurry to detain them. She decided to use King Tsu's first decree. All the trees will come together. She circled them with the vine, and they recognized the legendary staff of the King of Z. Afterward, they all inquired who she was. Chen said that they should hurry up, because if this dragged on, there would only be more people. Yinian only started to get annoyed at the fact that they decided to play vines with her. She also claimed to be their ancestor, the peak of Yushan Mountain. The girl's great-grandfather used to tell her about going there. Just like Mo Lao said, there's a magical barrier, and also people with different keys. Next to Yunkang, the protagonist can pass. But the problem is that the three of them can fly in on her staff, but she can't hold them both. Yunkang can't fly a Kistan either. The pursuers were already close, but whoever said a dagger couldn't fly. They were counting on the Yunkang to take them for a ride. He also told the bride that he didn't want to make her uncomfortable, and it was a Chen's idea. She told him to just hurry up and she would deal with him later. He praised the protagonist for the idea. Afterward, he threw a dagger over the barrier. He grabbed the girl by the waist, telling her to hold on tighter to the bride. She didn't like this damn way. Chen grabbed onto Yunkang's leg. The protagonist shouted out that they would still meet these Taoist masters. Song Xin asked if this guy thought they couldn't fly after him, but they really couldn't fly over the barrier. He didn't expect that there would be a magical barrier on Yushan Mountain. Song Min asked if they left. How would they explain themselves when they returned? But they'll just wait here, because they're bound to come out. And then these guys won't be the only ones to run into. The battlefield for the Nandi country. The great prince remembered the monkey talking about being powerful. Therefore, he wondered how the white monkey became a subordinate of Aoyagi. Zhu Yan replied that even if he absorbed all the people of the Celestial Empire, he wouldn't be able to reach even a tenth of Aoyagi's strength. The great prince didn't even realize that he was so strong. If he really got free, the great prince wouldn't be able to control him. But that's not why he follows Aoyagi. He began to argue that Aoyagi was the hope of deification for mythical beasts. In the ward, he pondered deification. A man arrived to report that the spies had brought good and bad news. The good news, was that Yiling made a big mess at Xiao Yushan's wedding. Fing Xiao not only did not become part of the Xiao family, but was also injured by Xiao Yushan. Without the patronage of the Xiao family, he will definitely get Fen Xiao. Then the great prince inquired about the bad news. The man replied that it was unknown where the lovers Xiao Yushan and Yelinger had fled to. After Chen took Mu Qinxi to the Purple Sword Manor, she disappeared without a trace. He felt that it was time to remove the eyesore called Purple Sword Manor. The protagonist doesn't remember his great-grandfather mentioning this door. Not only did my great-grandfather not talk about it, but there's no record of it even in the book. Suddenly they noticed some kind of circuitry. After that, they heard Yunkang's voice telling them to move aside so that they wouldn't accidentally hurt themselves. Chen looked at the guy and asked what he was going to do. The one stated that he was going to open the door. Yinian started to get annoyed and asked if this Karkushapong is really stupid. Perhaps his family is opening her door like this. He thought Kistine was the key to kunlun. He asked how else to use the thing besides not smashing things. Chen showed that there was a keyhole. This thing made him dizzy and he could have just broken down the door. She told them to back off, and did they really think that this kind of level was still rare for her? After that, she put the drawing together, and it was clear that she needed to put a tassel in there. But that's not so easy. They started pointing, Yunkang, what size should you make the dagger? The two of them started freaking out with Togo for being stupid. Yunkang picked the wrong angle and needed to turn a little to the side, and then they finally did it. It was as if some people felt something. Village of Mo family. They watched as the girl was about to break through. Her cultivation speed was too fast. The heavenly dog teased that he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat his wife in the future. Scales appeared on her arms and her eyes became snake-like. He watched it anxiously. After that, the guy noticed that once again someone was trying to break into the Mo family's village. And it wasn't the first wave. Linner stood up and wondered what to do if they barged in. She would be 18 in 6 months, and they would definitely not leave her alone. He began to blame himself for letting that guy go. Yushan didn't think he was so talkative. Amo Lao appeared behind them and told them not to worry, for they wouldn't be able to enter. This is an unusual huge tree. In the whole of the Celestial Empire, except for the Yingzhou Garden, only the Mo family village has one more such tree. So the magic barrier outside the village comes from this tree. But this can't be told to outsiders. Even in the Mo family at present, Only he and Inyan know how to enter and exit. The Sky Dog was curious where the giant tree came from. Molao explained that after Houzi returned the Tulu to Yingzhao not only handed over the staff of King Zi, but also sent the seed of the giant tree. He called Yingzhao Gai as a mother with deep love and devotion, but they thought Yingzhao was a tiger with wings. Meanwhile, the doors swung open. It looks like this cursed place is harder to climb than the Purple Sword Mountain Manor. But suddenly someone stopped them. It was Lu Wu, the guardian god of Kunlun. He didn't know who this man was who had such a pressured look in his eyes. The girl thought he was a good teacher. Yunpeng didn't like the way Lu Wu looked at him, so I asked him why he was watching. In response, Lu Yu wondered how a Pang family could have a child as big as him. He didn't understand how it was that any random person knew Yunkang's data. Lu Wu introduced himself, and also asked why they had come here. The girl remembered that Lu Wu is a mythical beast that guards the 9th gate of Kunlun. Lu Wu said, getting rid of the word beast. Chen told the gentleman that they were here to ask for medicine from the Queen Mother of the West. Lu Wu called it very brave. They had indeed come to ask for medicine, coming to the top of Kunlun Shu's heart. Since they are all old friends, he will forgive them this time. After which, he told them to go back to where they came from. The protagonist asked to wait. They need to rescue someone very important, and asked the gentleman to be cooperative. Whereupon Lu Wu began to threaten that whoever invaded Kunlun would die. Chen promised his sister that he would save Qin Shi. They also overcame hardships to get here. How can they come back with nothing? Lu Wu wondered why he even cared about what they had gone through. They wouldn't enter Kunlun Shu even half a step. Then let them take offense. They're not going to just give up. He called them too stubborn, and now he's going to show the difference between God and man. Yunpeng asked what was even unusual here. He also had a magic weapon after all. He was then struck by lightning and fell to the ground. He showed mercy and asked if he should take another step. And the protagonist doesn't care that there is a god in front of him. He has made a promise, and even if he dies, he will fulfill it. This man brought the trouble on himself. He used the great sword Yui. Suddenly, another person arrived, talking about how this guy knows how to fight and kill, saying nothing about feelings. It was Yingzhao, the god who rules the garden of Yingzhao. Lu Wu asked Yingzhao what he was doing here. The boys didn't expect to see Yingzhao in front of them. They saw a photo of the very mythical beast of the Yingzhou's imperial soda Kunlun. The white-haired man said to get rid of the word beast. Yunpanka now understood why Xiaozhu said that he was effeminate. Yingzhao stated hearing him. The people had just come to ask for medicine, so he wondered why the Lu Yu were chasing them away so harshly. At least then their ancestors were comrades in arms with them. Lu Wu replied that Yingzhao should know that after the Battle of Aoyagi, the rule of eternal separation between heaven and humans was established. How can they enter Kunlun Shu so easily? They helped him catch a Tulu a while back, so Yingzhao should repay the favor. The boys thought that they seemed to have learned something terrible. Lu told him not to be like that in front of strangers. How many favors does he even have to do for that damn bug? It would be better to squash it. Yingzhao asked not to talk about his little Tulu like that, but this bug certainly wasn't small in my memories. He also mentioned that this guy is really good looking. Lu Wu can't take it either. He was embarrassed, and the others started making fun of him. He talks about how the Queen Mother is much stronger than them. Even if Lu Wu lets them go up, they might not come down. Just let him do Yingzhao a favor. He also asked Luo to come to his garden later. Yingzhao wanted to treat him to the wine of 1,000 flowers. Still, he agreed. Afterward, a man with white hair spoke about how the Lui had agreed and couldn't go up unhurriedly. The three thanked Mr. Lu Wu and Mr. Yingzhao, but they were stopped by the Lu Wu, told to leave their weapons behind. They left behind the great sword Yui, the dagger and the staff of King Tzu. He stopped the Inyan, referring to the fact that she still had her weapon. She recognized that this guard's eyes were fierce, but he still wouldn't let her pass any further, after which he said one last time that there must not be any weapons on her body. There was a bunch of guns. They didn't expect it to have a mobile arsenal at all. Chen patted his friend on the shoulder, saying that his life after marriage would definitely be rich and colorful. She only showed her tongue at the thought of leaving something behind. After that, Chen turned to Mr. Yingzhao, asking why Xiaozhou was not with him. The one replied that Lo Wu had told him that he still had things to do. Therefore, they could go straight to the Kunlun without him. The protagonist replied that then they would go first. He wondered what business the stinky cat might have that left without a word. Heavenly Temple. In just a few days, 8 people had died. The realm of magic power that was improved by the drugs was still too weak. A man arrived at his place, saying that Chen and the others had penetrated the Kunlun void barrier and disappeared. Because of this, he realized that the kunlun void magic barrier really existed, whereupon the man ordered to go down and dispatch the entire heavenly temple. He must summon the righteous Taoists from all over the Celestial Empire and surround the entire Kunlun mountain. He wondered what was going on behind Kunlun's magical void barrier. After the Battle of Aoyagi, heaven and humans were separated forever. The gods of Kunlun put up a barrier separating heaven and the human world. Only those with the Kunlun key can enter there. He wondered how such a sacred item like the Kunlun key could have fallen into the hands of the Chen group. In the battle between gods and demons, the Queen Mother of the West gave the key of Yushan to Ziki as a weapon. The boy named Pang, next to Chen, is a descendant of Ziki. He didn't think that there were other magical weapons besides the great sword Yui. King Tsu's staff is also in their hands, and the main man named Mo is a descendant of Ho Tzu. The descendants of two big families are helping this god of sin. But there is no need to worry, for if he can kill him, the great sword will become his property. With a great sword, he can restore his family's glory. The three of them turned away from the light and turned to the subject. And these men, he would not let live. The estate of the Purple Sword Mountain, Xiao Yu Cheng. He opened his eyes and realized he had broken through again. Chan Qin was glad that in such a short time, he had returned to the peak realm of concentration. Still, the methods that had been betrayed by the Xiao family's devotees were amazing. But it's not that simple. He believes that the basis of the light form is only one aspect. Yu Chen knew that he was a genius. Chan Qin had been stuck at the peak of the magic power realm for more than a decade. Then 2 days ago, it inexplicably broke through. This is a valid big event. After Mo Lao Yu Chen, he hadn't even heard of anyone who had reached the Golden Core realm. It is said that in the ancient times before the separation of heaven and men, there were many people shuddering and transformed into gods. Nowadays, if you can cultivate to the level of magical power, you can open all who. Xiao family is a master in martial arts in S deep heritage. Yu Cheng thinks it is mainly because of the basis of the light form. Strangely, the basis of the easy form, which was passed down by the ancestor to Shan, has not been practiced by anyone other than Yui Chen. He asked his son to answer an honest question, namely, whether he had hatred against Jicheng. Yu Chen replied that he didn't hate him anymore. If it wasn't for this guy, Yui Cheng was still as arrogant as before. But for completely losing his hair, he has to settle the score with him. Suddenly, Cheng sneezed. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill on his scalp. Yunpeng offered to carry the bride if she was tired. Yinian told him to get out. Or does he really want her to throw him down from here? After a long time, already Yunpeng had asked the protagonist to carry him. The girl wondered who even recently said he could carry her. Yunpeng replied that he was already out of strength and couldn't even walk. They both started talking about what a man can't say, no. Meanwhile, Sivanmu, who is the goddess of longevity and is responsible for the cure for death, doesn't understand why they still haven't arrived. She decided to look in to see where these children were. Since they could no longer walk, she decided to help them a little. There's about another half of the journey left. Yinian started to push Yunpeng, saying that they needed to walk faster because there was still a long way to go. But he didn't realize if he was that tired or if he was hallucinating. It felt like this staircase was moving, but the stairs began to crumble. They wanted to catch Peng Yunkeng. It's a good thing the girl left one item behind, otherwise it would have died today. Fortunately, the 3 xiaku of silk cloth the Yinyan didn't consider as weapons and took away. It was fine earlier, but getting here for some reason it started to shake. They should run because those stairs are probably going to fall. She started falling faster and faster. Are they really going to be killed here? Suddenly, they heard the possible voice of the Queen Mother of the West, talking about not needing everyone to die. Just one and everything will stop. Achenya replied that she was dreaming, and all 3 of them would rise. There's still half of the journey left. He hopes Yunkang will hold out. The Queen Mother of the West thought this boy was careless and stirring, so let him fall. Mo Lao entrusted these people to Chen. If they die, he doesn't even know how he should explain himself to the old man. He was already running out of energy. Yinian asked what the nonsense was, and let it go up faster. The main character appeared beside her, and entrusted Qinshi to them. Yen, you better not do anything stupid. At the very least, Yunkang will jump off on his own. He reminded them that he is the leader and they should listen to him, after which he jumped off. Meanwhile, in the Purple Sword Mountain Manor, a lot of people swore to the master that they would live and die with the manor. Chain Chin replied that they didn't need to say anything, and he had already decided everything. Namely that they should leave. Even if Father had already broken through to the realm of the Golden Core, there was no need to do everything alone. If the prophecy about the destruction of the Purple Sword Mountain estate under his reign is true, then there is no need to let them die in vain. Prophecy or not, they should never have agreed to this marriage to begin with. Chen replied that this guy doesn't understand anything. Chen mentioned that the older brother never got along with Feng Piao. It was the father and the head of the Fen family who wanted to bring them together. The Xiao and Feng families have been friends for generations, and he has watched Feng Xiao grow up. Therefore, he can't just watch her fall into the hands of a prince. Marriage is the best defense for the Fen family. But now we'll go father and son to fight their entire estate-cleansing volcano. But he decided to deal with them alone. Yucheng only has to do one thing. He asked what could be more important than protecting the family estate. No matter what happens, Yucheng should take Fen Piao and run away. The farther away the better. The wall of the Western Song, battlefield. The Grand Prince had just been informed that the much-desired cat was in the Purple Sword Mountain Manor. After the last battle with this cat, there were 2 more fights. Therefore, the White Monkey doesn't even believe that he can't even get him now. After that, he went to the Lo Wu. This monster was enough to destroy the Purple Sword Mountain Manor. At the gate of the Heavenly Temple, Master Lu and the monk Xinhu met there. Master Lu didn't even expect that the Heavenly Temple had summoned a monk. He doesn't even know where this Heavenly Temple came from. There were many people with the realm of magical power as well as the realm of concentration. Lu was surprised that they are both sect Taoists, but he doesn't even know details about this temple. He's never heard of them. What they claim is that they are related to Emperor Yu and Yin Long. Xinghu had heard that they had indeed reached the Golden Core realm. He is ashamed to say that out of the hundreds of people in his family, he is the only one who has reached the early stage of the magic power realm. It seems that in this generation, all martial artists already possess magical power, if it weren't for the lack of flaky liquid where they would have gotten these goods by coming to the rescue. These righteous sects, under the guise of protection from demons, are simply trying to find out what is going on in the Heavenly Temple. After the isolation of heaven and earth, the spiritual power of this world had waned. The perfection of mere mortals naturally deteriorated from generation to generation. Therefore, it was no wonder he was stuck at the peak of the magic power realm. Why wouldn't he let this man use the scaly liquid to break through? The dragon replied that it was for his own good. The scaly liquid is consuming this life. The man inquired in a way that made him wonder why he hadn't heard about it before. Had he decided to take pity on those people in the Taoist temple? Dragon wondered if he should be reminded of how they had humiliated the man earlier. He only remained silent, but there is no need to worry, for he feels the restoration of spiritual energy. And an era of prosperous perfection is about to come. And it turns out that he is waiting for breakthroughs into higher realms. One of those ancient sealed monsters is almost impossible to contain. Meanwhile, the main character woke up in some obscure place where there were a lot of corpses. Among them, he noticed Bang Yunkang. He asked the man to wake up and tell what had happened. But unfortunately, he died. He also noticed the Yinyan. After her, Mo Lao, older brother and teacher, came into his sight. Since Big Brother is here, he wondered what about Qin Shi. He hoped nothing had happened to her. Suddenly, he heard Qin Shi's voice. He put his arm around her, asking about what had happened here. She only started talking about Aoyagi before letting out her last breath. He asked me not to leave him. His sister appeared behind him. He hugged her, saying that his sister was all he had left in this world. Linner confirmed Tinny that sister would never leave him. But he didn't understand why she was the only one who was okay. They both called Chenya. Yunkang began to blame himself for all of this. He shouldn't have been dragged into it. If Yunkang hurried up, they would have already been upstairs. The Queen Mother of the West was pleased they made her very merry. Yunkang told her to go far away. After all, he wasn't done with her yet. Yinyan wondered why the Queen Mother of the West was so cruel. She knew that these children had many questions. So she advised them to hurry up, for they had a lot to see. Yunkang told this mother to wait, for he would personally ask her. He looked at the rest of the corpses. Afterward, he asked his sister what she had done. All the girl did was remove all the interfering creatures. The entire celestial is now in the hands of the brother and sister. Chen replied that he doesn't need any celestial realm. He only wants Qin Shi and the others to be alive. He deserves to be her good little brother. This guy is still as soft as ever. The protagonist assumed that these snakes are the Aoyagi. He should remove his naivete. All he sees before his eyes is a foregone conclusion. Elinger killed them to protect herself. But does everyone have to die in the Celestial Empire? In response, she inquired when the people of Celestia had been kind to a brother and sister. Had he forgotten in his 3 years working in the mine? and how the Ye family treated his brother and sister. And had he forgotten that on the mountain of Kunlun, they had surrounded him? He only remained silent, realizing that it was all true. If father hadn't been driven to his death by those celestial people, he would definitely have become the strongest in the world. They would have ruled over the celestial empire, but he believed his father was not that kind of man. Mo Lao's words that the Queen Mother of the West is a goddess who is responsible for punishment rang in his mind. She has a strange character and likes to tease people, and then he guessed that this girl was not his sister. The snake's head attacked the place where the guy was, but the guy managed to fly away. He decided to see who she really was. In that case, this guy's gonna stay with the rest of us here. After which he summoned the dragon elephant. Purification. His attack was aimed at the snakes. There was a cracking sound, as if a mirror had begun to crack. The Queen Mother of the West didn't even expect him to break that fast. After which, she called for the bluebird. The bluebird is the messenger of the Queen Mother of the West, and she was determined to attack Yunkang and Yinyan. He woke up and saw that he was falling. He thought it was really the end. He also noticed a bird flying straight at him. Had some ferocious beast come for him again. He grabbed the tail of this bird. Bluebird said to let go or she'd tear him to pieces. He only replied that there was nothing good on that mountain. This guy managed to piss off the bluebird, but he still wouldn't let it go. But the bluebird just hit him with his paw. Chen shouted that he could at least kill him, but he would fight again. After that, he used rescue magic. That magic fried the bird a bit. A little later, Chen was already flying the bird, and the protagonist asked why he didn't tell him earlier that he had come for him. It is not easy for such a big bird to slow down. After that, the protagonist asked where Yunkang and Yinyan were, but the bluebird asked how he could know. He noticed that the ladder was missing and the two were in danger. So said the bluebird and immediately lifted him up there. Bluebird wondered if this guy really thought he was a riding animal. If he wants to be fast, he should not regret it. He asked Mr. Bluebird to fly slower. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother of the West was telling me that the order had been given that year to separate heaven and humans forever. She was embarrassed to take back the key that had been sent. The Pang family had to be turned into people who could not lift a dagger, so they could not enter the Yushan mountain. Then it's no wonder he's the only tall man in the village, and he's glad he was born in the right year. Suddenly, Chen burst in there, telling the Sivanmu to come out now. Yunkang and Yinyan only looked at Ye Chen silently. The Queen Mother of the West was displeased with the Chenya. A little while later, they apologized. The Queen Mother of the West has had many people ask for medicine, but this is the first time she's seen such rude people. The guy replied that it was because of his desire to ask for medication, and apologized. Her cup shattered, and she asked how dare he ask for medicine. Also, Queen Mother West asked if he even knew what happened to the last person who asked for medicine. Yunkang inquired who was the last person to ask for medicine. She explained that it was the legendary ancient archer Da Yi. The Queen Mother of the West gave him 2 pills, the cure for immortality. They should know the rest by now. Any great hero or savior of the world in front of a woman is just an idiot. He stated that he is different from him. Ye Chen didn't want to live forever or be God. He only wanted Qin Shi to live. Well, Queen Mother West inquired. But would he be able to give her his life for it? Purple Sword Mountain Manor. Feng Tusong replied that Chan Qin was so brave that he stood up to the enemy alone. Does he really think the Feng family are weaklings? He replied that their families had been on good terms for generations, so why oppress each other? He has only one beloved daughter, and the Zhao family humiliated her, so there is no way he can forget it. Yu Chen can't blame all of this on his brother. After all, this mess happened because of the old people. Chen Qin inquired as to what he wanted. Feng Tusong demanded to hand over Xiao Yushan and that demon girl, and then they would forget about the situation at the wedding. The old man replied that they had been missing for a long time. He thought that the Changqin were just harboring them, and if he didn't surrender these people today, then they would just flatten the sword manor. It all depended on whether or not they had the ability to do so. Regardless of the Golden Core realm or the Holy Sword realm, he is still alone. The Feng family has brought several hundred people today. Therefore, he doesn't believe that they won't be able to kill Changqing at all. Suddenly, there was a strong wind. The old man told Yu Cheng to hurry up. They thought it was an ambush. Yu Chen appeared behind her and covered her mouth. The Queen Mother of the West suggested they sit down to fruit. Yunkang thought that these were unripe peaches, which definitely didn't taste good. Yinian hit him on the head talking about this legendary Jiaguo. The Queen Mother of the West recognized that this girl from the Huzi family is knowledgeable. She explained that there were only a few words written in the book. It said that this fruit is only found at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Queen Mother of the West didn't even expect that only that mountain had such fruits. Isn't there any treasure on her Yushan Agora? He wondered what her Sivanmu was up to this time. She explained that there were 3 fruits, 2 of which were impregnated with poison. So she wants him to give his life. The guy has to pick and eat one of the 3. If he eats the fruit and doesn't die, she'll give him the antidote. If he's unlucky, he'll die a tragic death. As soon as the time came to choose, his hand shook. He should think carefully. If he makes the wrong choice, he won't be the only one who dies. His beloved will remain unsaved. If Qin Shi dies because of him, he will accompany him to the abode of the dead. He took a bite, whereupon the guy fell down. Yu Chung didn't even know if the prophecy was really being fulfilled today. He remembered his father's words about taking the girl and running far away from here. He had agreed to take this girl after all until it was safe. Tears came to his eyes at the mention of his father. He didn't even expect that the Feng family had such a strong helper. It seems like the Purple Sword Mountain Manor, what the prophecy said, would not be saved. No wonder old man Xiao dared to fight alone. He recognized that there was a reason for the ambush. Suddenly a huge step destroyed the manor, but the 2 of them didn't even know what kind of monster it was, and there was the silhouette of a white monkey. He shouted for Lo Wu to come out to fight him. They immediately recognized him as Zhu Yan. Changqin mentioned that everything was predetermined, so he didn't understand why they would bother each other. Meanwhile, as Yinyan watched Icheng, Yunpeng called her cruel. She said in truth, it didn't even matter which fruit he would have taken. The result would have been the same. The man thought this woman was helping them, but he was actually blind. Coming to her Yushan mountain for the cure, even if they don't die, they will have to shed their skin. Chen is his good brother, so he can't just die. The Queen Mother of the West asked if this man really wanted to fight her. He should think hard about that. He really wanted to pounce on her with his fists. But he was stopped by the Yin-Yan. Yun Kang didn't understand why she was stopping him. He wanted to avenge Ye Chen. She explained to this dumbass that the guy wasn't dead. He really saw that the main character, the guy started meditating. He really isn't bad, as this level is something that not many people can pass. The others realized that this guy put on such a big show every time. He was able to break through into the realm of magical power. It turns out that Jiaguo has this effect, so it's not surprising that it's a divine fruit. The Queen Mother of the West appeared from behind his back, asking about who was there just now, saying they wanted revenge. He apologized to the ancestor and asked her to back off. She doesn't even want to think about how he got the key to the mountain. The protagonist thanked Mrs. Sivanma. She wouldn't tease them again after all, and she decided to give the pill this time without joking. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Temple, the man learned that the Purple Sword Mountain Manor had been destroyed. Even more so, no one present had survived. The deaths were extremely gruesome. They were drained dry. Afterward, the man told him to get out of here. Now, Ye Chen has lost another patron, and the only one left is the old turtle in the Mo family's village. It's really hard to attack for a long time without a break. It's just the magical barrier of the giant's tree. He asked the dragon if he had a way. He revealed that he wanted to poison the water that is around the Mo family island to weaken the giant tree. That way, the tree would die and the barrier would disappear naturally. There were mountains of corpses in the Purple Sword Mountain Manor. Feng Pi didn't even expect that she was the only one left from the ancient volcano clan. Yu Chung suggested that she go to the village to the Mo family. Meanwhile, the 2 gods and the Queen Mother of the West watched them leave. Lu Yu thought the Queen Mother of the West was going to torture them, but she let them go right away. The woman replied that this was the son of a good sister, and if she could help, she would do so. Yingzhao wondered where her best friend was now. The hill behind the Yi family's mine. There used to be a skeleton, but now it's just ashes. He seems to be in nirvana too. He asked the phoenix to tell him where it had gone. Suddenly, Phoenix appeared behind him. The Golden Lion asked him to tell him what had happened. That year, after Ikenyun learned the prophecy that the ban on Aoyagi would be lifted in the near future, he came here to find it. If the prophecy was true, Ikenyun would become the sinner of the entire Celestial Empire. He asked for help, even if it would cost his own life. A girl appeared in front of him and told him not to forget the words he had just said. Her name is Qi Ling. This girl was his destined family. 14 years later, he told his brother that their Yi family was isolated. Didn't he want to avoid the curse? So why now he wants to lean on the prince by forcing them? He advised Qin Yun to proceed to the emperor's tomb, otherwise their children would not be well. She grabbed his hand, indicating that it was time to fulfill her original promise. He won't regret it when he dies, but he was worried about the little Chen and Liner. Qi Ling hugged him, talking about how these children have their own destiny. Tears streamed down his eyes, whereupon it spontaneously combusted, and in its place was a golden skeleton. Now even if Aoyagi goes out, he will be partially restrained. Qi Ling asked to find Xiao Chen and tell him that she and Qin Yun were waiting for him at the bottom of the Yi family's training tower. Queen Mother of the West asked, "Who cares where she is? She'll still show up when she needs to." He can't understand one thing. It is obvious that A Chen is a descendant of Gonggong, since he can hold the great sword Yui in his hands. Isn't there any descendant of Da Yui? Mo family's village. Mo Lao realized that his family's peaceful days were over. The defense of the giant tree had weakened. These two came at the wrong time. But suddenly there was a man who said it was the wrong time. It's clear now that the magical barrier is already gone, and their scheme succeeded. He noticed that both of the demon's girls were here, so he wouldn't even have to make another trip. Yu Chen replied that it was so windy today that he wasn't even afraid to flicker his tongue. After which, he asked what his origin was. As it turns out, his name is Lu Yun Xiong. The unworthy descendants of Emperor Yu led to the fall of the dynasty. The descendants make a living by herding cattle to avoid disaster, and change their surname to Lu. So it's a descendant of Da Yu. All of them should think about being the main branch of the family. So he offered to give these two girls to the demons, and he would let these three live. This little shepherd boy at such a young age of perfection has reached the peak of magical powers. He is also a genius. They had better hurry, turn away from the darkness and turn to the light. Let them help them regain control of the Celestial Empire. Mo Lao replied that there was never a shortage of geniuses in this world. Only heroes. They had already been given the opportunity, so let them not accuse him of cruelty. She doesn't even know where Da Yu's descendants are. But in this boy, she saw Da Yu's shadow. These guys have reached the bottom of the mountain, and that's where they'll see a good show. And Nanny noticed that the Taoists of the Heavenly Temple had disappeared. He replied that there were no ghosts in sight, so he didn't know what could happen. Suddenly he heard a voice saying that they had finally come down. And now he's in trouble again. They were surrounded by a multitude of Taoists. There are too many people here, and so the protagonist suggested we return behind the barrier. But they had tightly surrounded the place, so it was interesting to see where they would run to. For the sake of the Imperial weapons, they had invested a lot of resources. This fellow better know that he is a sin god, and unworthy of possessing an Imperial weapon. Therefore, he had better return the great sword, Yui, now. Before their eyes, he embedded a great sword in the ground. After which, he said they could try to take him if they had the courage. They thought it was some kind of trap. How could it be so easy to give the great sword to you? The man replied that the brave die of overeating, and the cowardly die of starvation. He does not believe in this evil. All of them wanted to grab the Imperial weapon in their hand, but the great sword wouldn't even let him touch it. They accused the boy of daring to play with them, so they decided to kill him, after which the great sword would be recognized to its master again. She wondered if idiots actually thought that an Imperial weapon could carelessly recognize its master. But their intentions were to kill Chen. The man thought they had gone completely insane. He suggested that the boys find a way to get back behind the barrier. They're not supposed to come out until he says so. The guy also said he had a plan. They listened to him and asked him to be careful. He summoned his sword and used the flying sword leaf rain. They could only watch as a bunch of swords flew there in his direction. Yun Kung was glad that he hadn't had a fight with this guy earlier. He was getting stronger and stronger every day. Yingzhao noticed the pouring rain. The Queen Mother of the West recognized this boy's audacity. Lu Wu replied that the reception is so rude and unwise. There is indeed a slight tinge of Dayui here. It is now clear that the great Mechi chose it for a reason. Yingzhao thought that it was due to the Jaguo from his elder sister. He really did do a good job. Then he heard someone clapping for him. The unknown man replied that the Imperial weapon was truly extraordinary. He asked who he was. It was the old man who was able to cover such a distance in an instant. As it turned out, it was the master of the Heavenly Temple, whose name is Baiqi Zhen Zhen Zhen. The protagonist inquired about the enmity between them and the Heavenly Temple. This old man, after all, can't even let him go. He stated that this god of sin could not live in this world. She sensed that this person was in the Golden Core realm. He begins to become more and more convinced of the names of the Heavenly Temple. Even the name Baiqi means idiot or weak-minded. The previous three. Going to death, giving a send-off and giving life. And now there's an idiot. He recognized the flying leaf rain of swords as a good move, but now the old man knows this guy doesn't have much strength left. Do these righteous men treat their brethren like cannon fodder? Eliminating demons and protecting the foundations as well as the country to uphold justice is the Heavenly Temple's teaching. As long as they can get rid of this guy and rid the people of the Celestial Empire of evil, they are not afraid of death. This old man speaks very beautifully, so why don't he come up and die? He didn't like the fact that this youngster dared to talk to a martial artist from the Golden Core realm like that. He doesn't even care what realm this old man is in, and they don't even know who will die first. He decided to confess that a few months ago, a winged dragon appeared before him, and ordered him to destroy Chen, the god of sin, and to return the imperial weapons. They didn't think to hear the mention of a winged dragon at all. Man can't change his nature, so how dare he even cheat everywhere under the guise of a winged dragon? Yingzhao asked who this winged dragon was. He wanted to be God that year and is the crazy freak he is. He decided to show this yellow-haired youth the terrifying power of the Golden Core. Chen attacked the old man, but he blocked his blow with his sword. After that, they increased the distance between them. The protagonist believes that the Golden Core is just an appearance. The old man is determined to end the vile life of this ignorant child. Since their battle, night has fallen. He recognized that the guy's energy was so great that there was no sign of exhaustion. He also realized that the Golden Core warrior was different. This old man is really very difficult. Others also recognized that this fight has been going on for a very long time. The temple owner could no longer deal with this youngster, so he decided to use the talisman. Then he ignited the talisman and threw it at the guy. It was the talisman that formed a circle around the protagonist. Doesn't anyone in the Heavenly Temple know about the fire rat clothes of the Pang family village? Wow, not really useless. Even Lu Wu thought that it was really dangerous. He wondered about the level of perfection of this Taoist priest. He wanted to see which was stronger, the guy's treasure from the fire defense or his fire. Yinian shouted that it was true fire and Chenyu needed to escape, but he couldn't lift a finger. Will it really end here this time? Even the fire rat's clothes are on fire. He suggested to Yinyan to go and rescue him. The girl mentioned that even their leader couldn't reform, and Yunkang wanted to go to his doom. But he just can't watch this guy die. She also reported that she was going to go up and find a Savanma. He was really starting to get sick alive. Yingzhao couldn't watch any longer and offered to go save him. After all, if this continued, he would be burned alive. But the Queen Mother of the West told him to sit down. That made the man pout. They'll just have to wait and see what happens next. Taoist fire can purify everything. This guy will die unjustly, and now the great sword Yui belongs to him. Whereupon he ordered the beautiful fire to go out. But the old man did not understand why this fire was still burning. He tried to subdue that fire, but it had taken on a shade of red. The silhouette of a guy appeared there, asking if he wanted to see the third fire. The old man realized that this was not his opponent, and started to ask who he was. But he already had a guess about that. The man asked how this old man might not even know him. Wasn't that what the old men had just called him? He thought it was simply impossible. He absorbed all that fire, after which he summoned the third true fire of Samadhi, namely the divine fire. The old man fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He stated that he had been bewitched by a winged dragon and had committed a great sin. That old man, he sacrificed his sect's connection and isn't even worthy of salvation. After which he used his hand to summon a phoenix. In the meantime, the two arrived back at the queen's house and asked the lady to save Chen. But the woman replied that they were too late. Yunkang started crying, thinking about the fact that his friend had already died. But Yingzhao replied that that kid had already taken care of his opponent. The Queen Mother of the West suggested they see for themselves. And this guy just fell asleep naked. What luck that the fire rat's clothes were burned and he was fine. The Queen Mother of the West told them to take this costume and get back to it quickly. This is his lover's favorite style. After which they flew away. Lu Yu wondered if this medicine was not a good thing after all, and if the Queen Mother of the West was afraid of causing trouble. For so many years, none of those who wanted the cure of immortality and to become God met a bad end. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, he grabbed the Great Prince, talking about how Lo Wu was not in the estate of the Purple Sword Mountain. But the Great Prince said he disappeared from that estate then. Whoever told that monkey to walk slowly? Juyan advised him that it was best not to joke around, but he should forget about the Golden Lion. And also the man reported that he knows where the E-Linear is. The white monkey said to hurry up and get her, but first Juyan must tell about the deification. Queen Mother West stated that she did not give him the cure for immortality. What she gave him only her poor, stupid little sister. Meanwhile, they had arrived at the Mo family's village and didn't even understand what had happened here. And even more so, why there was no magic barrier here. They began to look for Qinshi, the older brother in E-Linear. Yinyan was looking for her great-grandfather. Chen wondered what had happened here after all. After searching in, they realized that great-grandfather and the others were missing for some reason. They had gone somewhere, for they could not find them among the corpses. He looked at the medicines and didn't realize where Qin was right now. Suddenly he noticed an injured small animal. It was a nine-tailed fox. For some reason he assumed that this latter was the Qin.